Well, a very good morning to you from the Costa del Canterbury, where the sun is shining, and we're here for this four-day clash in the county championship between Kent and Gloucestershire. Can Kent continue their wonderful start to the season under Adam Hollyoake? A new chapter in Kent cricket, and Gloucestershire will be stiff opponents for them here. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm here with Ed Seaborn, and a very good morning to you, Ed.
Morning, Dan. Oh gosh, that's loud, isn't it? Let me turn that down. Yes, well, this is the point where we just do our sort of on-air production meeting before we start. So now we actually start the real broadcast. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, Ed.
Anyway, hopefully that sounds roughly decent. As you say, it's an enticing affair, given the fact that we've come to expect seemingly games to move quite quickly here, which will be quite an adaptation from Gloucestershire's perspective compared with the last game, where it was extremely slow moving and bat completely dominated ball. Gloucestershire batted very well in their first innings and built a sizable lead, but just needed another day or so to force a result on what was a pretty placid Bristol pitch. So can they adapt to what is more likely to be a quicker surface and a quicker moving game? I think that's going to be the key question.
Yeah, well, the news from the toss is that Kent have won the toss and they have elected to bowl here on what looks like quite a green surface out there. It looks sort of a dark green, doesn't it? Like a British racing green.
Yeah, well, it in the right light, it doesn't actually look that different from the outfield. But I'm so often, when it comes to these sorts of things, a bit suspicious these days, turning up to a ground and seeing a green pitch, because so often it doesn't mean that the ball's going to do a fair bit, but we expect, given what Kent seem to want out of their pitches, we expect that this pitch is actually going to do a fair bit. So be excited to see how it plays. Yeah,
it's also the debut for a test player for Gloucestershire as well.
Yes, Cameron Green making his Gloucestershire debut. Really exciting always to see such big names in county cricket. Of course, it's a slightly unusual situation for him in that he's rehabbing from a stress fracture that he actually sustained in this country at the end of last year. So his last game of cricket was up at Chesley Street, and here he is playing again in England. But it's very exciting. He's not going to be bowling from what I understand yet, but the hope is that he will be bowling towards the end of what is a 5-match stay for him. On the card, he's down to come in at 6, which I was interested to see where he might come in, because for Australia recently, I mean the most recent time that he played, having missed the tests in this Australian summer, he was batting at 4 for them and was even briefly touted as a possibility to open. I don't know if that was ever really properly entertained, but they thought that that might be a possibility for him. So anyway, he's down to come in at 6. And there are 2 other changes for Gloucestershire from the side that drew at Bristol last time. Marchant de Lange returns from being rested, and Josh Shaw makes his first appearance of 2025. So Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale are the 2 to sit out. Singh Dale wasn't in the squad, and Zaman Akhtar and Joe Phillips are missing from the squad that Gloucestershire brought here.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist is going to take us away from the Nackington Road end. He'll be bowling to Cameron Bancroft, who's out there with Ben Charlesworth, who's been in wonderful touch this season, hasn't he, Charlesworth?
Yeah, off to a good start with the 100 at Derby.
First ball of the morning, here's Gilchrist, and Bancroft leaves that alone, goes into the gloves of Harry Finch. 3 slips in place for Kent, so you've got Miyeye, fresh off that wonderful 100 last Sunday against Middlesex at first. Jack Leaning at second, Daniel Bell Drummond at third. You've got a point. Zach Crawley at mid-off. Looks like Grant Stewart mid-on. Maybe Stewart's at mid-wicket actually. It's mid-on. And there's a leg slip or leg gully in place as that's gone through again. Good leave there by Bancroft. and a fine leg. In fact, Stewart's down at fine leg. But Daniel Bell-Drummond is actually quite funky with his field placing, so it's interesting. He's immediately gone with a leg gully. There's been a lot of targeting the batter's rib cage in the two games. Two games that Kent have played have both been on surfaces with a bit of pace, bounce and carry, and it seems to suit their cricket. Yeah,
well, they've got some tall bowlers, haven't they?
Yep, here's one of them, Gilchrist, in, and that's left alone again. The ball often takes about 5 or 6 overs to lose its lacquer and start to move a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose that's the difference between the Dukes and the Kookaburra that we had this time last year. Well, one of the differences, I suppose, other than the fact that the ball completely dies seemingly after about 10 or 15 overs, whereas the Duke so far this season I've found has been pretty consistent actually, and maybe it's more about the sort of the surface than anything else as to how it behaves.
Gilchrist in, good carry through to Finch.
But, you know, it's it really is more of a case of, for example, if you've got a particularly abrasive surface, then the ball's still going to scuff up and die. But if, as is the case here, it's quite a green one and the square is looking in magnificent shape as well, it may be that this is just going to continue to do something almost entirely throughout its life, this ball.
Here's Gilchrist. That's half a shout, just maybe a polite inquiry from the cordon. Looks like Compton in at leg slip. The other Centurion last weekend batted really well. He bats in a different pace and a different style.
Well, I guess you need that, don't you? You need a bit of a contrast when you've got the likes of Mayeye and Bell-Drummond who like to attack.
That's again left alone. That completes the first over of the morning. I've got to do an update in a second for BBC Radio Kent, but if you take us away until a real racket. Yeah.
Right. I've never been here when that's been the case. So.
Hi, I'm ready to do an update. It is, yeah. Yes, it is. Fantastic. You're also on the Kent stream, Ali, but there you go.
Right, I think we've just about got time for Grant Stewart to bowl outside Ben Charlesworth's off stump. It is left alone by the left-hander. They're going with 4 slips for Ben Charlesworth, so right on the attack.
That was Ali from BBC Radio Kent making her debut on the Kent stream.
It's all the fun of the fair. Stewart over the wicket. Strong action. Past the umpire in now bowling, and Charlesworth will push this one out to point off the front foot, and there is no run. As you mentioned, Charlesworth has been in good touch, the 100 at Derby, but also 100 in the warm-up game at Taunton. So he's started this season well, and Bancroft started his captaincy era in dream style against Glamorgan last week. 163 in his first captaincy innings. The only time Gloucestershire batted, as Charlesworth squares up and defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. Decent crowd, as you hope there to be over this Easter weekend. And a few people out on the balconies of the flats. I feel like I'm at Bristol doing balcony watching. Goes Stewart and bowls, and Charlesworth defends up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Good morning, and what a beautiful setting it is. A gorgeous Canterbury bathed in sunshine has seen Kent win the toss and elect to bowl. There's been no runs scored yet in the 10 balls we've had this morning, and Gloucestershire are batting. Kent are unchanged from last week, so there'll be Compton, Crawley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Miyeye, Leaning, Everson, Finch, Kashif Ali, Stewart, Singh, Gilchrist, and it's this new chapter of Kent cricket going to continue. Can Adam Hollyoak's side make it 3 out of 3? Meanwhile, over at Hove, Sussex against Surrey, champions 3 years in a row. Sussex have won the toss and they've elected to bat, and you can get ball-by-ball commentary here of those games, which are available via the BBC app and the BBC website.
Right, well, he only missed a couple of deliveries there, and the last ball, you may have heard the strangled shout, Ben Charlesworth with a thick inside edge onto pad, just about saving him from losing his wicket before Gloucestershire have scored a run. But it's back-to-back maiden overs to start with from Gilchrist and then Stewart. So Gloucestershire under pressure early on.
Gilchrist in from the Nackington Road end. That just dropped short of Daniel Bell-Drummond at third slip. But Gilchrist finding the edge of Cameron Bancroft's bat. He played it well, actually. He played it with soft hands. The old Nanette Newmans, as they're called.
Yeah, well, you've sort of got to play a little bit with the outside edge at all times, really, as a batter, especially up front against the new ball. He does tend to do a good job of keeping his hands soft.
Here is Gilchrist. That goes the other way and thumps into the rib cage of Cameron Bancroft. Both these batters have got hundreds for Gloucestershire already this season, though, haven't they? So, Mark Lane and his team will be pleased with how sort of his batting has started off.
Well, I think they'll be pleased with what happened at Bristol last week. It was certainly the sort of improvement in performance, albeit, of course, they didn't go on to win the game that they were looking for.
Gilchrist left alone by Bancroft.
But in the game at Derby, Charlesworth's 100 really was pretty much the only sort of major bright spot. There were a few who got some starts, but that was the problem. It was starts and then not going on. But all 3 games so far, Gloucestershire have lost the toss and been put in. We'll see how important that toss is, because it certainly wasn't important last week.
Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Bancroft's bat. I do apologise if you can hear the wind on our effects mic here. We have brought it in, but...
It's slightly curious, given the fact that it's got a gigantic wind muff on it.
Yeah.
Exactly how much wind is coming through. So we'll try our best to bring you effects throughout the day, but unfortunately we're stuck with the equipment we've got.
Gilchrist in, and that's worked off the legs there to... That looks like Stewart, is that? No, Stewart's down here at fine leg.
Is that Jas Singh there?
It is Jas Singh, yeah. He's been bowling really well, Jas Singh. Tall bowler, just hits the deck, nibbles it around. From Bexley Cricket Club. His last bally over here from Gilchrist, and it's going to be the first runs as Bancroft works that one through mid-wicket. And they come back for a second, and Gloucestershire are underway. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, on the BBC app,
yes,
and on the Kent YouTube channel. So come and join us through the day, and remember, drop us a line to bbckentcricket@gmail.com. And Ed will answer all your difficult questions and leave the easy ones for me.
Well, you're the one that's reading them out, so you're going to be tasked with that. Usual reminder that the BBC's live tech service is up and running for the round with all the wicket updates, news stories from around the country. It really is the best way to keep up to date with the action, as Stewart bowls to Charlesworth, who defends the ball up to mid-on, and there is no run. So get yourself onto the BBC Sport website, and the cricket section you'll find the day's tech service commentary from around the country if you are watching on the live stream, you can flick between the two and make sure that you get all the important stories as they develop from round 3 of the County Championship, as Stewart is in over the wicket bowling to Charlesworth. It's a bit Fuller inviting the drive. He drives it straight back to Stewart, who fields smartly off his own bowling and has a motion as if to shy at Charlesworth, but he wasn't too serious about it. A nice shot from Charlesworth, but Stewart for the first time really deciding to pitch it up. And Charlesworth is a pretty keen driver of the ball. It's what got him in trouble at Bristol last week. He had 3 goes, actually, again at somebody bowling from over the wicket, angling it across him, looking to cover drive. And at the 4th attempt, he nicked one and was out for 19. But Bancroft and Ollie Price, the mainstays of that large first innings for Gloucestershire to set up the possibility of victory, as 4th slip comes out now and moves into a short mid-wicket. Stewart in bowls, Charlesworth behind that one and defending very straight again.
Daniel Bell-Drummond's just gone from a short cover into 3rd slip, and Ben Compton's come out into a short mid-wicket because Stewart's bending the ball back into the left-handed Charlesworth. So I like his captaincy, Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's innovative, he thinks about it.
In goes Stewart. Bowls now, and Charlesworth's forward solidly blocking this one. Mid-off into field. First time that these two sides have met in a championship match here since 2022. That was a Division 1 match back in the day.
Was that Tom Price hat-trick?
It was, yeah. Tom Price's first of his 2 first-class hat-tricks. And, well, very, very disappointed that he didn't take a hat-trick at all last season. Almost come to expect it of him. Stewart bowls, gives too much width, and Charlesworth chops this one through the covers, and that will go to the boundary. Cover gives it a look, but there's no chance. So Charlesworth off the mark with a 4, Gloucestershire 2, 6 for no wicket.
Maybe here Tom will make it a hat-trick of hat-tricks.
Perhaps he will. He would have become the first player in Gloucestershire history to take 3 hat-tricks in 3 seasons if he'd done so last year.
Did Proctor took 2 in 2, did he?
He took 2 in a season in the championship, and then I think he would have had 1 other in one-day cricket, as this is defended up the offside of the surface. There is no run, 6 without loss. But yeah, you would have expected Proctor, or well, Charlie Parker had 2 hat-tricks in a game once at Lord's, but against Middlesex at Bristol, but I don't think anybody had ever had 3 in 3 years.
Did Courtney not take?
I don't know if that's testing me now. I'm not sure. Did he take a hat-trick? I can't remember. Never mind.
Here's Nathan Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end, and that's just angled into Bancroft. Looked a little high. Paul Baldwin at the is that Baldwin?
Yes, it is.
At the Nackington Road end.
Chris Watts doesn't tend to have the whatever you call it tied around the top of his hat, ribbon thing.
Yes. What are they called?
I don't know. I'm sure it's got some incredibly fancy name.
Yeah. Yeah. Here is Gilchrist. In. And that's got to be close, and he's gone. Bancroft has gone LBW. That looked very adjacent, and he departs LBW to Nathan Gilchrist for just 2. And Kents are underway again. 6 for 1.
Yeah, it's coming across that one, Bancroft, and just nipped back enough, but obviously not enough to go down the leg side and be missing leg. And that's an enormous blow for Gloucestershire, and just what Kent were after. Early wicket, but particularly early wicket of Bancroft, because he is such a tempo setter for Gloucestershire and somebody that they rely upon to churn out the runs at the top. Now captain, of course, as well. So really is an absolutely prize wicket for any opposition against Gloucestershire. So to get him early is vital. And you know, it's something where Bancroft will live by the sword and die by the sword with his technique, because he will create scoring opportunities that others won't by doing things like shuffling across his crease, and he just was a bit vulnerable there to the nip backer from Stewart, and as you say, it's certainly from first look, and we are absolutely bang in line. It looked very much out. So Ollie Price comes to the middle, the other Centurion from Bristol last week, and already Gloucestershire under some pressure.
I love watching Ollie Price bat. I think what we've got in this game, I think we've got two future England players in here. One with Ollie Price for Gloucestershire and one with Tawanda Miyeye for Kent. And both really pretty players, both aesthetically pleasing. And you know me, Ed, I'm a sucker for someone who's good on the eye like that. And I think he's a wonderful player. Plus his grand's listening in as well. So very good morning and a happy Easter to you as well. Here's Gilchrist bowling to Price, who leaves that one alone. Yeah,
well, whilst it was Tom who stole the headlines in that match back in 2022 here, it was also the scene of Ollie Price's first class 50 in that game, and I believe, if I'm remembering rightly, he did it on his 21st birthday. So that was a good way to celebrate. And in the second innings, Gloucestershire supporters won't want to be reminded of this. It was the 3-night watchman fiasco.
Oh, one of those. Oh, that's a thick inside edge, but gets Price off the mark, runs down to Grant Stewart down at fine leg, and that completes the over. Ollie Price will retain the strike, and we've had our first email coming in from John Maxted in Tiawamutu in New Zealand. Says we're coming in loud and clear in New Zealand. What a great game we have in store. Well, very much so, John, very much so. Good to hear from you again. And keep your emails coming through to Ed Seaborn and I, bbckencricket@gmail.com. In fact, it's not the last baldy over, there's 2 left. Ed, can you buy me an abacus for Christmas? Gilchrist to Charlesworth. That's down the leg side. Good take by Finch. His keeping's really impressed me, Finch, in the first couple of games this season.
Yeah, well, I was really pleased that he's found this home now here at Kent. He always struck me as a cricketer that shouldn't have been struggling for a deal, which he was a couple of years back, and then I think, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but it was COVID that sort of forced Kent to look elsewhere for some players, as they were short of so many people, and Finch was one, and I don't think he's really looked back since.
Gilchrist in. Charlesworth leaves that alone. That does complete the over. 7 for 1. Yeah, well, Kent had 3 wicket keepers here, and Sam Billings then elected to be white ball only. Well, he's not officially white ball only, but he only really plays white ball cricket. Ollie Robinson went up to Durham, and Jordan Cox went to Essex. So Finch got his opportunity, and he's taken it with both hands. And his innings in the first innings against Middlesex, where he got 52, along with Grant Stewart's 56, I think was match defining for Kent's win. I think it was integral to Kent's win last week.
So Ollie Price taking his guard as he will face up to Stewart for the first time, with 4 pretty close slips, it has to be said. They look close anyway, whether they are quite as they are from this vantage point. Stewart into Price, who plays a firm defence back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So in that game a few years ago, I think it's fair to say you hope this is the only time this ever happens in Ollie Price's first class career, but he actually batted at 10 because of Gloucestershire's decision to go with the 3-night watchman. Kent winning that game, with Jordan Cox actually making a massive 100, but he was the first victim in Ollie Price's hat-trick. Stewart is in bowls, away swinger, but starting quite wide outside the off stump. There's a sort of, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be pitching it there, or if they do, then it's going to be called a wide. But there's a very green strip right down the left-hand side of the pitch. If anybody lands it there, I'd be interested to see what happens to it, because I don't think first slip's going to be taking it, put it that way. Anyway, I don't think Stewart has the intention of bowling that wide, that's for sure. Next delivery in and bowls, another away swinger, starting quite straight. Price doesn't think about driving it straight, doesn't time it, and it's picked up by the bowler. So it certainly looks like the sort of surface where if you get a ball that you can drive and you can trust the line of it and the length of it, then you're going to see some nice straight drives, which has to be said you don't always see with pitches being so slow around the country, as Stewart is in and withdrawing the bat from that one. Ollie Price.
We saw plenty in the game against Middlesex, though, because there is pace and down the ground. And once it comes over these practice strips down here in front of us at the pavilion end here, it's game over. The fielder might as well just not bother chasing it.
Well, I don't think it's any secret, really, the last few years in Division 2, the better pitches are the ones that help sides get promoted. Stewart in and bowls, and Ollie Price had over the ball. Playing this one again very straight, albeit just in defence.
Do you think that's with 8 points for a draw now?
Well, I think it's it's sort of a chicken and egg thing, I think, but you need to force wins to get promoted. Draws might help you stay up in the top division, but you've got to win games to get promoted. And actually, batting points in Division 2, I think, are less important than picking up wins. Stewart bowls edged and short of first slip. That looked like a fairly genuine edge, and it's gone down to the boundary as well. So Ollie Price picks up 4 fortuitous runs. Gloucestershire to 11 without loss after 6 overs. But that was beautifully bowled by Grant Stewart. It forced Ollie Price onto the front foot, but it wasn't a real drive length. He pushed at it and got the edge, but it goes actually in the end between the keeper and first slip. So 11 for 1.
Bobson Dugnut's been in touch, says the radio feed isn't working. It should be working now, Bobson, so hopefully there's Tony Mills as well, recovering from surgery down in Bristol. Hope you're well, Tony, and very best of luck, and hope you're enjoying the day. You rest up and enjoy the coverage here from Ed Seaborn and I.
All the best to you, Tony. I know you were in touch in the last game at Bristol, so hopefully you're able to stick this one out as well.
I've got another message actually from a lady called Kim Barlow. I'll come on to it after this ball as Charlesworth pushes that back to Gilchrist. She said, I wonder if you can help with a query regarding Kent County Cricket Club at all. A friend owns a pub in Sidcup and has just refurbished part of it and has named one of the rooms the Berens Room after Henry Hulse Berens, who lived from 1804 to 1883. As Gilchrist comes in, and that's left alone. He was a cricketer who played for the Gentlemen of Kent, and he's got a lovely bit of wall awaiting a portrait of said gentleman, but has yet to find a definitive image of him. She wants to contact the historian from Kent County Cricket Club to see if he or she could assist. Now, can anybody help us? Can anybody help Kim? Has anybody got a photo? Well, not a photo, it'd be a painting, I should imagine, wouldn't it? From 1830 or whatever he was around. There's Charlesworth just pushing one into the offside, no run, of a gentleman called Henry Hulse Berens. I don't know if our esteemed colleague Ian Randall ever saw him play back in the day, but he was around, well, he was born in 1804, died in 1883, so Gentleman of Kent, I think he'd have probably been around the 1830s, 1840s. So if anyone can help, please get in touch and let's help put him on that wall of that pub as Charlesworth goes hooking. Has he got anything on that? Has it gone through for buys? It's going to be 4 of them, whatever. It's runs. It's a little bit of glove, and that was perilously close to the gloves of Harry Finch behind the stumps there as well. Charlesworth not really in control of that one, Ed.
No, and the pace of the surface, actually, the thing that saved him, because he didn't get much bat on it, but he didn't need to send it flying over the attempt of Finch to get there, it was very short and it was just down the leg side as well. So a tiny amount of bat able to help it on its way, but it shows you again, if you bang it in, you're going to get some life, and in that instance, just a bit too much.
Is this the antithesis of the Bristol surface?
Well, yes. At this point, very much so. I think if you banged it in short on that Bristol surface, you just had no idea really where it was going to get up to. It could have been head high, or it could have been a ballooning sort of trampoliner.
Here's another LBW, and Charlesworth's gone now. Gilchrist struck twice. He's removed both openers LBW, and Gloucestershire are 15 for 2.
Straight again, and that looked like the one that was straightening from over the wicket. You always have to think when it comes to left-hander on strike, right arm bowling, is it pitching outside leg? But that one was exactly the sort of delivery that you need to be bowling if you're going to hope for an LBW shout. One that just came back, and by the looks of things, it's gone against the slope, but Charlesworth propping forward didn't get any bat on it. It was a fairly solid thump of ball on pad, so that wasn't going to save him, and Gloucestershire have lost both their openers.
It was a few years ago. Gloucestershire had a plethora of left-handers in their top order, didn't they? They had Dent, Bracey, Hammond, Charlesworth,
Harris, yeah.
Yeah, but Ollie Price coming into the side then gave them a right-handed option, and Cameron Bancroft gives them a right-handed option. But here's a left-hander in Miles Hammond, who's walking out, and Miles Hammond is a very talented cricketer. One of the guys from Oxfordshire who's in this Gloucestershire side. There's a number of them. Charlesworth brothers are 2 of them. The Price brothers are 2 of them. Miles Hammond, and the Taylor brothers are also from Greyton Little Tew Cricket Club up there.
Well, a job to do for Hammond with Gloucestershire in some trouble. I think, you know, it has to be said, and this is where that question about adapting comes. You expect to lose wickets up front here. Not that you plan for it, but I think you have to expect that it's going to be tricky first up. So the key thing for Gloucestershire is not to panic, having lost a couple of early wickets, and just find a way to get through this opening spell. And if you have to, you know, if Hammond thinks that he has to play a few shots here to get the board moving, I wouldn't blame him. I know others might, but I wouldn't.
Gilchrist in. Oh, and that's a big shot from Hammond early on.
First ball is ambitious, admittedly.
Play yourself in, Miles.
Wow. I mean, it was a great start from Stewart as well. I mean, just the perfect delivery, knowing that to Hammond, what was that, 5 slips and a wide open cover, never mind extra cover. He was likely to think about a drive, and Gilchrist just landed that on the perfect line and length, just drawing him into the drive, but it just wasn't quite full enough, and there's enough pace in the surface that, you know, it's not a surface where you can just drive with abandon unless it's you know, it's right up there. It's not like Bristol, where you could trust a full delivery wasn't going to bounce that bit more and take the edge. This is driven by Price to start a new over straight back to Grant Stewart, 15 for 2.
You just knew Hammond couldn't resist it as well. It's like, you know, a kebab to a man who's had a few ciders down King Street on a Friday night, isn't it?
Is there a King Street in Canterbury as well?
No, in Bristol.
Yes, I know. I know. You're going with that one.
We'll find out later. We'll show you the hostelries, Ed.
In goes Stewart, bowls and passes the edge of Price. Signals that there was some bounce and some away swing, which Stewart's getting pretty consistently. So a fast-moving start, first half hour or so completed. Bancroft and Charlesworth back in the hutch, and for Gloucestershire, probably a toss that they really would have wanted to win. I noticed that once again almost every side round the country has decided to bowl first. This is down the leg side. There's a strangled shout, maybe coming off some body or some thigh pad, but no bat involved. Chris Watts certainly wasn't too entertained by that one. I think Sussex might be the only side that has won the toss and batted.
Going very well, aren't they, Sussex? Very well.
Yeah, it was an excellent win for them against Somerset last round. A really convincing win as well, despite the fact that they had no Ollie Robinson, and Sean Hunt, who'd taken a lot of the wickets, wasn't available to bowl for the final day. As Stewart turns this one in. Ollie Price turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm sure Gloucestershire fans enjoyed seeing Somerset. Somerset's away record, take them away from Taunton.
That's the thing, isn't it?
They're travelling about as well as milk. You know, they're just not doing the business away from Taunton at all. We've had an email in from Marcus here. He's in, I think you say it, Cubbit, near Spalding in Lincolnshire. 3rd week of listening, 3rd week out in the garden. Today he's painting a garden arbour. He's hoping for a 3rd straight win for Kent.
In goes Stewart, and bowls edged short of second slip, so that's why the slips are standing as close as they are, because we've already seen 2 not carry, even to those pretty close in men in the cordon. Is that really how you say that?
What, Cubbit or arbour?
Cowbit.
Cubbit, yeah, Cubbit apparently.
Is it really?
I think so, Marcus. If you could, I think he sent us an email last week, and I think he said it's Cubbit.
I never knew that. I mean,
Yeah,
I grew up in Lincolnshire as well. Not that part of Lincolnshire, but yeah, okay, learned something new. Stewart bowls. This is prodded into the covers by Price for no run, and that is another maiden over from Grant Stewart. And Gloucestershire having the pressure piled on to them. There's been only really the one loose delivery in the first now, what is it, 8 overs. So that shows you, if you can just stay rhythmical, settle in on that line and length, pitch is offering enough, and the bowlers are skillful enough to get that out of the pitch. And really, it's only been that one drive ball that Ben Charlesworth had that's really been a loose one. 15 for 2.
Gilchrist comes in, that's off the side pad, dribbles down to fine leg, and will go away for a leg bye. I thought Ollie Price played that one that went to slip pretty well though. Again, he played it with the soft hands, and that's why the ball, he's not pushing at the ball, he's just waiting and playing it under his head, and that's a sign of a class player.
In the first innings at Derby, he was out doing that to Anuj Dal, and Dal, not being of a particularly great pace, looked round in utter disbelief that the ball had carried. But you've got to give yourself that chance, haven't you, of it not carrying?
Gilchrist to Price, plays that back to the bowler. Nice straight bat there from Ollie Price. I've got to come and do an update here. As Gilchrist comes in, Price drives handsomely, hits the stumps, and they go through for 1.
That's where your straight drive's too good.
Hi, well, it's been an exceptionally good Friday for the hosts here at Canterbury as Kent have taken the first 2 Gloucestershire wickets. They've removed the Australian Test star Cameron Bancroft and the Gloucestershire skipper as well. He was LBW by Gilchrist for 2. Ben Charlesworth was out, with exactly the same mode of dismissal. He was out for 8 as Kent look to continue their wonderful start to the season. And can they make it 3 out of 3? Meanwhile, over at Hove, Sussex chose to bat in their game against 3 times champion Surrey. and they're 43 without loss to continue their good start to the season. And you can find ball-by-ball commentary of both of these games, which are available via the BBC app and the BBC website. Lovely 4 there from Miles Hammond. Over pitched by Gilchrist, as Ed Seaborn and I have got a bit of Bon Jovi in our ear.
Well, I think it's a great soundtrack for the county championship, personally.
Hammond leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves of Finch. And that completes the over. Gloucestershire 25 for 2. Hammond's on 9, Ollie Price on 6, Bancroft and Charlesworth. LBW to Nathan Gilchrist for 2 and 8 respectively. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Ed Seaborn, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Sport app, and live on the Kent YouTube channel. Did I get that right?
And via your smart speaker, BBC
Indeed.
Sounds, you can ask your smart speaker to play Kent versus Gloucestershire Day 1. The Day 1 being the important bit. And most smart speakers should do that for you. So back-to-back boundaries in that over for Miles Hammond. One flick down the leg side, one creamed cover drive. Stewart to continue, strays onto the pads of Price, who whips this one away through mid-wicket for 4 more. So just in the last couple of overs, Kent just straying a little bit. And that's the thing, especially if you're put in on these Day 1s, you might get the most pace out of it as a bowler, but if you're a bit offline, then you're far more likely to go for runs because of the pace that the batters can use. So if you get it right, it should be good for the bowlers, but if you don't, then you could find yourself in a bit of trouble, as Glamorgan did, having put Gloucestershire in last week. They found themselves staring at a lot of Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price, and Gloucestershire were 368 for 3 after the first day there. We're not expecting similar things here as Stewart bowls. Let's let go.
When you insert the opposition, as Kent have done here, how many do you want down by lunch? 3 or 4?
Well, I think these days that I don't even look at that personally. I think in this situation, if you're Kent, yes, you probably, I'd say you'd want 3 at least. But I don't think that sides look at it that way anymore, because you're trying so hard to force a result, knowing that it's quite likely to go deep on the 4th day now, pretty routinely. So I think teams look at it less like what's it going to be like on the first morning. Stewart is in and bowls, and Price with a pleasant forward push sends the ball to mid-on. But actually it's more, are we going to be in control of it on the final day? And it's gone from being a case of teams thinking we're in control on the final day by having 300 on the board and thinking we're going to defend that, to being, if we can chase 300, then we're in great shape, as Kent did against Middlesex. Stewart bowls, and oh, that's a beauty. I don't know how that's not taken the edge. Grant Stewart certainly doesn't know either. It pitched on about middle and off, just kissed the slope, and has somehow missed the outside edge of Price through to the keeper. And Price has done nothing wrong there. You've got to play at that because it's a straight delivery, but it's just done enough to beat the edge. But he's not gone at it with his hands, or he certainly would have been bringing the now 3 slips into play as a fielder at cover. Stewart is in, bowls, good length ball, let go, outside off.
Marcus has been in touch. Yes, it is pronounced Cubbit. And he also says that Joey Everson has relatives in Gosberton, where he grew up just north of Spalding. So there you go. Lincolnshire language here.
I assume he's been to the Bulb Museum many a time. That was an exciting afternoon, I'm sure, at the Spalding Bulb Museum. In comes Stewart, bowls, skewed away and well stopped at backward point. It squirted off a thick edge from Price straight down into the ground, but that could have been a couple of runs if it had got by. 10 overs gone, Gloucestershire 29 for 2.
I assume these are bulbs that you put in the garden, not light
Not
bulbs.
light bulbs, no. But that would be a cracking idea for a museum as well. Just think of, I mean, look at those floodlight bulbs up there. There must be all sorts of different floodlight bulbs used around the country just for cricket alone.
Yeah. Patrick's been in touch. Lovely to see 2 early wickets for Kent. Let's go for a hat-trick of victories. He's also keeping an eye on Ramsgate FC today, who can seal promotion if they beat Hythe Town this afternoon. Fantastic commentary. Enjoy the East Kent sunshine from Broadstairs Paddy. Well, good luck to Ramsgate.
Oh,
and
gorgeous on a day like this.
Yeah.
Even though we do have the best seat in the house for this, I'm quite jealous of those that can get off to the likes of Margate, Broadstairs, etc. today.
Yeah, Broadstairs,
gorgeous
lovely.
On the coast.
Yeah, or Whitstable. Let's go and have some oysters.
Do you know, I've not been to Whitstable, actually.
A little bit of Tabasco. Yeah. Change of bowling. Kashif Ali is coming on from the Nackington Road end as he starts with a decent delivery into Miles Hammond. Kashif made his debut last week. He could have had, well, he only got 3 wickets in the first innings. Didn't pick up any in the second. He could have had 7. He just nibbles it about. His run-up does start in Margate, but he's off quite a lengthy run. But he looks a good signing. Unfortunately, news came through of the other Kent signing this week. Keith Dudgeon's had to return back to South Africa through injury. As Kashif comes in and Hammond plays that one straight down the ground to Zach Crawley. Yeah, Keith Dudgeon sadly had to go back to South Africa, and having taken 8 wickets on debut in the away game at Northamptonshire for Kent, he did his knee in training on the eve of the Middlesex game last week, and he sadly won't be playing for the remainder of his stay. He's due to stay till the end of May as Kashif comes in, and that's off the pad. Hammond goes a long way. There's a strangled appeal. More of a polite inquiry, really.
So surely he's got some bat on that, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he has, yeah. Both of these two now have moved into double figures. Gloucestershire 30 for 2. Yeah, so Kashif came over. He was from... where did he came from? Well, he started his career for Rawalpindi, where he made his debut against Suez Southern Gas Corporation.
Oh yes, no, but was it the southern or the northern?
Well, he later played for Suez Northern Gas Pipelines.
Yes, my favourite team.
Here he is to Ollie Price, who drives beautifully. That could well go away. It's going towards the Cowdrey Pavilion. No, it's just going to be a couple, but that is elegance there from Ollie Price. Yeah, do you reckon the 2 sets of fans have
that's what I think,
over like energy tariffs and stuff like that?
Yeah, it would be a nightmare if somebody started the chant, give me an S, give me a U.
Anyway, he played 1 test this winter, Kashif, for Pakistan against West Indies, and he had he ruined the symmetry actually, because at one point he had 1 test, 1 run in both innings, and 1 wicket. Yeah. But then he dismissed, as that goes back straight to the bowler, he dismissed Tevin Imlach, the West Indies wicket-keeper, to give him 2 test wickets. So, Kashif, you've ruined it, mate. You've ruined it for symmetry fans.
Yes, and not to be confused with Worcestershire's Kashif Ali as well.
He's a good player.
A breakout year last year. Was it last year when he scored the twin hundreds at Edgbaston in the first round? It was. He's
from the Saka programme, same as Zaman Akhtar at Gloucestershire, who's sitting this one out. Oh, that's gorgeous. Ollie Price. Elegance personified. Straight drive. And takes him on to 16. Shot of the morning so far.
Well, we did say it's a surface where if you get the right ball, you can play that shot. You might get yourself in trouble if one just nips back, but that was so full that he could just stand tall, play it right underneath his eye line. That was not going anywhere else, that one, other than straight to the boundary. And I think for Ollie Price, because he is a player who likes to play so straight, sometimes you just feel on a quicker surface, he would have maybe a couple more hundreds even than he does, because he likes to be able to straight drive, and so often on slower pitches you just can't. There isn't the pace to do it. You can't beat mid-off and mid-onset straight. But here you're certainly going to be able to do that. Stewart will have a 6th over. 36 for 2 and over pitches, and he's driven well by Hammond. There's a fumble up at mid-off, and they're going to run on the fumble as well from Nathan Gilchrist. So Hammond gets off strike again. He's got 11 from only 9 balls. Gloucestershire up to 37 for 2.
You said he might come in and counter-attack, and he's done exactly that, hasn't he, Miles Hammond?
Well, I just think in this situation, he might look at it and go, well, this is more the old-fashioned, dare I say it now, type of green pitch that you expect there to be plenty of wickets falling. Stewart in, outside off, and no shot. So you might take the attitude of, if I can get a quick 30 or 40, and I know that that doesn't sound like much, but you know, you were talking about a couple of 50s last week being key scores. So if it's going to be that type of game, then actually it could be quite important, especially in this situation where Gloucestershire have lost 2 quick ones.
In the first innings, however, that wicket got easier, and he saw 200s win the game for Kent.
Stewart bowls, and Price plays respectfully up to mid-on.
Stewart just probes away, doesn't he? Just nibbles it about. He's a good cricketer from Western Australia. I'm sure he'll know the batter in, not next, but the one after, Cameron Green.
But he's actually Granta Stewart, isn't he?
He's Italian passport, yes, indeed. Yeah, we had, he was on a Hungarian passport last week.
Deploy is, yeah. Forward goes Price and defends into the offside.
The Budapest Bradman.
Well, I saw one of those clips, as you do, from the European Cricket League, where Deploy scored something like 130 off about 35 balls or something like that, something utterly absurd. But apparently he has to play some of those games so that he can maintain his Hungarian passport. So he's got to play for Hungary in those European cricket games, which is magnificent. This is left by Price as Stewart can't tempt him outside the off stump. There's a bit of a stare there. I'm not sure whether that was just a look towards the slip cordon to say something, or whether Stewart was having a little bit of a conversation with Ollie Price.
Yeah, I think he might be one to appraise the batter's technique somewhat. Him and Eskenazi, who's also from a Western Australian background, they were combative last week, let's say.
Excellent. Deep square's gone back for this last ball of the over. Stewart bowls and just passes the edge of Price again. Was expecting there to have been a little noise there. That one was a bit further outside off, but that ball was probably the one from Stewart that swung the most, actually, in his spell so far. He really got that one to shape through the air, and it beats Price all ends up. But the end of the over might be the end of Stewart's spell. 6 overs, 0 for 13, but you know, he's bowled as well as Gilchrist has. He just doesn't have a wicket yet. 37 for 2.
Yeah, he's just gone a little wider on the crease there, isn't he? He uses the crease well, Grant Stewart. He's gone a little wider on the crease, angled it in, and moved it away. So Kashi Valley off this long run. You've been over to Thanet at all?
No.
No,
actually,
it's a nice part of the world. As here he comes around the wicket to Hammond, who squirts out off a thick outside edge, never in trouble. And the ball dribbles out into the offside, and that's a sub-fielder on there, I think. I'll have a look. Edgar Bassett has been in touch. He's a Gloucestershire fan from, I think, down in Southampton or somewhere like that. He said the middle stump and head cricket, unbelievable chemistry in the comms box. Up the Shire. Well, Edgar, who said romance was dead, eh? Gloss 37 for 2 as Kashi Valley comes in around the wicket, and Hammond pushes that into the offside, and they scamper through for a single.
No, yesterday I actually got here quite early and did about a 10-mile round trip to Blean Woods,
Ooh.
just north of Canterbury. Absolutely magnificent place. I'm very jealous of those that live in Canterbury to have that just on the doorstep, because it is absolutely beautiful. It's one of the few places in the country where you might have a chance of seeing a lesser spotted woodpecker. I didn't, but
Oh.
gather that some people can.
Are they the green ones or the black and white ones?
They're one of the black and white ones.
Here's Kashif Ali, and Price defends. The 12th is on, by the way, is Chris Benjamin, joined from Warwickshire over the winter.
No, they're the ones that are, well, they are lesser than the greater ones, you see.
Well,
They've
not so
named it
much of
that
a
way.
woodpecker.
Although, yes. So they tend to like to sort of hammer into dead trees, branches, whatever, because they're quite small, don't have such long beaks. So they need the dead trees, and unfortunately nowadays, because those are scooped up for use burning, there aren't so many of them, which has led to the lesser spotted woodpecker being very much lesser spotted.
Compton's just gone on to, well, is it silly mid-on? He's just in front of the non-striker. It's not quite a silly mid-on, it's a bit
Short,
deeper.
straight mid-on, I tend to go with for that one.
It's Price, that's gone up in the air, nearly goes to Compton. I'm not sure if there was any bat involved, but 2 balls left of the over. It's a strange concept, isn't it? Headbutting a tree to get your food.
Yes. Well, they have extendable tongues, woodpeckers, and if you know
Do
this,
they?
they basically wrap around their brain in their head, and they're incredibly long. But they've also, got a lot of reinforcement up there. Their brains are capable of withstanding that sort of stress.
That's again nipped back, hits Ollie Price in the thigh pad. Listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn discussing on the BBC Nature channel, discussing a little bit of cricket here and there. As woodpeckers. I saw loads of dead pheasants as well on the road this morning. I'm all for teaching pheasants the Green Cross coded, because how many of them do you see just like dead on the road this time of year?
It's magnificent, the ones that get almost halfway across the road, and then instead of carrying on, which would be quickest, there's the moment of hesitation, they turn back and go the way they've come. That's where they're going wrong.
Ali in to Ollie Price, who just angles that one down through the gully, and he's going to come for 2. He's quick. And this outfield, again, is quite sharp, although Bristol's a very quick outfield.
I say most of them nowadays, with the improved drainage, even the ones that don't have the multi-million pound drainage jobs, if you get dry weather like this, you would not want to be diving on them.
No. 40 for 2 after just shy of an hour here this morning. Ollie Price is on 18. Miles Hammond is on 12, with Bancroft and Charlesworth both back in the pavilion. Both LBW to Nathan Gilchrist for 2 and 8 respectively, when the score was on 6 and 15. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Gloucestershire, BBC Sport app, through your smart speaker, and on the Kent YouTube channel. I think I've got that one just about right, haven't I?
Yes, and it's the close of play, actually. The players are walking off. No, here comes Grant Stewart for his 7th over, bowls wide of Hammond's off stump, and there's no shot. So Stewart has either got in the captain's ear, or Daniel Bell-Drummond has said, can you do a 7th? Because Stewart's not got a wicket yet, and I'd imagine he's probably fairly sort of... Well, having seen your opening partner take a couple and you feel you've bowled at least as well as he has, you don't really want to quit without getting one yourself, do you? Stewart bowls full, Hammond drives and skews it down to fine leg. He'll take a single and think about 2, but won't come through for it. That was not a convincing shot from Miles Hammond, but again he's picked up a single and got off strike, which he's doing quite regularly here. 41 for 2. I think that Cameron Bancroft will probably feel that he's seen enough of Nathan Gilchrist in the time that he's been over here, because it was Nathan Gilchrist who bowled the one over that looked to have spoiled Gloucestershire's chances of reaching the knockout stages of the Blast last year as well, when Kent won that shortened 5 over in the end game at Cheltenham. Yeah, and it was Gilchrist who bowled a short wide ball to Bancroft and cut it straight to short third, and that looked as if it might have scuppered Gloucestershire as forward goes Price and plays this one back to the bowler. And both Bell Drummond and David Payne, we both interviewed, said, well, Bell Drummond in particular said, we've burgled this, because Gloucestershire had outplayed Kent for 24 overs. They'd been restricted Kent to quite a low total, especially for Cheltenham. And then after, the spectators made quite a lot of noise to the umpires to say, we can get back out here. Unfortunately, it was really a case of careful what you wish for.
Grant Stewart is going off injured here. He's going off the pitch mid-over. That's not a good sign for Kent.
Well, he's walking okay. That's the good news. There's no physio that's come out. He hasn't needed any assistance to help him off. But this has got to have been something that's happened in those, or at least in those 3 deliveries, because you're not going to push a bowler who's thinking that he's got something up with him for a 7th over if he's, if there's something that might be aggravated. So he's obviously just felt something recently. Yeah, that's not good news for Kent, because Stewart has been absolutely superb with bat and ball this season. And having had Matt Quinn pull up injured after a few balls in a pre-season, Jazz Singh's going to take the remainder of this over. Yeah, so he'll have 3 balls to bowl. Starts well with a delivery that comes back towards Price, maybe just with the angle, but certainly a contrast to what we've just seen from Stewart, who's been taking the ball away. I think he's been fantastic, Jazz Singh, this season. Went out to Adelaide. He only took 1 wicket in the county championship last year. Gone out to Adelaide, worked on his game, and he reminds me of Dominic Goodman in a way as a bowler. Tall, hits the pitch hard. Here he comes. Umpire Watts is tall as well as he passes him and goes right past Ollie Price's defensive shot. That's a really fine delivery, having had one maybe at least go on the angle towards Price. That one just again maybe hitting the slope a bit and shaping away. I must say, the first time I saw Jazz Singh was in a T20 here, and I don't think that he would want me to remind him of exactly what happened in his second over, I think it was, as this is turned into the leg side up towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's 41 for 2 after 14 overs. I believe he was removed from the attack for bowling 2 no balls over waist height, and had gone for about 26 or something in the over at that point. But it's been good to watch his clear development since, because you sort of think, you get a young cricketer out there. I can't remember whether it was his debut or not, but it was certainly one of his first games, and you think, gosh, that's exactly the sort of experience that could just scar a young bowler especially, but clearly it hasn't.
Kashi Valley. Here he comes to Miles Hammond, who's on 13, who drives pleasantly, but Zach Crawley comes across from mid-off. Good to see him back in the runs last week. Zach Crawley gave the innings, got a 50 in Kent's response, chasing 316. It's Middlesex. He was bowled by Zafar Gahar, who once of Gloucestershire's parish, for 58, but he gave the innings some real impetus. So Dominic Goodman, as we just spoke about, he's one of the Gloucestershire players left out, travelled with the squad, as Ali comes in to Hammond, who pushes that out again to Crawley. Joe Phillips was another, I'm a big fan of Joe Phillips' batting. He's very strong through the offside, give him any width. Never mind a Cornish cream tea, it's a Cornish cream through the covers when he gets going. It really is. He's a wonderful player. And Zaman Akhtar was the other one left out of the side, which I was a little surprised considering they've got a rotation policy obviously with the bowlers, but they left Ajit Singh Dale out as well. So I'm surprised they left both of those out. That's a good delivery from Kashif. Hammond just flirting casually with that one.
Well, I'm wondering if they are thinking that they may not need the greater pace on this particular surface, that actually just picking... I know they've brought De Lange back in, but if De Lange bowls the way that he did at Derby, then he will have good success on this pitch, because he banged a few in short, but not many. So when he did, they were real surprise bouncers and mostly just settled in on a good length and swung the ball away.
Kashif in, that's a good delivery to Miles Hammond, angled in, beats the outside edge and misses the off stump by the width of a cigarette paper.
Good grief. That's a ball not to get a wicket. We've seen a few so far.
It's the seed of doom, that, isn't it? You don't want those. You don't want too many of those when you're batting.
Here's the avenue of apprehension.
Kashif bustling in. Oh, another one. This is how he bowled against Middlesex. He's doesn't get much luck, Kashif.
Maybe he's just doing too much with the ball.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But he gets bounced, comes in from around the wicket and gets bounced, moves it away, and he's a wonderful bowler.
He's right in the Kent mould, isn't he? If you look at the likes of Gilchrist and Stewart, and of course they signed Michael Hogan for a year, they've clearly got a plan for the type of bowler that they want.
In he comes. Hammond plays that one well, actually. Plays it with soft hands, and it goes downwards to Compton at 4 slip. That completes a maiden for Kashif. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Gloucestershire are 41 for 2 here, just after an hour's play at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And you're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn.
Every ball of every county championship game available on the BBC Sport website and app. Glamorgan 46 for 1 at Lords, having been put in by Middlesex. Dane Patterson taking the 1 wicket to fall of Byron for 18. As Jas Singh starts a new over, bowls to Price. It's on the pads. There's a shout for leg before it was given him. Well, he took some time there, did Chris Watts. It was a ball which was shaping back. The question is whether it shaped back enough. It had to have pitched on leg and hit leg, because there's no other stump that's in question there. It was a ball which looked to be heading down the leg side, but it did have that away shape, except because it started on leg stump, it was into Ollie Price. But wow, he certainly gave Ollie Price the slow death there, did Chris Watts, and that's a huge strike, because it looked as though Price and Hammond had started to really steady the ship. But it's a 3rd wicket, and Gloucestershire are 41 for 3.
I've got to do an update in a minute, but I think Ollie Price might feel hard done by there.
Well, it's interesting, because Chris Watts was the umpire up at Derby, and he gave Miles Hammond out to a very similar one, which, you know, clearly Chris Watts is an umpire that thinks if there's a chance it's going to shave leg stump, then out. Because we've seen that twice now. So, you know, if you're Gloucestershire, I suppose you'd be thinking, try and pitch it on leg and hit leg, because there's he's not an umpire that looks at that seemingly and goes, nah, leg side-ish.
Well, you just join us as Kent have taken their 3rd wicket of the morning, and Ollie Price, the stylish number 3 from Gloucestershire, who's no doubt got England aspirations in the future. He was adjudged LBW to Jazz Singh for 18. Cameron Bancroft, the Australian Test player, he's LBW to Nathan Gilchrist for 2. And Ben Charlesworth was also LBW to Nathan Gilchrist for 8. So 41 for 3 here at Canterbury. Meanwhile, over at Hove, Sussex chose to bat against Surrey. Their 73 without loss are going well. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of all these games, which are available via the BBC app and the BBC website.
Well, Cameron Green has come out at number 5, so he's come out ahead of James Bracey, and his first ball for Gloucestershire is a boundary. It wasn't a particularly convincing one because the drive was aimed for the covers and it's gone out towards deep backward point, but he is off the mark. Cameron Green with 4. It's a fine way to start. 45 for 3. Had another look at that LBW. I don't think it's coming back. That was what I'd wondered just live, but goodness me. In goes Jazz Singh and bowls and beats Green's outside edge. As this is going to be a bit of a test for Cameron Green in his first game professionally for, what is it now, 6-7 months. He's going to be facing the swinging Duke's ball and coming out with Gloucestershire 3 down. This is going to be quite the welcome back to England for Cameron Green. In comes Jazz Singh and bowls, edged but short of third slip, again played with soft hands by Cameron Green. We've seen a few of those with the bowling from this end, especially just looking as though the edge just is going to need quite a bit on it from the batter to carry through to the slip cordon. Next delivery is driven beautifully past mid-on, and that will be 4 runs. That is a pretty typical Cameron Green shot. He's such a strong driver of the ball, whether that be through the covers or straight down the ground. Of course, he's got the ability to cut and pull as well, because he's rather tall, is Cameron Green, but those strong front foot shots really is bread and butter. 49 for 3.
That was lovely, wasn't it? Really nice shot. Just looking at the Ollie Price dismissal there, I think he'll consider himself very unfortunate.
Jazz Singh in and bowls, and skewed by Green, who's looking to clip this one through the leg side. Gets, I think, a leading edge, but goes down into the ground. It's fielded up at mid-off, so a couple of boundaries from the over, but also Gloucestershire losing their 3rd wicket. They are 49 for 3, 13 to Hammond, 8 to Green. Ollie Price, I'm afraid I'm going to damn it with this, adjudged LBW for 18. And once again, I mean, this is 3 matches in now. We are seeing that umpires are being very aggressive, and I mean, it's not just that Hammond dismissal. We saw Tom Price given out with 2 LBWs in the first 2 games to balls that struck him in front of leg stump. This is a consistent issue, or at least maybe that's just what's going to happen this year, but it needs to be consistent if that's what's going to happen. You're going to get given out struck in front of leg stump.
Hammond facing Kashif Ali, who lets that one go, and it thumps into the gloves of Harry Finch. We'll keep you updated with scores from around the country as well. Sussex are 84 without loss now in that game against Surrey at Hove, of just 15 overs, going at a fair old lick. In the Battle of the North, Yorkshire 44 for 1 against Durham in that game at Chester Street. As Kashif comes in, that's a nice shot there by Hammond. Just pushes that, but it's enough to bring up the Gloucestershire 50 in the 17th over of the morning, and it's taken an hour and 9 minutes. Meanwhile, at Chelmsford, Essex 64 for 2. They're cookless. For the first time in probably about 20 years, actually. No Sir Alistair, obviously. He's retired a couple of years ago. And
Certainly
Sam,
long enough time.
was rested by England, which is interesting.
Yes, rested despite not having actually played for England yet, but that does show you something.
Somerset, 59 for 1 at the Utilita Bowl, just outside Southampton. Warwickshire, they're off for rain actually at the moment. They are 34 for 2 as Kashif comes in, and again Daniel Bell-Drummond's positioned himself at that sort of short mid-on. It's not silly, but it's short. Glamorgan at Lords, they're 50 for 1. And Derbyshire against Northamptonshire, they're 67 for 3 at Derby. You went to Derby the other weekend. How was it?
Yeah. Oh, it's always a great place to be as a broadcaster. They look after you extremely well, but the pitch was actually a little more sporting than some at Derby I've seen.
Green up on his toes, defends. Kashif Ali just probing away here. How Gloucestershire would, or how Kent would love just to remove this tall Western Australian.
Yeah, well, he's got a fantastic first-class record, averaging nearly 48 in first-class cricket, but it's well into the 50s if you look at his domestic first-class record.
Kashif Ali, Green again, gets up on his toes, defends this. I saw on social media that I saw a piece on the Gloucestershire's social media, and they asked him if he could be an animal.
Yes.
What animal would he be? And what did he reply?
Well, he said a squirrel, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which I think was just purely because he'd seen a squirrel the other day and thought, because they get given the questions beforehand. There's not completely off the cuff.
Okay.
And I think he possibly just thought, well, I'm just going to pick the first animal that I see and go with that. I don't know. Maybe he didn't.
Good job there's not that lime tree in the outfield anymore. Oh, that's well driven. That's handsome there from Green, but can't beat mid-off. 50 for 3 after 17 overs here this morning. Do you get squirrels in Western Australia? I don't think you do you?
I don't think so. They've got a few things that have been introduced, and then they have the issue with the rabbits, don't they? The rabbit-proof fence.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
I don't know about this.
There's a rabbit-proof fence because they need to protect their native mammals. So
right.
Yeah. I don't know about squirrels though. I wouldn't think so. I think they've probably got other sort of similar things filling that niche over there.
Like funnel web spiders and
I'm not sure about them, but
the brown snake and stuff like that. Things that will kill you.
Rodents and marsupials with bizarre names. In comes Jas Singh and bowls, timed off the bat there from Hammond. Green fancied a single, which there certainly wasn't, and Hammond does well to scream no at him, and Green has got a fair turning circle on him, given his considerable size, but that's in height, obviously, and muscle, rather than than in anything else. But it might take him a little bit of time just to turn tail and flee, so it was a good call from Miles Hammond. 50 for 3. It's Singh over the wicket, and this is an attempted work through mid-wicket by Hammond that goes quite straight, and I think mid-on would have got it anyway, even if Jas Singh hadn't got down in his follow-through.
I rate this lad highly, Jas Singh. I think he's going to be a quality bowler. Just back of a length, nibbles it about, and he'll run in all day for you.
We'll see what happens with Grant Stewart. His workload might have just increased for the day. Bowling now wide. Hammond flashes at a drive and doesn't make contact with it. It was almost too wide for him to reach. He was lunging after it and didn't get any bat on it. I suppose with their balance, Kent that is, with Joey Everson as the seam bowling all-rounder, they're a bit more equipped to handle a seam bowling injury than perhaps Gloucestershire, with Ben Charlesworth now doing some bowling, but he would be the fourth seam option given that Cameron Green isn't expected to bowl. Just Singh bowls, Hammond drives. He'll pick up 4, I think, for this, unless the outfield's particularly slow in that part of the ground. It's not. The ball crosses the rope now. So Hammond driving, sending it squarer perhaps than he might have aimed, but he timed it well enough. And it is 54 for 3, Hammond up to 18. So still signalling that if there is a drive there, Hammond's going to go for it, and potentially that is going to bring those slips into play. They're going with 2 in a gully. Are they now? No, they're not. Moving back to 3 slips. Just a little bit wider apart, though. Singh bowls, Hammond drives sweetly through the covers. That's a gorgeous shot. Miles Hammond really is at his best when he's executing that flowing cover drive, not like the flashing shot that was attempted earlier on in the over. He just waits for that one that's just a fraction closer to him. There's really, by the looks of things, very little that can go wrong with that particular shot. He's such a fluent player through the covers when he just takes that little bit off the swing and controls it. 58 for 3. So second time in this innings so far that Hammond has picked up back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, he loses shape a little bit and he tries to hit it too hard, doesn't he? But he's a wonderful player, Miles Hammond. I really rate him highly.
So again, the last ball of the over deep square leg goes back. Just Singh bowls, and as always, it's not a short ball, it's full and wide, and Hammond clunks this drive somewhat up to Gilchrist at mid-off. So Just Singh has certainly had things happen in his 2.5 overs that he's bowled, because he completed that over when Grant Stewart went off. Nathan Gilchrist just jogging off for a brief break, I suspect, as well, down below us. But 16 runs have come from Just Singh's bowling, apologies. But he's got that wicket of Ollie Price as well. 58 for 3, 16 overs have gone.
Yeah,
in an hour and 16 minutes. So
yeah.
I know there's been 3 wickets, so that will get some
decent
leeway
crowd.
for that.
Decent crowd again here at Canterbury. I'd say it's probably similar to last Friday where there were 1,200 in.
Oh, it's 18 overs. My apologies, I can't read the scoreboard. There we go. That's a bit more like it.
Kashif into Green, who plays that to Compton at that short mid-on.
And of course we do have, Kent supporters won't need to hear this, but Gloucestershire fans might want a reminder because it's been a while. We do have the manual scoreboard here as well, which is always magnificent to see. There's just something about, as a cricket fan, just seeing the score tick over on that board, something really satisfying.
What's your favourite scoreboard in the world, Ed? Adelaide's always quite good. Some of the Australian ones quite. I always like Trent Bridge when I'll come on to it. So that's just pushed back down the ground. Back in the old days when they'd actually put the batters' names actually in writing. So you'd have like Gower or Lamb, cause always before they were just a number, weren't they?
Well, nowadays it's got the Batman scoreboard at Trent Bridge. That's one of the best scoreboards at giving you all the information, but just in a really nicely presented way. But do you know, I can remember 4 years ago you asking me this question. I don't know if anybody else will be remembering it. I'll give you the same answer.
Kashif. Oh, that's just nipped back and hit Green amidships. Go on.
So it's at Green Park in Kanpur. It's probably my favourite one. So there again, they've, like you say, they've got the names of the batters that they, I guess, paint onto strips of wood and stick them in. But the best feature of it is they have this little light in the shape of an M, and with every dot ball that is bowled, the sides of the M, the vertical sides of it, light up. Oh. So you get the 3 dots, and then if it's a maiden, the M is completed.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Well, Kashif Ali would be 2 balls away, 2 dot balls away from getting the M up if we were over in Kanpur, but we're not. We're here at Canterbury and it's a manual scoreboard. But the crowd here building up nicely. The patrons to our left, the members here at Kent.
Actually, I think if Kent ever went down the Somerset route, with Somerset being called Hyderabad for a while. I think this would have to be Kanpur-Tabri, I suppose, something like that. If they ever want that, that's the name for it. Mark it down.
That's just defended by Green. Green wicket, Green batsman.
He's looking as though he's getting quite a long way down, is Cameron Green, and he doesn't really need to take too much of a stride to do that. But he, even from here, we're not in the best place to see it, but it does look as if he's certainly batting on his crease, but then a lot of the time he's just walking down, trying to negate whatever movement he can.
Kashif Ali. Oh, that's a little bit of extra bounce. Green plays that well. Just rides the bounce, and that is a maiden. 58 for 3. Kashif Ali 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Drop us an email this morning to bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We'll read out the best ones. We had our Easter 11 last week, which Ed Seaborn's having nothing to do with whatsoever.
Well, I just think, if you had it last week, I will not have something resurrected this week. I just will not have you do it.
Very good.
So,
well, surely there's some Gloucestershire fans. We had some really good ones last week. We had Arul Last Sapphire. We had, given the Kent connection, 30 pieces of Aravinda de Silva.
Here comes Jas Singh over the wicket now to Miles Hammond, and this is turned into the leg side. Goes out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
We had Alfonso Doubting Thomas. See, that's made Ed chuckle.
Oh no, it's as long as they're good, it's all right. I think some of them we're possibly having to stretch a little.
Neil O'Brien, we had.
Yes, that. Yeah, no. It's no good. That. There's a deep backward point out. As Singh is in, bowls down leg side. It's come off something. What's it come off? Not out, says the umpire. I must say, I thought that it was pad, and I think judging by the fact that Kent are getting back into their positions without too much grumbling, they knew it was as well. But if you don't ask, you don't get.
If you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle.
Ooh, okay. Well, there was a raffle last week done by James Bracey's other half, raised £600 for Southmead Hospital at Bristol, so congratulations to everyone involved with that again. Singh in and bowls, and tapped back to the bowler by Hammond.
I believe our good friend Andy Brassington as well, he's auctioning off prints of Jack Russell, who made his debut with Sid Lawrence. Sid, for Kent fans who aren't aware, I'm sure every Gloucestershire fan's aware, but he's been struck down with the cruel motor neurons disease, and Andy Brassington is raising funds for that, and we'll tell you where you can have a look at that website as well.
Singh over the wicket, bowls, and Hammond pushes forward.
Help out a loyal servant of Gloucestershire and of England as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm just trying to find, just to confirm the date. I think in my head I've got something like the 20th of June. Yes, it is. 20th of June is Pink for Sid Day at Bristol. So again, wear something pink, come down and support that fantastic and close to Gloucestershire Hearts cause. Singh bowls full, driven by Hammond sweetly for 4. He beats mid off, and again it rolls over those practice pitches. I think it would have gone for 4 anyway. He's timed it that well. Just a little bit over pitched, but you don't blame Jas Singh too much for trying it, because he's trying to draw that drive from Hammond, but Hammond wins that mini battle at 62 for 3. And, you know, you've only got to win one of those as a bowler, whereas the batter's got to keep executing that drive. Gilchrist goes a little straighter at mid-off. Singh is in and bowls, and Hammond just plays that one quite late, but out into the offside securely enough. And it's 62 for 3 at the end of that over. 26 to Hammond, 8 to Cameron Green on his Gloucestershire debut.
Debut, as the Australians say. D-A-Y-B-O-O.
Well, he's also, unfortunately, in the Australian accent, his name does sound a little bit like something else. He is Cameron Green, not Cameron Groin.
Well, just to make him feel at home, his side are 3 for 62, mate, as the curator.
Oh, the curator, yes, that's always a great one. I love that.
Has prepared a little bit of a snake pit out here.
I love that the Australians call them the curator. That's just, I don't know. Anyway, we digress.
I'm not sure there's been any sundries.
No, I think so.
Kashif
might have been a
Ali.
leg by.
Ah, yes, there has been, yeah. Kashif Ali as Green leaves that one alone. Walking down the pitch to Kashif. Kashif looks a little bit discombobulated out there, doesn't he?
Well, he wants Cameron Green actually to be playing at that. He's trying to put in Green's mind that it's really dangerous to be leaving that one, especially on length. But actually, from what we've seen so far from this surface, you probably can leave on length if it's just a bit back of a length. So he wants to be staring at Green saying, how can you possibly leave that? But he knows, you'd think, that he can continue to do that after seeing that delivery pass safely by.
Kashif Ali in, short and pulled. Cameron Green's nailed that one. Gone away down to the Freeman Flats for 4 runs, and he probably got a hold of that. Came out the screws.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the thing, isn't it? Okay, they've got the deep square and the almost long leg back, but a man who plays his cricket and says that his favourite ground is the Wacker, you're going to have to really get a bad error of judgment from him to get him out on the short ball, you would think.
Yeah, don't
even
bowl
though
short.
Kashif Ali is also a test bowler, but Cameron Green's also somebody used to playing those sorts of surfaces.
Oh, that's a better delivery. Green gets a thick inside edge, aiming through the offside, goes through the onside. I loved Gloucestershire's social media when they signed him. They announced it as Green Day and started playing the music from the band. Anyway, you're listening to Ed Seaborn and the basket case that is Dan Whiting.
Yeah, you are if you think calling Green Day music, goodness me.
Lovely morning here. Blue skies, just a hint of cloud. There's a little bit over Thanet over there in the distance to our left. Kashif Ali around the wicket. Hammond plays that straight up the ground. Only to pick out Gilchrist at mid-on. Yet there's a little bit of cloud over Thanet. Turner wrote that it has the most beautiful skies in all of Europe back in the day as he painted them. Turner Gallery at Margate, of course, up the road.
Well, he'd probably know, because he used to travel around pretty much every city. I mean, there's very few places that don't have a Turner in their city art gallery, so he ought to know.
But Margate's gone really sort of quite cool now. They call it Shoreditch-on-Sea, as Hammond might get 4 runs for that. It's going to run away down the hill.
Oh dear.
That's probably 4,
I'm sorry,
if
you don't say that is 4, that's really quite poor.
I would say that the third umpire would definitely signal a 4. He doesn't know. The fielder doesn't know.
His entire body was lying over the rope when he palmed it back in. So that's a little bit surprising, but anyway. No, it's been signaled for. I was going to say...
Zach Crawley there telling the umpire that his body was over. Well done, Zach Crawley.
Yeah.
Good sportsmanship there.
Well done.
And he sort of said, look, his body's lying over the ground. Is that Jazz Singh?
It must be, I think, yeah. Don't think that Grant Stewart is back out on the field yet
no,
either.
He's not. Last ball the over. 9 off it already. Hammond moves into the 30s with that boundary. And he's going to get 4 more for that. As again, that squirts through the gully area. All along the ground, it was never in any danger. But Hammond gets another boundary and 13 off A rather expensive over sees Gloucestershire move to 75 for 3 here, having been inserted by Kent. And I think this is even Darren Stevens, as they say in this part of the world.
Oh gosh, I miss Darren Stevens. And I suppose if Darren Stevens were still plying his magnificent trade, then Cameron Green could be part of that Steve I'll get you WhatsApp group that Australia used to have for their county cricketers, I believe. Oh, that was some day. I was actually at the One Day Cup final where Darren Stevens did his usual job for Kent, and Kent beat Lancashire in that One Day Cup final. Sort of made it a bit of, actually didn't go last year because the weather was so bad, but I made it sort of an annual thing to go to the One Day Cup final. But magnificent chance of one more year for Steve-O, and it gradually increased throughout the day.
Oh, he's adored in this part of the world, as you can imagine.
Yeah. We've got a bowling change, and Joey Everson is going to bowl his first spell of the morning. As I'm not sure whether that's just a drink or whether there's some painkillers as well. I think maybe just a drink for Miles Hammond coming out there.
Maybe Joe Phillips has run on with a Cornish cream tea for him, perhaps.
That might be a little bit unadvisable, especially at 12:30. So Green to take strike, he's got 13, and Hammond 34. Still, I think even in this partnership, it's Green who's probably faced the majority of the deliveries. Green's already got to half the balls faced of Hammond. And Hammond out there with Price for some time as well. Sort of general milling about at the moment. Not exactly sure why we're not playing some cricket, but I think there's a bit of field adjustment still going on. There's a short straight mid-on, and Harry Finch is desperately pushing Nathan Gilchrist wider at mid-on. As in goes Everson to bowl, and Green steers this one down through a vacant gully region. That will be at least a couple of runs. Might think about a third here. Hammond is going to turn and take on the arm, and he will make it. So it's 78 for 3. Green on to 16.
I've got to do an update in a second for BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, Green playing a little bit away from his body there, but it was the first ball of the spell. He knows, I'm sure, that Joey Everson will be of a lesser pace than the likes of Jas Singh and Kashi Valley, so had a bit of time to play that one.
The weather's absolutely gorgeous here. Gloucestershire, though, are repairing their innings. They were in a spot of bother at 41 for 3. Their top 3 all LBW. 2 of them to Nathan Gilchrist, 1 to Jas Singh. But Western Australian Cameron Green on debut for Gloucestershire. He's come to the crease. He's on 16 from just 19 balls. Miles Hammond as well. He's got 34 off 38 balls. They're doing a rebuilding job for the visitors. Meanwhile, at Hove, there's another Australian who's just out there, Daniel Hughes. He's out for 62. As Sussex have made a really good start to their game against Surrey. They're 99 for 1. And remember, there's ball-by-ball commentary of all these games that's available via the BBC app and the BBC website.
Right, you haven't missed any runs being scored. Hammond has faced out 3 dot deliveries from Joey Everson. So score still 78 for 3 as we bask in the sunshine at Canterbury. It's pretty much similar weather to what we had last time these two sides met. Pretty much 4 days of warm, unbroken sunshine as forward goes Hammond and plays defensively to mid-off.
Well, you're in the Costa del Canterbury here, Ed, you know.
Well, I think it's taken over from Hove now as the most reliable place for weather that I seem to go to. I think Hove, it last year? No, I think it was the year before. The first time I'd ever seen rain at Hove, despite going there several times for championship matches and T20s. But here, not seen much rain at all. As this is back of a length, rises up on Hammond and strikes him either on the glove or on the shoulder of the bat. Drops down safely into the offside. There's no run.
Do you know where loses most hours a season to rain or bad weather, or maybe bad light as well?
I don't. I'm going to guess it's Bristol. No, it's not Bristol.
Not far away.
I know it's, yeah, is it Taunton?
No.
It's not Taunton.
No.
Oh, Cardiff.
Yeah,
Of course
Cardiff.
it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, should have thought of that.
Yeah.
In general, probably the further east you go, you're usually a bit more safe, even though we know a certain colleague of ours tells you that it's to do with the latitude rather than longitude. I'm not sure he's right.
Is that Mr. Emerson?
It might be Mr. Emerson, yes.
Yeah, he'll say we're too far south here, but we're almost in France here. Anyway, this partnership now is worth 47, and from a Gloucestershire point of view, it's starting to get formidable. Matthew Lee has been in touch. Hi, Dan and Ed. Love the commentary from Gloss #1 fan up the Shire.
Well done.
Hello, Matthew.
Must
Hope
be
you're
read
well,
out
buddy.
correctly.
Right, we've got a change of bowling. Gilchrist is back into the attack and just moves it away slightly, but Cameron Green shuns it, leaves it alone. There's a seagull, rather large seagull. You get big seagulls here.
Well, there are several different types of gull.
There are. Yeah, there are. I think that's a herring gull. About 10 miles inland, but you know, you get some big old boys down at Broadstairs, I tell you. So as that's just onto the pads there, strangled appeal, but Baldwin having nothing to do with it. Yeah, you get some big old gulls over at sort of Broadstairs. I think they live off the Londoners' chips, fish and chips at the weekend, and although you get plenty at Bristol as well after a T20 fighting for scraps around the mound stand there.
Yes, they do tend to swarm at a certain time.
Oh, that's a good leave from Green, just over the top of the off stump. 78 for 3 here. Just under 20 minutes, or just over 20 minutes left to lunch. Good battle this between Kent and Gloucestershire. Kent coming out, removing the top 3 reasonably cheaply. Bancroft and Charlesworth were both LBW to the man bowling here. Nathan Gilchrist, once off the West Country at Somerset. And again, that's good carry through to Harry Finch.
I thought he was going to get one in the stomach then.
And then Ollie Price adjudged LBW to one which we thought he might be rather unlucky to be given to. So that made the score 41 for 3, but these two battling away. It's actually 37 they put on, isn't it? Not 47. Please, can you get me an abacus, Ed? Gilchrist. Again, that's a good leave. That's a tight leave.
That's one that hasn't bounced quite so much. So actually that's the one now that is in Green's mind. And I suspect as he's wandering towards square leg, he's probably thinking, well, perhaps maybe I can't leave on length now after all, having seen that one. Because I don't think that bounced too dissimilarly to, say, was it the second ball of the over? But that one, half stump height.
Again, left alone. That completes a maiden over from Nathan Gilchrist. He's 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. And he's become a very good bowler. He started life out in Zimbabwe. And he was at Somerset for a while, wasn't he?
Yes,
Before arriving.
yeah, they poached him from Somerset as he was able to get more regular cricket here. I can remember seeing Nathan Gilchrist in a pre-season match for Somerset back in 2020, and he bowled very nicely at Bristol, and you sort of thought, well, they're going to struggle to keep hold of him, and it was Kent that was the destination. They seem to be losing a lot of bowlers at the moment. Somerset. Sonny Baker's off to a great start.
Yeah, he is. I agree.
Hampshire career. And then Ned Leonard, who we saw last week. Everson bowls, little straight, and Hammond flicks this down to fine leg. But as we know, there's always a chance if you can wrap that pad in front of leg stump that it might be given. It's 79 for 3.
Talking of Somerset players, I thought George Thomas might come to Gloucestershire. There was talk, wasn't there?
There was.
Scurrilous rumours around.
Well, he doesn't have a new county yet.
I thought he'd gone to Leicester.
Well, has he?
I think so.
I missed that.
No, no, Sussex. Sussex he's gone to.
Has he?
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah, but he hasn't played.
Right.
He
No,
hasn't
that's
played.
that's completely passed me by. So, yeah, I had heard Hampshire were in the running as well.
Ben Green's at Leicestershire,
Yeah.
but only on loan, I think, isn't
Yeah.
he?
Everson bowls, and this is prodded away to point by Green, who's still looking quite happy to try and score through that third man area off Joey Everson.
And Ben Green's batting at number 9.
Tom Scriven was batting at number 11.
It's no
last
wonder
round. It
they've...
is utterly absurd.
You can see why they're top. Despite Kent having won 2 out of 2, they've drawn 1-1-1, but their batting points have taken them top, whereas Kent have picked up 19 a game and not picked up a batting point yet this season.
Leicestershire shouldn't lose a game with that batting lineup. Everson bowls full and on the pads, and Green has tried to flick it away, but it was the swerve on that ball from Everson that did him. It was a full toss, I think, but he just couldn't quite dig it out. Anyway, with that batting lineup, somebody's surely going to come off pretty much every time. So taking 20 Leicestershire wickets is going to be very hard this year. And then the question is, are they going to be able to force enough results? But they are certainly looking in the early promotion running, Leicestershire.
Yeah, Finch going to stand up here. I like this. He brings LBW into play.
So forces Green not to come charging down the pitch, as it were. But again, he's just happy to open the face, guide it down, pick up 2 runs as backward point has to track back. He's clearly decided that he can play this way off Joey Everson. It is 81 for 3 as Green is on to 18. And the early struggles of Lancashire, they're 48 for 3 in the 26th over against Leicestershire at Old Trafford at the moment. So the idea of Lancashire running away with this division, as most people had, doesn't look like it's happening in the early going. Anyway, there's still plenty of time, but struggling a bit. In goes Everson and bowls, and Green comes forward and pushes this one into the covers. No run.
Well, Dale Benkenstein, the coach there, who was of Gloucestershire, and wasn't overly successful at Gloucestershire. And Lancashire fans, I did see one on social media, rather unkindly call it Benkenstein's monster, which, you know, they're not very happy. The natives are restless up there, aren't they?
They are, especially after getting relegated. Everson is in. Green picks up a single. Again, just gently pushing this one out into the point area this time. And he'll move up to 19. Keeps the strike, 82 for 3. And they battled for dear life to save a draw against Northamptonshire. And they're batting very, very slowly and scoring at less than 2 and over in the early going against Leicestershire. So you're not going to pick up many batting points doing that. And then you're also struggling to force results at Old Trafford as is. I mean, that was a problem, you know, has been a problem for a while, getting results at home, as a lot of sides do, Gloucestershire being another one. Just very hard places to force 4-day results.
I think Gloucestershire will do well in white ball competitions again this year as Gilchrist comes in. That's pushed to that short mid-on. I think it wouldn't surprise me if they won the Metro Bank this year, Gloucestershire. I think they'll sort of be there or thereabouts. And I think on the Bristol surfaces, you see, I mean, they won the Vitality Blast last year, and Mark Lane is now in at coach. Won 6 trophies in those 2 years around the turn of the decade, didn't he? Or 3 years, was it, I think?
99 was the first, and 04.
Was it 04?
Last of that.
That's pushed out to point. But
04, 03, triple in 99, double in 2000, I think. You're
Yeah,
testing my
so
useless memory.
five in 2 years. But, you know, same blueprint. Jack Russell standing up to the stumps and Elaine and Ian Harvey just taking the pace off the ball on a sluggish Bristol surface. And that's their sort of modus operandi, isn't it? As that is just pushed out into the offside for no run, 82 for 3. And I fancy them for white ball cricket this year.
Yeah, I think the One Day Cup's going to be an interesting one because it shocks me that despite winning the Blast, only Miles Hammond and David Payne were picked up for the 100. But surely if they have another good year, the likes of Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth, I mean, of course, again, people will say, well, we want them to be playing for Gloucestershire, we want them to be playing 50 over cricket, and that's absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that. But in terms of recognition, you would think, and Matt Taylor as well, stunning year last year, you'd have thought that those would have been picking up deals.
That's just drilled to that short mid-on. I think Matt Taylor got picked up but didn't play, did he, in the London Spirit?
Yeah, he was in as an injury replacement last year. In fact, I think it was for Zach Crawley, but he didn't.
Well, like for like.
Yes, exactly. That shows you the way it works. But he didn't get picked up in the draft this year. So it's just really surprising. But as I say, maybe again, you might be losing one or two players to that wildcard draft. So you just never know how it shapes up.
Gilchrist bustling in,
Wow.
away movement. That was a land of hope and glory of a ball. It was wider, still and wider.
That's one that did land on the really green edge of the pitch, and that's roughly what I expected to happen.
And went
to it.
on and on and on, and it was a good take by Finch. Actually took it between first and second slip.
But yeah, I don't know. Tom Smith, of course, has retired as well from List A cricket, so
Has he?
Ed Middleton might be getting the run out as the spinner in that format.
Defended by Green. They think about a single there, but Crawley's in quickly and cuts it off. So, how long we've got? 15 minutes left to lunch. 82 for 3. Gilchrist 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17. Parsimonious.
I wondered when the first time we were going to get the first parsimonious was. Almost gone through the full session without it. Dan Whiting's favourite word.
The Prince of Parsimony. No, my favourite word actually is usurp.
Okay. Right.
I don't know why, but I just...
It's interesting. Who have you haven't usurped Ben Watts.
No, I'll never usurp Ben Watts.
In comes Everson then for his third over. He will have 2 slips. Keeper up to the stumps. There's more pointing and waving about. Fine leg is being told to go finer. Short mid-wicket is being told to go closer. And there's a fielder out at deep backward point still. Everson to Hammond, and that one comes back into him. I think he might have just got thigh pad on that as it goes out into the onside. And there is no run. So if Gloucestershire can just squeak through to lunch, 3 down. Okay, they'd have liked to have lost 1 wicket fewer, but I feel that the afternoon might be in front of them a little bit more if these two can see them to that break. You wouldn't want to be sending a fresh batter in now. Everson in, and Hammond drives and shuts the face of it a bit as it goes up to mid-on. Initially, I think that was a cover drive, but because of the in shape that Everson's getting, it forced the face of the bat just to close, turn in his hands. Still went along the floor, so no danger. Everson, I'd imagine Finch is going to have to be about his business up to the stumps if a chance presents itself as Hammond inside edges. There is a single there, but Hammond isn't moving, which is a sign that I think he's wondering exactly how that has squeezed seemingly between his legs and down towards fine leg. I'm not sure that came off.
I think that's Hammond's missed everything there, and it's hit Finch on the back of the hand possibly. He whipped off the gloves.
Yes, because he's now rehearsing sort of taking the ball close to the stumps. And
he's now rehearsing whipping off the bails as opposed to whipping off the gloves. Yeah.
That's a good ball from Everson. He's in once more and bowls, and Hammond on drives, but won't pick up a run. It's fielded up there by, is that Grant Stewart back out there? Looks a bit like it.
It could well be.
No, it's
no,
not.
It's not. It's Kashif Valley.
Yeah. So still think any sign of Grant Stewart, who went off injured. That's been the only dampener on the morning for Kent so far, as Hammond drives into the offside. Again, there's no timing. It's fielded out in the covers, with Jas Singh having to complete that over that Gilchrist went off. They tried to push him for a 7th over in his opening spell, and he went off 3 balls into it. Nathan Gilchrist 2 for 17 from 7 overs. As Everson bowls, Hammond drives fluently, and it's well stopped at cover. And there's no run. Jas Singh, I think they're getting down well. So it's a maiden over from Joey Everson as well. And I suppose that's always the balance, isn't it? You don't want things just to stagnate for a quarter of an hour, even if it's a quarter of an hour before lunch. But equally, you know that you know, it's not like the end of the day, but you just don't want to get out there and leave a fresh batter with an awkward 10-minute period to face before lunch, especially having lost 3.
Yeah. Phil O'Rourke. Hello, Phil. Lovely to hear from you, old boy. As Gilchrist comes in. And that's just worked back with a point. Daniel Bell-Drummond. What a treat for Gloss fans listening to Kent v Gloucestershire. Your dulcet, mellifluous tones calling an intriguing passage of play. Gloucester on the fight back after an early Kentish dominance, backing Gloss for the eventual and much needed win. He's listening from home, recovering from a mild chest infection. The price one pays. As Green works out for thick inside edge, and they scamper through for a cheeky single. 83 for 3. Green onto 20. Hammond on 35. Yeah, he picked up a mild chest infection watching Gloucestershire v Glamorgan in the teeth of a keen wind and forgetting your coat. What did they say out north? Cast near a clout till maybe out and all that sort of thing. Stick a coat on unless it's like got to June. He's off to watch Gloucestershire women open their season against Derbyshire tomorrow at Bristol. Have a great weekend and happy Easter. Lovely to hear from you, Phil, top man there.
Yeah, and glad to hear that you're going off to support Gloucestershire's women in their new life in Tier 2 cricket.
Yeah.
Against Derbyshire.
Hammond slashes away at that. It's in the air, but runs away to 3rd for 4 runs and moves Gloucestershire into the 90s and Hammond into the 40s.
Yeah, so get yourself down to Bristol if you're in that area. You can have us in your ear and watch the women. You can keep up to date with both, and that's the beauty of this summer now, that we do have men's and women's cricket alongside each other, back with the counties. It's going to be really exciting to see how it shapes up, both Tier 1 and Tier 2. The future's bright.
Yeah, without a doubt. Gilchrist comes into Hammond, who has a massive waft at that outside the off stump, and it goes through to Finch. I was a bit premature there, Ed. I do apologise. 87 for 3 it is, and Hammond's on 39. So, yeah, I do apologise for calling him into the 40s before a moment ago, and the score into the 90s, but it is 87 for 3. Yeah, Kent start their trip. They're playing Middlesex at Radlett tomorrow.
Lucky them.
Not one of your favourite places.
Well, you know, you try not to do down anybody or anywhere.
Hammond hits Green. It might go for 4 off the Australian, actually. It does. It goes off his bat, actually, off the bottom of his bat as he looks at the Q end. Wow. And that's a 50 partnership for these two. Hammond's got 30 of them. Green's got 20. And that does move the score on to 91. And these two are rebuilding rather nicely for the visitors, Ed Seaborn.
Well, we didn't quite have the situation that we had, I think it was back in 2022, when, I forget which way round it was, Daryl Mitchell and Henry Nichols were batting in a test match, and the ball was whacked back and deflected off the bat at the non-strikers and it was caught at mid-off.
Hammond's going to get 4 more there. That's probably a moral victory to the bowler. But Hammond again plays that with soft hands, and the ball goes downwards, and it's 95 for 3. I'm not sure this wicket's doing as much as it did last week in the game against Middlesex, actually.
Is that as the voice of Kent, given that we've had a while without a partnership, or no, I'm only teasing.
No, I just think there were 3 wickets in the morning session against Middlesex. Middlesex went in at 89 for 3, but by tea you were 222 all out, and the ball was zipping around a lot more. I think Kent beat the outside edge. I think Adam Hollyoak told me this 33 times in the morning session. Yeah. And Kashif Ali was the chief protagonist.
Well, Kashif must have about 5 or 6 in his spell so far of 6 overs, but yeah, it certainly doesn't feel as if it's been anything like that amount. Hammond and Green just having a bit of a conversation. I wonder if they're attempting to try and make this the last over before lunch, but I'm not sure they're going to do it with 5 overs to go. Kent are also repositioning their field a bit, and I think Joey Everson will get through this over and we'll have 1 more. Everson into Green, who tucks this one through square leg. He thought he was nearly through. There was to Joey Everson, and there'll be a single out towards square leg, so 96 for 3. And after a couple of maiden overs, Gloucestershire getting the board moving one way or another, and particularly that last boundary, as you say. I don't know if it was almost an intentional shot from Miles Hammond, whether he was looking to leave and it just deflected off, but he won't care because he's done exactly what you wondered he might. 47 off 52 balls.
Matthew Maynard told me that was his favourite shot.
Everson into Hammond, who plays forward, convincing defence.
He said, I mean, Matthew Maynard scored, what, 40,000 odd runs for Glamorgan, didn't he? But he said those ugly runs off a thick inside edge down through backward square, where he's like his sort of favourite runs, because it shows that he's gutsing it out. It shows that he's fighting for it.
Yeah, I mean, in my more childhood, Ian Bell, yes, okay, he was known for his sumptuous cover drives. Everson in and bowls, and Hammond quietly rolls the wrists on that. There'll be no run to mid-wicket. But Ian Bell also one of the best deflectors of a ball through the gully region that I've watched.
Yeah. I think Miles Hammond's batted really well. I'm not going to put the mockers on him, but I think he's batted with soft hands. He hasn't pushed hard at the ball. Yes, he's got away with a couple of airy-fairy drives.
Yeah, in his defence, he's been gentle in terms of his treatment of the ball so far. Everson bowls to him, and again, just forward. Enough of a stride to meet the ball, but nothing too extravagant. Goes out into the offside. So we will have, 29 overs in the morning, so Kent haven't done too badly. I suppose Jack Leaning would be the spin option if they were going to go there.
Yeah, he will be. No Matt Parkinson in this 11.
Everson is in, and this is played straight back to him for no run. Jack Leaning's got a really good T20 record, actually, against Gloucestershire. I can remember him taking maybe even 3 or 4 wickets in a game here a few years back. Opened the bowling. I think he bowled right through the power play from one end as well. And every time Gloucestershire come here for a T20, Jack Leaning seems to be in the wickets when he's playing.
Well, he bowled very well against Middlesex in the second innings last week.
Everson in, and Hammond plays this one in slightly awkward fashion out into the offside. It was an almost mini helicopter type flourish from Hammond after he played a defensive shot, but he sees out that over, and there's going to be 1 more over before lunch. Are we going to get the obligatory over of spin?
Yes,
I think we are. Thank you, Kent. Playing ball there.
Yeah, Leaning last week against Middlesex. He was 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32, and he removed the dangerous Ben Geddes, just signed by Middlesex from Surrey. He's gone to the other side of the Thames, and also Jack Davis, who was a bit of a thorn in Kent's side last week, and he got rid of both those two, and I thought he bowled very well. He found a little bit of purchase. In fact, he found more purchase from the pitch than the man who's just gone from Gloucestershire to Middlesex, Zafar Gohar, as he comes in around the wicket to Green. No run.
Yeah, and again, interesting that he's doing this, because this is what I would have expected him to do in T20 as well. I've seen bowl too much in the Championship, but coming straight round the wicket to the right-hander.
Leaning around the wicket and angled into the pads of Green, who pushes that out to mid-wicket.
And that's what he's trying to do, isn't it? Because he's not got a slip in place. If he were trying to angle it across and get the outside edge on the angle, he'd have the slip in, but he's clearly trying to target Green's pads here.
Here he comes. Green uses his feet. One back to the bowler. Yeah, he's looking for that one that he's got the leg slip in place. Daniel Bell Drummond's put himself at leg slip, so that one that Green just tickles around the corner. Maybe the odd one he might put across him and try and turn it back through the gate, as that is tossed up and Green equal to it. 96 for 3 here. Gloucestershire fighting hard. Good attritional hard cricket this. That's down the leg side. Drilled into mid-wicket, but Crawley dives across. Last ball before lunch. Leaning around the wicket to the Australian Test player who defends, and that will be that. So an interesting morning's cricket, an intriguing morning's cricket, as Kent first came out all guns blazing. Nathan Gilchrist getting rid of both Gloucestershire openers, got rid of Cameron Bancroft, LBW, then Ben Charlesworth, also the same mode dismissal. Jazz Singh then removed Ollie Price, who was adjudged LBW for 18. And at that stage the score at 41 for 3. Gloucestershire were in a spot of bother. This partnership now has reached 55, and Gloucestershire, I think it's pretty much even, Ed.
Well, it's been a really exciting morning, hasn't it? I mean, anytime you see nearly 100 runs in a session and 3 wickets, that's what you want. It's been a great contest between bat and ball. It's always felt as though there might be a ball that could beat the edge or take the edge, even in the latter hour. But at the same time, there's been plenty of runs out there. If you play good shots, you're going to get full value for them. So hopefully, long may that continue throughout the match. But I think Hammond struck a really nice balance there between defence and attack. You'd look at 47 from 57 and think, oh, well, he's gone on the attack there. But I don't think he has really. He's just played mostly controlled shots. And that's going to be the name of the game, I think, this afternoon as well. Because you can score quickly, you would think, on this pitch and on this ground. Again, just playing good shots and allowing the outfield and the pace of the pitch to do the rest. But this partnership's going to be important for the afternoon session. An early wicket this afternoon for Kent will have them very much back on top.
Well, we'll be back in 40 minutes. I'm just going to give an update to BBC Radio Kent. Ed and I are off for a spot of lunch. We suggest you do too. And we'll both come back as fat as a Broadstairs gull. We'll see you in about 38 minutes. Certainly gets warm at this box. Well, good afternoon to you, as Gloucestershire are going to resume here at Canterbury on 96 for 3. Kent had the visitors in a spot bother at 41 for 3, but recovery job led by Miles Hammond with 47, and Cameron Green on debut with 21 has seen Gloucestershire on the cusp of 100. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by Ed Seaborn. Afternoon, Ed.
Hi, Dan. Figures to be important, this partnership for Gloucestershire, feels obvious to say, but with Hammond and Green both pretty well set before the break, how they resume this afternoon session feels as if it might be vital for the whole match, never mind for just this innings. Jas Singh will bowl the first over of the afternoon, round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. There's a fairly straightforward leave. I'm not entirely sure what those behind the stumps saw in that one, but anyway, it's a tidy start from both bowler and batter. But Hammond 47 with 10 fours, played with some real authority at times, a few slices of fortune as well, but you're going to need that, you reckon, to have some success. What is a surface which you expect to provide some assistance to the bowlers, and certainly was earlier on, as Hammond props forward and defends. And Cameron Green, 21 from 45 balls, played one really solid on drive that was one of the shots of the morning, and looked as though he was using his method to play the Kent attack, getting down the pitch quite a bit, even to the quicker bowlers, and particularly Joey Everson, who was happy just to run the ball away, pick up some runs, fine on the offside. Jas Singh in, across his stumps goes Hammond and tucks this one away down to fine leg, and that will be 4 leg byes. So that will bring up the 100 for Gloucestershire, but Hammond will have to wait to bring up his half century. Gloucestershire get to 100 for 3 with the first scoring action of the afternoon session. Nathan Gilchrist 2 for 30 in the end. His figures took a little bit of a, well, not a hurting, but he just got spoiled a little bit by 1 over in his last spell before lunch. But Gilchrist picking up the wickets of Bancroft and Charlesworth, both looking pretty straightforward in their LBW decisions for 2 and 8. Jas Singh bowls back of a length. Hammond rises up onto his toes, gets on top of the ball, knocks it down towards deep backward point. So a single is added, first run off the bat this afternoon, 101 for 3. Hammond up to 48. And Jas Singh picking up the wicket of Ollie Price for 18. That was the first time that it really looked as though maybe Gloucestershire was starting to get on top of the Kent attack, and I think that will add to the frustration for Ollie Price as he was given out LBW for 18. Hammond and Green have picked up where Hammond and Price left off thus far. Cameron Green facing his first ball of the afternoon. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's shortish outside the off stump, and Green had to think about playing a shot at that, but then surprised by that one just popping up off back of a length, and has to drop the hands on it and ensure that there wasn't a little glove or something through behind. 2 slips. So Kent have started off with 5 at one stage when they'd taken the first couple of wickets. They had 5 slips to Miles Hammond, but down to just the 2 now. Jas Singh in and bowls, and this is worked up towards mid-on. Green wants a single, it's well run. Hammond's going to have to scurry to get in at the striker's end, and that was where the real danger was. In fact, Green is holding up a bit of a apologetic hand, but I think Hammond was just a bit slow out of the blocks there. Green caught him by surprise, and actually the tall Australian would have been well home, but Hammond, who is extremely quick between the sticks, might have been quite close actually if that had hit at the striker's end, but it didn't. So Green will keep the strike. It's 102 for 3.
Yeah, Crawley disappointed there as well. He had 3 stumps to aim at, and his throw was a little bit askew. Anyway, Jost Hobic has been in touch all the way from Slovenia. Dobar dan, Jost. Kako ste?
How many times have you rehearsed that?
I speak a little. He's eating ramen and watching Gloss. We have a rainy day today, and tomorrow the cricket season starts in Slovenia. Imagine Mitchell Starc playing for Slovenia, because he could get a Slovenian passport. Yeah, that would be some going. Kashi Valley is about to take us underway from the Nackington Road end. Nibbles one back into green. Plays it out to Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-off. Yeah, I think he's a loyal Gloucestershire fan, isn't he, Yost?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Mitchell Starc. I was thinking, oh, okay, that's news to me. He's played for Yorkshire, hasn't he? But yeah, okay. No, he is. You're right. So I remember him from my previous life, as it were, as well. Regular correspondent.
Yeah, we've got the outside effects. I might have to bring that in, actually, if the wind is disturbing your enjoyment. That's short, and green latches onto that one quickly, and it runs away down the hill towards the Freeman Flats. And you don't bowl there to Cameron Green.
Yeah, especially not without a second fielder on the leg side boundary. That's just too easy. And I know that he's not slow, Kashi Valley, but you've got to have the protection out there with the second fielder if you're going to bowl there. Which he's now got. The square leg's gone out to deep square. It's just such a strong striker of the ball, Cameron Green. I had the pleasure of watching Mitch Marsh scoring 100 in the last Ashes at Headingley.
Ali in, Green pushes that out to Daniel Bell Drummond, no run.
I've never seen anybody strike a cricket ball like Mitch Marsh in that way. Just absolutely brutal striking of the ball, even just on a drive. And you know, I got to see a lot of Glenn Phillips, who actually scored 100 on this ground the last time these two sides played in the Championship. And Phillips, I thought, hits the ball ridiculously strongly, but it's just a different sort of almost bullying of the ball that Marsh has, and Cameron Green's not far off.
Ali in, and that's tucked off the hip down to Jazz Singh for a single there by Green. Talking of Australians who bully the ball around the ground, both these clubs had a certain Mr. Andrew Simons playing for them, who's sadly no longer with us, but they share those two. John Shepherd as well, obviously not Australian, but he played for both clubs. I'm just going to go through the post-lunch scores. So Sussex 128 for 2. An Australian there, Daniel Hughes, has done pretty well. He got 60 odd. Ali comes in. Hammond, watchful. Just pokes that one out into the onside. Yorkshire 77 for 2 in the Battle of the North up at Chesterley Street against Durham. Essex against Worcestershire, 94 for 4 at Chelmsford. Somerset, this will please Gloucestershire fans tuning in. Well, the game's been delayed by rain, but they're 94 for 6.
Wow, goodness me. Well, their nemesis for many years has been Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, I'll have a look there, as that's just played into the covers. Slight misfield, but no harm done.
No, he's got a couple actually. Abbott 2 for 24, Brad Wheels got 2 for 18, and James Fuller has 2 for 19. But Kyle Abbott against Somerset, it is extraordinary. I mean, you think as Gloucestershire fans in recent times, the likes of Ben Sanderson, the number of wickets that he takes against Gloucestershire, but Kyle Abbott, he took that 9 for, I think it was, a couple of years back when Somerset were favourites to win the title. They got themselves into pole position, only to have Kyle Abbott do that to them at Southampton. In comes Jas Singh, starting a new over and rising up to prod this one down gently towards deep third. Green wants a second run, and well, it might have been there, but again, Hammond was not particularly keen, but it was actually Green who was running to the danger end, and this time it's Hammond who's holding up the hand to apologise. 108 for 3.
Didn't Somerset finish 3rd in a 2-horse race last year?
It did end up doing that, yes, but there we go.
Warwickshire against Notts. They've been off for rain for a while now. Warwickshire stranded on 34 for 2. Moving into Division 2. Lancashire 61 for 3 in their battle against top of the table Leicestershire.
Singh in and bowls. Oh, Hammond's had a real flirt with that one outside the off stump. It was another ball that was back of a length from Jas Singh and just nipped away from Hammond, who really did have a good go at that one.
He didn't so much flirt, he's fluttered his eyelids and asked it out for a drink, I think. So, Glamorgan 94 for 1 against Middlesex at Lord's. And in the final game, in the Battle of the M1 at Derby, Derbyshire 125 for 3 against Northants.
Singh bowls. Oh, that's taken off as well from fuller of a length this time. Hammond, well, I mean, if you're being generous, you'd say Hammond played inside it, but I think he was just drawn into playing it, and then the ball just really left him. So this is more of what we saw first up this morning in terms of action off the pitch. So some nervy moments for Gloucestershire supporters and listeners. Sam Northeast batting at Lord's again, 23 not out. In comes Jas Singh bowls, back of a length, and Hammond rises up to play that down into the ground.
Once
broke
this parish.
Gucci's record at Lord's last year, 335. Extraordinary stuff. Of course, it was with the Kookaburra ball, but nobody's going to remember that in 10, 15 years' time. That's not a footnote that's going to carry through history, is it? So,
no.
Northeast back in action there. In comes Jas Singh here, bowling to Hammond, bowled him! Right through Hammond's drive, and off stump has been uprooted. What a great piece of bowling that is from Jas Singh. Cameron Green gives Miles Hammond a consoling tap on the back, but it's only the 1 run added to his lunchtime score for Miles Hammond. And that ball, he's seen one jag away from him. That one looked to come back. And Hammond goes for 48. Gloucestershire 108 for 4. That's exactly what Kent wanted after the lunch break.
Yeah, Jas Singh's been superb all season. I think he's really come back. He's gone away, he worked hard at his game. I said he'd gone out to Adelaide. He's worked really hard at his game over the winter. And he's come back a different bowler, and he deserves that. He's beaten the bat at times, and he's been absolutely fantastic. In every game he's played so far, he got a career best 4 for 35 in the season opener up at Northampton. And he's been absolutely superb for Kent this season.
And that's a cracking delivery. I know that Hammond was possibly looking to attack a little bit rather than just full defensive shot, but, well, I don't know. He's seen a ball move considerably away from him. He's just not seen that one that comes back at him. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose if you're being ultra critical, he was sort of not really fully forward, not really fully across, but
is it back through the gate?
Fine bowling. Well, I think it was more playing inside it, but anyway, great ball. James Bracey out to the middle at number 6.
Elliot Lake's been in touch, marketing manager at Gloucestershire. Wants to know how I know a little Slovenian. Well, it's a long story, Elliot. I'll tell you off air. We don't want Ofcom onto us.
3 slips in place. James Bracey facing Jas Singh, excuse me, as Bracey plays a defensive shot into the onside. Sorry, you put me off my train of thought now.
Sorry.
Thinking about various explanations for this cryptic description. 108 for 4, end of the over. Cameron Green, much depends on him now on 28.
No, I used to date a Serbian girl, been out to Belgrade a few times. So
is that close enough to Slovenia then?
yeah, he sort of generally all speak the same language. There's a little bit of difference, but Serbs, Croats, Slovenes is slightly different.
Yeah, that was why I was asking.
Yeah, it's slightly different.
A little bit more variation.
Tito was a Slovenian, and they couldn't understand what he said a lot of the time, I believe. But they picked him because they couldn't choose a Serb or a Croat, so they picked Tito, I believe. As that goes out into the offside, Kashif Ali to Cameron Green. A lot rests on Cameron Green's shoulders here, doesn't it, Ed?
Well, yeah. I mean, he is the overseas pro. You don't want to be relying entirely on your overseas pro, but particularly because he's 28 not out and is now the set man. But feels like a prize wicket. But
James Bracey coming in at 6. I mean, 1,000 runs last year.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Kashif Ali bustling in. Green equal to that little nip backer from Ali.
But at the same time, they're getting to the stage, Gloucestershire, where they need another sizable partnership. I mean, they would, they'd love to get this first innings score close to, as close to 300 as possible. And if they're going to do that, then they are going to need at least one more really decent partnership. Graham van Buren still to come. Again, you could say not a bad number 7. Tom Price at 8.
Not bad 8. Here's Ali. Green plays that one firmly to Zach Crawley at mid-on.
And the tail for Gloucestershire bats pretty deep as well. Matt Taylor, Marchant de Lange and Josh Shaw. You just never know. Every time Marchant de Lange walks out to the middle, he might sky one up in the air and be out second ball, or he might just play this sort of innings that in the space of about 20 minutes just changes the course of a game. He's got that potential, but Gloucestershire won't want him in this afternoon.
Kashif Ali. Green pushes that into the offside again, no run. I'm not sure Chaucer could write such an in-depth Canterbury tale as the one Gloucestershire have got. It's quite a decent tale, that, isn't it? Matt Taylor can bat, de Lange can bat. There's no weak links there at all. Josh Shaw.
Well, Josh Shaw's got first-class half-century.
Yeah.
They've all got first-class 50s.
108 for 4 here. Kashif Ali just straying onto the pads of Green, who tickles it round the corner to Jazz Singh down at fine leg.
Actually, I've just realised, no, Josh Shaw doesn't have a first-class 50, but he's got about 3 or 4 scores in the 40s. He's got close, but he's just not quite got to that 50 mark. But he's probably, as a batter, he's probably got the potential to do it. But it'll be interesting to see what they do in terms of the positioning of 9, 10, 11.
He's got a wonderful nickname, hasn't he, Josh Shaw, amongst the players?
Shawsy.
No. Ali to Bracey, who nurdles that one into the onside, no run. And I think he walks a little bit like a primate. And the Gloucestershire mascot is a man called Alfred the Gorilla, so they call him Alfred.
Yes. Well, I was saying last match that Cameron Bancroft has changed his number this year from 4 to 1. But 1 was Alfred the Gorilla's number, so Bancroft said he had to ask Alfred very nicely if he could have his number 1. But as I said, if you don't win the mascot derby, you don't get to keep your number. I'm afraid didn't bring home the bacon.
No,
this last year.
The real,
so that the players had to do it.
The real Alfred the Gorilla. I'll come on to it after this ball from Jazz Singh.
Here he comes into Cameron Green on 29, straying onto the pads. Green turns it into the leg side, and there's a poor piece of fielding at mid-wicket, which allows a single where there shouldn't have been one. 110 for 4.
The real Alfred the Gorilla was, I believe, from about 1930 to 1950 at Bristol Zoo, and became like a mascot, didn't he, of the city of Bristol? Oh, yeah. And he would throw various things from his cage at visitors.
Looking forward to hearing how you navigated that particular
Yes.
minefield.
A rather one-sided contest, I think it was.
Bracey on strike, Jas Singh round the wicket. Bracey drives pleasantly, but it's well picked up down to his right by Singh. There is no run.
He had a dislike for aeroplanes, so good job he wasn't at the Oval or Headingley. And he disliked men with beards, so I'm glad I'm not around, real Alfred. But you,
yes, and whatever you do not go empty-handed to feed him as well, because you had the same sort of treatment. Singh bowls, Bracey leaves watchfully. Good decision to leave, despite the fact that I've seen one nip back down the slope to get rid of Hammond. That's not a ball that is particularly likely to do that amount, or if it does, then good grief, are we in for a quick one? No, quite the character was Alfred, and needless to say, the mascot version doesn't do anything like that. Jas Singh turns, looking for a third scalp bowling to Bracey, and Bracey's well forward, just prodding defensively out into the offside. There's no run.
Terry's been on the email, Gloucestershire fan. Great to hear commentaries. He's watching from Indonesia. He's read that Cameron Green's nickname is Green, which I think is slightly unimaginative. I therefore propose that Cameron Green's nickname should be changed to Berwick. I reckon you'll be... I'll just do an update.
Just driven straight to mid-off for no run. I thought they were coming to us, but we might have time to complete this over. 3 slips in place as Jas Singh is into Bracey, and Bracey cuts that one away. That will be at least a couple of runs as it's heading towards the manual scoreboard, and it'll be stopped just before it reaches the boundary. 2 runs taken, Bracey off the mark, 112 for 4.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, and it's been a decent enough start. Kent started off very well as they won the toss and elected to bowl on what looks like a green surface. Nathan Gilchrist nipped out the first couple of openers, both LBW nicked off Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth for 2 and 8 respectively. Then Ollie Price was adjudged LBW also to Jas Singh. At lunch, Gloucestershire were 96 for 3, but Miles Hammond, he lost his off stump to Jas Singh for 48 just after lunch with the score on 108, and Gloucestershire are currently on 112 for 4, but Cameron Green, the Australian Test player, is looking imperious.
Matt Cole saying on BBC Radio Kent that it sounded like a warning, but unfortunately the very next ball from Kashif Ali was that close to both having him nicked off the inside edge and having his off stump uprooted, so he very nearly did the job for BBC Kent.
Yeah, Gloucestershire players just going for a little wander down below us. As that's played out cover. No run. Keep the emails coming into us as well to bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Let us know where in the world you're listening into us from.
Yeah,
We've had people from New Zealand, from
welcome
Indonesia,
emails from everywhere,
Slovenia.
Yes.
And
it's always amazing to hear where the commentary reaches.
Chipping Sodbury from Phil O'Rourke.
Of course, and no spoonerisms, please.
Ali, Kashif Ali. Oh, that's got to be close. Green's got a long way forwards. He's looking to sort of poke his bat at the umpire, thinking there's a little bit of bat involved.
I must say, I wondered whether it might have just nipped back a bit too much.
Yeah, I thought it was missing. He's a long way down the track though as well. It's going to take a...
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's fairly high up on the pad, and Green's tall, and it has nipped back. So to be certain that that's hitting, that would take a brave umpire.
It would, yeah. Green drives beautifully. That's a great bit of work out. Mid-off from Nathan Gilchrist. They get through for one, but he's cut off a certain boundary there. As the score moves on to 113 for 4. James Bracey's on 2, having faced just 7 balls. He's, I think he's a wonderful cricketer, James Bracey. Born on the same day, exactly the same day as my eldest daughter, you know, Ed.
I didn't know that, no. I would be surprised at how I would have known that,
and
but
James,
now I do.
James Bracey did say to me once, he said, yeah, but can her old man name the Bristol Rovers side that started that day? As that goes through to the gloves of Harry Finch. Nick Bracey, an avid gashead, as they call them in Bristol, the Bristol Rovers fans, due to the old Eastville Stadium being next to the gasworks.
It's not a particularly pleasant time for them at the moment. So
no, they
James
should
Bracey
stay up.
Be quite glad for the cricket as a distraction. I think
they're going to stay up. I think they'll stay up. Anyway, Terry, can you tell us why Cameron Green should be known as Berwick? Berwick Green? Green Berwick?
I'm sorry, if that's a reference, it's going over my head, I'm afraid. Whether I'm showing my age or ignorance, I don't know. In comes Jas Singh bowling to Green. That looks much closer. Shout for leg before is not given by umpire Watts.
Oh, I thought he was gone there. I thought Green was toast.
Again, he's down the pitch, but that looked pretty straight from where we are. First slip, still got hands clasped behind his head to Wanda Moyeye. But there was jumping up and down in the slips. They thought they had him there, but
bit high perhaps.
Might have been.
He's a tall man, so if it's on the knee roll, is it going to go over the top?
Yeah, it was probably just above the knee roll. In goes Singh. This is off thigh pad down towards square leg. They'll take a leg by. 114 for 4. Yeah, I think it's one of those where you probably could have understood that if it had been given, even if he is down the pitch. And yeah, height's hard to judge anyway, but it was only just above the knee roll. But as you say, maybe just with the combination of him being down the pitch and him being so tall, that's why the umpire said no. Singh bowls and Bracey turns this one through mid-wicket. There'll be at least a couple of runs. In fact, he's timed that one really nicely, and it's running down the hill, and I think it's going to be 4. It is. Gosh, it does run away briskly in that area. I thought he'd just done enough to beat the infield, and then it just kept going over those practice pitches. So Bracey has his first boundary, 118 for 4. You mentioned the 1,000 runs last season, including back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds. That's in back-to-back innings as well, not just back-to-back games. He was the first Gloucestershire player to do that. In goes Singh, bowls wide and cut away, beats backward point, and it might have been a hand just to slow that down a bit, but it's not enough to stop it from going for 4, and that has never been the place to bowl to James Bracey. So 4 more runs, 122 for 4. As Bracey moves up to 10.
Tom Patterson's been in touch and he sent us an email. He's saying a bit boring, but he's listening from Bridge. I presume that's Bridge, just out, little village just outside of Canterbury.
Not on the Dartford Crossing.
Not on the Dartford Crossing, like not from Stamford Bridge,
not
on the bridge of the River Kwai.
You time to listen if you were on the Dartford Crossing and go singing bowls. This is driven off a thick inner part of the bat from Bracey out to mid-wicket. He was looking straighter than that, as his rehearsed defensive shot proves.
He wants to see Darren Stevens come back into the squad.
Who doesn't?
A true first-class player. I don't think Darren Stevens has officially retired yet. He has retired. Well, I'll tell you who'll know if you carry on the rest of this over, and then we'll get this man in who'll probably know.
Oh dear. It's still slightly confusing. Of course, there's the .3 of the over on Just Singh's figures. So this is the last ball of the over, and it's let go by James Bracey. He's got 10. Cameron Green has 31. Over to Dan Whiting. Those immortal words.
Well, there you go. There you go. Gloucestershire 122 for 4. Cameron Green's on 31. Bracey's on 10. Kashif Ali, none for 31 off 9. A little bit unlucky. Jas Singh 2 for 34, 7.3. Remember, he finished off an over from Grant Stewart, who's not been seen on the pitch since. And a huge warm welcome. He comes and joins us regularly now on the stream. His commentary's that good. I'm a bit worried about my own job. Good afternoon to the Kent media manager, Liam Knight. Afternoon, Liam.
Hello, Dan. How are we?
I'm wonderful, mate. I'm fantastic. Here's Ali in, and that's just played back to the bowler. So, Darren Stevens, has he officially retired?
I mean, don't quote me. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he has. He put a little post out on social media a few months ago now. But because of him, no one in the Kent's men's squad could wear number 3 again. So, what a legacy for what a player, really.
Even if you got Stuart Pearce in at left back, couldn't he? He couldn't wear number 3, no?
Not even Destiny Doggy after last night.
That's just run down to 3rd. You're a Spurs fan, then, Liam?
I might be.
You might be.
I don't get to shout about it very much.
No.
Here we are.
No, I would be rather careful about shouting about that, especially with, you know, the other side in North London beating Real Madrid the other night. So, in fact, there's a Gloucestershire connection with Tottenham because Mark Lane, the head coach, he's from Hackney originally. He's a Spurs fan. Jack Taylor, the white ball skipper, he's a Spurs fan. Matt Taylor is a Spurs fan because the old man Kevin Taylor is a Spurs fan. As Kashif Ali comes in around the wicket and Bracey drives, only to point. Good diving stop. So it's a wonder that Gloucestershire managed to win a trophy last year, isn't it?
I was waiting for that. There's a few in the Kent side as well. Harry Finch, big Tottenham fan.
Is he?
Yeah. Our Chief Commercial Officer Andy Griffiths, big Spurs fan.
Okay, yeah.
Our trouble is that if we do get to the Europa League final, it's on the same day as the Women's T20 International here.
Oh.
So we might have to double screen it in the office. Don't tell anyone.
No. Don't tell the 15,000 people that are listening into this channel.
We won't get there anyway, so don't worry.
Ali in, Bracey pushes that to mid-off. See, you want to be a Bristol Rovers fan like James Bracey, and you know, you wouldn't have this issue, would you? But yeah, Spurs, Ange Postecoglou, he's been ridiculed at times this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully Angian still.
Oh yeah, I saw one. This came to me from a Spurs fan describing him as Aussie idealist.
Fred Atkins in our media room likes to call him Jerry Francis with a cork hat. So.
Kashif Ali. Yeah, oh, that's glorious from Bracey. That is a beautiful shot. Going to run away down towards the old lime tree. And that's James Bracey at his most aesthetically pleasing. Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good drive. Sort of dissected those two fielders there, and he started off well as James Bracey.
So Grant Stewart limping out this morning. It was a bit not ideal.
Not ideal, no. I'm not too sure if there's any update on him. We haven't spoken to the physios yet, but I'm sure they're already working on him to try and get him back out there as quick as we can.
Ali around the wicket, defended. Yeah, I mean, often it can take a day with injuries to settle down, can't it? We saw it with Keith Dudgeon. You know, it took a couple of days to sort of settle down before, you know, there were like, I think to get a scan, and then the scan can tell the extent of the injury. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's important to get second opinions as well. So Keith went up for a scan at one of the hospitals in Canterbury, and we got the news, sadly, that he wasn't able to play. But what a player, what a man.
Oh, I'm gutted. Dudgy, if you're listening back in South Africa, we wish you the very best, and your time with Kent might have been a brief one.
I think he's still here.
Is he?
I did see him this morning.
Oh, okay.
Supporting the lads from the balcony, so he's fully Kent now.
Oh, he's a lovely man. Well, if he wants to come on air, we'd love to hear from him, because his slippers were a thing of absolute beauty. So, 127 for 4 here. Joey Everson's coming into the attack.
Yeah, Joey, has he bowled yet after lunch? I've not quite seen.
No, he hasn't.
Okay, yeah, Joey, bit of an up and down bowler. Likes to hit it on a length. Not the quickest bowler, but he gets in the right areas.
Finch standing up again, which I like to see. Now needs to bring the stumping into play, but brings in the LBW, because Cameron Green can't just go walking down the wicket now.
Yeah, I've seen Finch stand up to Everson quite a lot in these pre-season games as well as now. So it's obviously a tactic that Daniel Weld-Drummond's wanted to employ. Everson comes in, punched into the onside, fielded at mid-on.
It's Liam Knight, he's good. Certainly he's a better commentator than I am a media manager for Kent County Cricket Club. It's got to be said.
I am doing the live coverage on our social media channels at the same time, so I don't think I'll be doing ball by ball for very long.
See, there's a man who can multitask. Who said men can't multitask?
Jack of all trades, master of none. Another ball by Everson. Oh, slight edge there down to second slip.
See, that there is Finch pinning Green back in his crease. Green can't there walk down and smother the movement in the wicket. So he's got to be pinned back in his crease, and therefore it allows the ball to take the edge. Good cricket from Harry Finch.
Yeah, like you said, he didn't really get over the ball. He didn't sort of take that step forward to get the bat right behind it. So he got the edge there. The slips have just moved round as well. So we might see the same tactic against Bracey as well. Everson's coming in for his next delivery. Right behind it, Bracey. Bracey's a top player, isn't he?
Oh, he's a quality player. 1,000 runs last year. Got it. Terry, what a nickname. Berwick for Cameron Green. Therefore, his name would be Cam Berwick Green.
Very good. Seems to be some groans from the other side of the commentary booth from Ed Seaborn.
It's wincing away.
Another ball by Everson. Oh, sounded a bit woody there.
Yeah,
he may have got the bat behind it.
Well, I think there was two there. I've had to take the mic sort of mainly in here because of the wind.
It is a bit blustery today. It's just as sunny as it was last time I was on commentary. Again, another big crowd in. It's just that slight breeze today. The clouds are moving quite quickly overhead as well.
Tom Patterson tells us Darren Stevens is playing for the first 11 at St Lawrence and Highland Court in the Kent Prem.
He is. He's scoring buckets and taking buckets as well.
Oh, that would be an amazing take there from Finch. Yeah, I mean, it was a great take anyway. But if Bracey had got a little feather on that, that would have been an unbelievable catch.
Yeah, it was definitely a tactic to strangle him down the leg side. You've got two close fielders there as well. Harry Finch juggled it, took a good grab. It can't have been any bat involved. The umpire didn't seem fussed by that one. No.
Tom tells us that Darren Stevens scored 300s in 2 seasons. Managed to get 127 against Lordswood. Lordsworth, is it?
Lordswood, yeah.
Lordswood.
Everson bowls. Bit of a fuller ball. It goes past the diving fielder and it may race away to the boundary. Yeah, that's 4 more.
Yeah, that's great timing from James Bracey, the winter-born wizard. Chris Hansford. He says there are definitely no squirrels in Western Australia. There we go. Cameron Green earlier saying that if he could be an animal on Gloucestershire's social media, he'd be a squirrel. And I said, well, it's a good job that lime tree's no longer in the outfield, because you'd find him on the outfield rather than batting at the wicket.
I was just about to say, I'm very glad you talked about that earlier. Obviously, that's a very random email to get.
He's watching on YouTube, Chris Hansford, and thanks for sharing contact details. And he's an ex-Gloucestershire member who's been living in Perth since 2009. We do have numbats here. What's a numbat? Like a wombat? Is it a wombat or must be a similar thing? And there are quokkas on Rothesay Island, but no squirrels. Thanks for your commentary. Myself and my wife Susie are loving being able to support Gloss and Western Australia at all time with Bangers and Cameron Green playing. Well, thank you for your email, Chris. Lovely to hear from you.
I've just Googled what a numbat is, and I don't think my commentary skills are as good as trying to describe what that looks like.
Cashy Valley around the wicket and Green. Oh, it's sort of like it's like a cross between an armadillo and a badger, really, isn't it?
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Sam.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, they have some strange animals out there. Animals that will kill you. Phil Powell is in Kingston in Jamaica. He's enjoying the commentary, sat by my pool at home in Kingston, Jamaica, just after 8 in the morning. Come on the Shire and come on Cheltenham Town. Not sure who Cheltenham are playing today. Who've Gillingham got today, Liam?
Now you're asking.
Oh.
That'll be another Google job, I think. They are playing Cheltenham. There you go.
Oh, okay, so we've got a Kent Gloucestershire battle there as well. Oh, that's glorious. Cameron Green. That is the shot of the day. Gun barrel straight. Ali just slightly over pitching, but Cameron Green putting that down the ground with aplomb.
Yeah, lovely shot just to the side of the stumps there. Couldn't pick a better gap. No fielder there, obviously, so 4 more.
Terry, I'm still laughing about Cam Berwick Green. I love it. Oh, this job's going to kill me, I tell you. I'm not long for this world. Cashy Valley, 136 for 4 here as he aborts his run up. What's going on there? Green just not quite happy. See the ice cream vans here. Last time, Liam, Ed Seaborn got an ice cream.
It wasn't from me, I can tell you that much. Oh, I'm being told it was from the BBC Kent contingent, Dan, so I think...
Oh, really?
I think you're on the clock here.
Oh, okay. Here is Cashy Valley. Slightly slower ball, just rolls his fingers across that one, but Green spots it early and plays it out to wide mid-on where Zach Crawley's patrolling, and they come through for a single. Terry also says a numbat is an anaesthetised wombat. Love it. Love it. Keep them coming. BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. That one's tickled Ed Seaborn. Bracey about to face Cashy Valley. Just drops it into the offside, calls Green through for a quick single. And the Western Australian responds, stretching those long legs. So we've got Liam Knight here. And Liam, Kent ladies, they start tomorrow against Middlesex, don't they, at Radlett?
Yeah, so it's the start of the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup League 2, as we have to call it.
Not Tier 2, it's League 2.
League 2.
Yeah.
They're playing Middlesex at Radlett, like you said, and then this time, not this time next week, Saturday next week, They'll be playing Derbyshire here at the Spitfire Ground. One-day cricket at its best. Hopefully the weather's like this again. It's free for members as well.
Kashi Valley in. Oh, Green's had a little fiddle at that one. But no harm done from a Gloucestershire perspective. And there's no Kent men's game, is there, next weekend?
No, not at all.
So every Kent fan should be down here supporting the women, shouldn't they?
Yeah, get your Kent cricket fix at
Indeed.
the Spitfire Ground on Saturday next week.
And where can you get tickets?
You can get them on our website. You can also get them at the gate. If you're and ahhing and you fancy it on the day, you can buy them on the gate as well. £6 for adults and £1 for under 14s.
Wonderful value. Kashi Valley in green.
I mean, it's a very good squad.
Yeah.
Squad. There's Amy Gordon, who captained Surrey last year. We've got Essex's Player of the Year last year, Tilly Callaghan. We've got a couple more players that have joined us from Essex, Grace Paul and Jess Bird. And then the rest of the players, we've got a few from what we call the minor counties. I don't like calling them that, but then the rest of them are Kent born and bred. So it is a real Kent team, the women's team.
And we had 3 of them on comms last week, didn't we? We had Molly Davis, we had Izzy Kirby, and we had the fantastic Sydney Gorham.
Yes.
And they were wonderful value, weren't they? They were great on air, but I reckon they're even better out there on the pitch. Meanwhile, here Gloucestershire 140 for 4, rebuilding nicely. Gloucestershire. I don't think this wicket's doing as much as last week, do you?
There's definitely less, as Adam Hollyoak called them, highlight balls, where he said that the ball was missing the bat just every 6 overs, he was saying, on average. But today, it could be the fact that Gloucestershire have taken to it much more about than Middlesex did, or at the same time, the pitch does look similar, but maybe it's just not playing the way it did last week.
Yeah. Joey Everson's going to bowl from the pavilion end.
As Everson comes in, played off the hip. Nice little single there. 1 for 1 for 4.
I'll just do an update in about 5 minutes for BBC Radio Kent, and then Ed Seaborn will come here. Well, I've been banished to the ice cream van, so
I'll have a flake, please, Dan.
you want a flake?
Yeah.
Ed wants sprinkles, Ed. Strawberry sauce. Squirrels in Western Australia really seems to have grabbed the public's imagination.
So lovely cut shot there. Cam Green again hits Joey Everson for 4.
Yeah, you can't bowl short to Cameron Green. As soon as you bowl short, he'll cut or pull you with venom. Hello, Dan and Ed, Gloss fan from France here. I was curious about your conversation about squirrels in Western Australia. After some quick research, it turns out palm squirrels, which are a small species, were introduced at the end of the 19th century through the Perth Zoo and were left to wander in the zoo. They ended up spreading around, but remained close or near schools where they would find more food. In the end, though, Western Australia squirreled away any squirrel. Nicely put, Vincent.
A Gloss fan from France.
Yeah.
Surely they support their local team, Kent. Joey Everson comes in again, right behind it is Green. He's a tall man, isn't he, Cam Green?
He is a tall man. In the end, though, Western Australia squirreled away any squirrel found outside a 30-mile radius around the zoo, and later in the 2010s eradicated the species that was at that point considered an extreme pest risk. Perhaps Green saw a few in his childhood and misses them. Who knows? Good day to you both, and happy Easter.
As Everson comes in again. Ooh, squirted into the onside there. Straightened him up a little bit to Joey Everson.
That's from Vincent Mazoya.
This is a good comeback from Everson after being cut for 4.
Yeah. He's turned into more of a batting all-rounder, hasn't he, Joey Everson? But he's still handy. He still is a useful wicket-taking bowler.
In place all day. So he can keep the score down whilst the other bowlers, rightly or wrongly, they can get all the glory with the wickets, but Joey's the man that's building up the pressure. He's going at 3.4 and over at the minute. It has picked up the scoring rate after lunch, but I think Kent will be quite pleased with how they've bowled after lunch. Obviously, just seeing what a wicket that was. As Joe Everson comes in again, bowls. Oh, he goes under the edge of Cam Green's bat. Harry Finch fumbles it behind the stumps because I don't think he thought it was going to go there.
Sharp work there from Finch. John Thorne has also reiterated the fact that there are squirrels in Western Australia.
Who thought this much chat would come out of Cam Green wanting to be a squirrel?
So there's squirrels in South Perth, which Cam Green would know very well. Keep up the good work, lads. Thank you, John. Thank you for your email from WA. Andrew Harrison, he's in Japan, in Hamamatsu. He's a Kent fan, but can't help enjoying the stylish batting by Green and Bracey. Proper cricket. Well, that's the thing about Kent fans and Gloss fans. Both of them are good sort of proper cricket fans who appreciate good cricket, whoever it comes from.
Very knowledgeable supporters, yeah.
Kevin Scarhill. He's watching from Patterson Lakes in Melbourne, Australia. Leaning is in, floated up. That's driven square by Bracey. Might well get two here. He wants it. Green doesn't. And that's 148 for 4 now. He wants Cam Green to get into top form in readiness for Test Championship. Well, I'll tell you what. He started off all right here. 46 from 79 balls. He's looking in decent touch.
Slight adjustment to the field maybe here.
Yeah. Leaning around the wicket. Green gets forward.
Again, you can see the plan here.
Yeah. Bowl leg, middle and leg.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Crawley, I don't know if you can see him on the stream, but he is quite close to that sort of back foot punch level.
Short mid wicket there.
And there's a back foot punch.
Yeah, as that's drilled straight back to Leaning. Green disappointed. I wonder if he thinks he's missed out there. Should have possibly put that into the upper tier of the Freeman Flats, perhaps. Over to our left. As he uses his feet and squirrels one out to long on. Just picks up a single. Ball comes in from Tawanda Mayeye. How well he batted last Sunday.
Very different to Ben Compton. I think that's why it worked so well.
Yeah.
Tawanda the flair player, Ben Compton the wall, and they just played off each other, didn't they?
Well, look at the quality you've got on offer here in this game. Bracey just pushes that through point. That's going to bring up the Gloucestershire 150 with that single. In 41 overs exactly. 5 minutes short of 3 hours they've been out there. And this is a good effort from Gloucestershire.
I say that Ben Compton was the wall. He hit his 6th career first class 6 in that game.
Over long on, down in front of us here, yeah.
So 68 matches, 6 sixes. What a player.
That's just drilled out to long on. And another single is picked up. Josh Shaw's listening in the dressing room. Sent me a message saying, sending me to sleep this commentary. Well, Josh, you know the commentary here is the best cure for insomnia.
I've never learnt so much about squirrels, I won't lie.
I'll just do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Well, hello, Matt. Gloucestershire are making a good rebuilding job here. They're 151 for 4. Cameron Green is on the cusp of a 50 and looking in fine fettle. He's been joined by James Bracey, who's on 22. I don't know if that's Green's 50. No, it's 4 buys there. That's been given away, so they've moved on to 155 for 4. Gloucestershire were in a spot of bother, 41 for 3, thanks to 3 LBWs at the top of the order. 2 to Nathan Gilchrist, 1 to Jazz Singh, and then Jazz Singh bowled Miles Hammond just after lunch. But Gloucestershire now rebuilding, and this is good, hard, attritional cricket. Gloucestershire, 155 for 4.
Lovely to hear Matt's voice there.
Yeah. I'll bring on Ed Seaborn in a minute. Just last time I was with Josh Shaw. Go on, you take this one.
Yeah. Everson bowls second ball of the over. Lovely little punch down, slight misfield, but Green doesn't fancy the arm. I think that's Chris Benjamin on as subfielder. Last
time I was with Josh Shaw, we had a Curry 11, and I was Dan Sack Whiting.
That's very good.
We had my co-commentator was Ian Randall,
right,
and he was Rogan Josh Shaw. And
very
on that
good
note, I'll leave Ed Seaborn to come in.
As Everson bowls, next delivery is a ball, back foot cut there. Just a single to Andamia, he throws the ball back in. Now, hopefully, Ed, we won't be talking about squirrels for the next half an hour, because there is a game of cricket on. As Joey Everson is into the 4th ball of his over. The ball is thrown back to him by Jazz Singh. And Everson starts his run up. Bowls. Oh, it just beats the edge of Harry Finch with a good take behind the stumps.
Hi Liam, how are you?
Hello Ed.
It's nice to be here. In fact, I will upset you, but I will qualify it and I'll tell you the reason. I was really happy Kent got relegated.
Right. Everson bowls. Defended into the onside, picked up by Mayeye.
But it's because Canterbury is one of my favourite away trips, so it was kind of, you know, I know you'd rather I hadn't said that still, but it just, the prospect of 4 days in Canterbury, especially losing my trip to the seaside at Hove, that was a big blow, I must say. But Kent coming down sort of made up for it. Sorry, Kent supporters.
Fair enough. Everson bowls. Slightly wider there. Tried to force the shot. Tried to give him a little carrot dangle down there, but didn't do for Green. And it's 1-5-6 of 4 at the end of the over.
But no, it's a lovely setting and always a fantastic trip in terms of the city and just lots going on, especially on an Easter weekend. Is absolutely teeming on the main street in Canterbury. Just got to keep your eyes out. About 4 people almost walk into me on the way down there. It is heaving, especially with the weather being like this. What a start to the season in terms of the weather. But I will say how typical it was that the first interruption of the season would have been at Bristol, wouldn't it? Round the wicket goes leaning in bowls to Green, who flicks this one through mid-wicket for a single. And Cameron Green has a 50 in his first innings with Gloucestershire. Raises that substantial piece of lumber to the crowd and to the dressing room. 87 balls. He's had to work for this at times. 6 fours. He's played some of the authoritative shots that you associate with Cameron Green, but at the same time, he's also had to bed in there, and yeah, he's been beaten a few times. You know you're going to get beaten a few times, particularly when it's a surface that can understandably have won the toss and decided to bowl on, but really a fine display so far. In goes leaning round the wicket bowling to Bracey. It's a loopy delivery and Bracey drives but can't beat cover. They packed the offside field in front of square, especially for Bracey. It's going to be quite hard for him to force the ball between, say, mid-off and cover three fielders packing that region as leaning bowls, and Bracey off the back foot plays that one slightly suspiciously out into the offside. And I guess Kent's still a little bit hamstrung this afternoon with the fact that they can't go to Grant Stewart. Leaning bowls, wide delivery. Bracey does get it through the offside, but there's a sweeper out in the deep just on the occasion that he does get it through that region. So a single to Bracey, which brings up a 50 partnership between Green and Bracey, but they will want to kick on from here, because this, you know, we discussed it with Dan earlier, this was Gloucestershire's problem a little bit in the first game, where they would make partnerships of 30, 40, 50, but then they'd lose a wicket. So often that's just the difference between scoring 250 and 300 plus, which I'm sure Gloucestershire would have liked at the start of this innings. I mean, especially having a look at the scores and the sort of type of game that you expect this to be. If Gloucestershire could get up to 300 in this first innings, I don't know, you'll have seen more cricket here than me, but would that be a handy score, or are you seeing this differently? As Ken Leaning's coming into bowl, it doesn't give you too much time. Down the leg side, it beats everything. And I think this is going to be 4 more byes. There was some turn there from Leaning, but it started down leg and turned further down, so 4 more byes, 162 for 4.
Yeah, I think these two have stuck with it. They're starting to get the rewards for sort of digging in slightly. It's not that they've blocked everything for about 10 overs and now they're starting to play, but I think what we saw against Middlesex is that Kent were able to take wickets just as partnerships were starting to build. There was one partnership, I think it was for the 9th wicket, that Middlesex got over our first innings score by 4 runs, but yeah, Gloucestershire would want 300, I think.
Leaning drops this one short. It's sort of a straight cut almost from Green off the back foot, just forces it away towards a fairly deep, wide mid-off, and takes a single to end the over. 163 for 4, Green 51, and Bracey has 23. But yeah, I mean, you know, key wickets at key times. It's you know, it's not particularly rocket science to say it, but it's a hard thing to do, and just have that knack to continually pick up wickets when partnerships have developed, because, you know, at some point you're playing sides who are at first class level, you're going to get partnerships developing, but I guess it's how do you come up with the plans to break those partnerships, or, you know, you sort of have to know what you're about as a side. Are you the sort of side that'll try and squeeze? Do you set different fields? Do you go to the short ball strategy? It's there that you're tested, I suppose, as a side.
Yeah, I think Jazz taking the wicket of Hammond quite early after lunch was a big breakthrough. Obviously, Bracey's a great player, so this is another big partnership over some bowls. May have come off the pad. Umpire may signal a leg bye here. Fielded by Jack Leaning. Yeah, that's a leg bye to the score. Yeah, I think Gloucestershire have batted well. I think Kent have still...
Well, that's all right. I think you're allowed to say we, because you're actually employed by Kent.
Fair enough.
This is the BBC, but I think we make it fairly clear that you're employed by Kent.
I think we've still bowled really well. I think there's been no sort of gimme balls really. Everson balls punched into the offside. Fielded very well there by, I think that's Zach Crawley. Yeah, I think Gloucestershire are putting up a fight here. They're not under the pump as much as we've seen with our Northampton Middlesex games, and I think I said 350 would be great. They could get more, in my opinion. The sun's out. That pitch has been cooking for 2 weeks now in this sun. There's Everton bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely drive into the covers, which is stopped by the one fielder that happens to be out there. But yeah, we're on a different track to the Middlesex game. I think we're one further along, but I think the weather has meant that we're not going to see a team go out for under 100 or anything like that. I think both sides have played really well. It's been a really good watch.
Would have been interesting to have seen what would have happened if there had been some rain yesterday.
Everson bowls. He's slightly troubled Bracey there. Sort of jumped up on him a little bit, but he still got behind it.
Yeah, it's still the odd one that's swinging, even though this ball's now in its 44th over. But just with that amount of live grass on there, just a little bit of rain just to really get it doing something, that could have been quite interesting. I was here for the first game of the 2018 season as well.
Yeah, for some bowls. Right behind it is Bracey.
So that was actually my first day solo flying as Gloucestershire commentator, not as a sort of full-time thing. I was just covering for that one day. But it was supposedly day 2, but it was actually day 1. Day 1 completely washed out.
Right.
Had the morning gone on day 2 as well, and I think into the afternoon. Kent were bowled out inside 20 overs.
That's over some bowls. It's a full ball there. It's looped in slightly into James Bracey, but he defends it out into the offside.
So I think it's fair to say that this isn't looking like that sort of pitch, and also that the amount of rain that was had there. I mean, I think I'd heard that it was underwater the day that I wasn't there before, so it was amazing that we even got anything on. But 18 wickets in 56 overs that day. You miss those days when we could have that sort of thing sometimes. I'm not saying that it was always. I mean, again, that was particularly special circumstances, but the whole thing about the sort of flatter surfaces that we get now, longer games. I mean, you know, I know in my heart of hearts it's probably the right thing, but goodness knows you can get some really quite difficult games to watch at times now with these slower surfaces around the country. So it's great to see there's some pace in this one so far. Leaning bowls, punch straight back to him for no run by Green. Yeah, I don't know. You just want a contest between bat and ball. And I feel like we've at all times here, even though Gloucestershire are recovering, there's always been a contest here. Leaning round the wicket, this is flicked away towards mid-wicket. There is no run. They had to think about going there. I don't know. I've been watching Cameron Green's running between the wickets. It's quite entertaining because he's a slightly unorthodox runner in that he often takes a couple of massive steps down and then just stops dead, which must be a little bit confusing for the non-striker sometimes. Turned away to short mid-wicket for no run. And sometimes he really does, especially when he's running to the danger end. He's quite happy to push the field because it's about 3 strides for him to cover the 22 yards. Leaning bowls, Green carefully forward, playing this one back to the bowler. But at other times, I've seen Bracey a couple of times think, will he want to go here? And then he doesn't. But, you know, I suppose that's something that you get to know when you bat with somebody a bit more than Gloucestershire have batted with Cameron Green. As the first look at him. Leaning bowls, skipping down is Green and just about beating short mid-wicket. He'll take a single again. Seems quite happy to play leaning this way. 167 for 4. At the end of this over, I'll delve deeper into Kent women, if that's
sure.
Right, because it's you know, so I think it's going to be one of those really entertaining and interesting things to look at around the country. What different sides are hoping to get out of it. Round the wicket, leaning bowls. Bracey pushes forward, fielded at cover, and there's no run. And of course, score one at 67 for 4, by the way. But you know, Kent has such a strong history of producing fantastic players, England-wise. Is the aim, in terms of producing people for professional deals, is the aim to win as many games of cricket as possible? What's the sort of the feeling on that?
I think the annoyingly diplomatic answer there is both.
Yeah.
So we've not made any bones about if someone earns a professional deal, good on them. They can go and play for a tier 1, as we now not allowed to call it, side. They can play for those counties, but obviously we made them. As Joe Everson comes into bowl, defended there by Green. Yeah, we want our players to play at the highest level as they can, whether that's for Kent or if they have to go elsewhere, that's fine. But to us, we've produced them. we're so proud of our players that are playing in the top tier of women's cricket now, and obviously a few have gone on to play for England as well. And of course, if we were to get to that top level, they'll be welcome back. Let's Joe Everson bowls. Oh, he's struck on the pads there. Half-hearted appeal there, I'd say.
Yeah, it was a sort of a... Well, was that Moyet at first slip who's still got his hands clasped behind his head? But I don't know. It didn't really look right, did it? On many levels. Quite leg-side-ish, looked quite high. Green was on the walk as well, despite the fact that the keeper's up.
And Everson, he's off his mark and runs in. Good cricket all round there, good ball and a good defensive shot back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see, and I would have thought I was doing a preview of Tier 2 not that long ago, and of course it's so hard because you don't know, particularly coming into a new season, there's always a bit of uncertainty as to how people are going to perform anyway.
As Everson runs in, good delivery there, right behind it though is Green.
But you know, there's probably going to be quite a lot of discrepancy between some of the teams as to how much they've trained and how much access they've had to gyms and that sort of thing, or what they've even been asked to do. So, you know, it is kind of a brave new world and those sorts of cliches, but it's a really exciting one for that reason for me.
Yeah, as Joyson comes into bowl. Oh, there was a leave there where it probably should have been a defensive shot. Yeah, I mean, Kent women we have for a long time now have said that we're one club with two teams. So the Kent women can use our facilities. Obviously they are amateurs at the minute, so they have their full-time jobs. Our captain Megan Belt is a teacher, etc., etc. But at the moment they're training every weekend. There's not a match day. They train throughout the winter every weekend, either here or at Polo Farm or Beckenham or at Sutton Valence School. And they've forged a real squad now as Everson comes in for the last ball is over. Green gets behind that, squirts it out for a single to end the over. 168 for 4. Yeah, Kent women are historically the most successful county in the country. I mean, they've won 10 leagues, which is why they got a star above the crest on their shirts. They've won 3 T20 titles, and the likes of David Sear, who worked with girls for many, many years. He produced the likes of Tammy Beaumont. He produced the likes of Alice Davison-Richards that's now at Surrey, players like that. And there's just this conveyor belt that has been put in over years and years of coaching from really dedicated coaches that has meant that if we do lose players, there are ones to step up. Yeah. Well, it's magnificent. And, you know, you talk about that presentation as well, and you know, of course so many things went into Tier 1 awarding and all that sort of thing, but you know, I don't think there are many clubs that can come close to what Kent have done in terms of that, as you say, 2 teams 1 club type feel, even in previous times when you had the regions as well as, and then county cricket sort of sitting in a niche that was being overlooked, really, to a certain extent. There wasn't that connection that there will be now between sort of levels of the pyramid. Leaning bowls down the pitch, Green. He's played that between short mid-wicket and the bowler again. He's just looking to pick that same gap pretty much every time, and if he can just squeeze it through, gets up the other end, picks up a single, 169 for 4. But he hasn't looked as if he's really sort of itching to come down and try and slam leaning back over his head for 4 or 6. Leaning bowls, Bracey strokes that one. That's a pleasing cover drive. He'll pick up one more out to deep cover. 170 for 4. These two coming together after Miles Hammond was dismissed for 48 off stump, ripped out of the ground by Jas Singh. But they put on 62 so far for the 5th wicket, these two. Leaning round the wicket in, and Green just nudges that one round the corner. A shout of weight, I assume from James Bracey, as it just went behind square on the leg side. So no run, leg slip still in place, hoping for that just
Flick round the corner. Leaning bowls, skips down again, does green and plays it back to leaning. I don't know. I don't think, almost nowadays especially, I don't think they ever really think too much about shying, because I mean, they seem to call the penalty runs on just about everything now. I think they're quite afraid to let go of it at all. Short ball, Green tries to climb into it, and he's hit it on, I think, one bounce out to deep mid-wicket. So he wasn't just happy to push around singles there, and it's fairly sizable hit out towards the flats. Even Cameron Green's going to have to get hold of it to clear that boundary, and he didn't get hold of that one. It was sitting up, but there's plenty of protection. Now there's another fielder who's moved into the offside for Bracey, so Leaney's got to bowl it outside the off stump. He does. It's played to that fielder who's at short cover point, and there's no run to end that over. It's 171 for 4. Green 56, and Bracey has 25. As you're listening to us live on the BBC Sport website and app, it's Seaborn and Liam Knight with you for now. Dan Whiting will be back.
I can just see him emerging back into the commentary booth. But yeah, going back
those
to
words that send a shudder down your spine.
But going back to Kent Women, our Surrey oldest rivalry T20, our one-off we had last year, was a record crowd for a floodlit women's match here. Over 800 people here, and then we went over the bridge to play a certain League One team that 2 days later, and they only had 300 in. So it just shows that the support is there for Kent Women. Obviously, we're past the anger stage, as it were, of not getting Tier 1 status, but now we just rebuild, and next week is free for members. I'm sure loads of members will be coming in. We've given some tickets to local clubs, girls sections, some schools as well, so it should be another big crowd for our first home game of the season. As Jazz Singh now comes in, bowls. Green wants a single there, shy at the stumps. That could have been gone. It's well backed up by Chris Benjamin. That could have been overthrown. Yeah,
gosh, I mean, I thought that was, like you, it was oh, that could be a run out, and then it turned quite swiftly into that could be 5.
Yes. It just shows the intent that Kent have in the field now, that the whole modus operandi of we're going to fight for every ball, we're going to be switched on every ball. They're much more vocal this year. We've said all this previously last week, but it's just the sort of change of mindset, really, of Kent fielders, that every ball's an event now. Yeah,
and that, well, I mean, it's worth reiterating for Gloucestershire supporters as well.
As Jazz Singh comes in. Cut away, fielded well by Mieye.
But I suppose also when you are taking wickets so regularly as well, at some point, even in a great season, you're going to be tested when it comes to, a particularly flat surface as well. So,
100%.
But as you say, it's sort of if it's a mindset thing, then that can be so helpful for those situations.
Well, that'll be the test. So if they can keep this up, and when times are tough, they keep the intensity up, then they'll get their rewards, really. As Jazz Singh comes in to bowl his third ball of the over. It was onto the leg side there, and Bracey's whipped that away off his legs. Could go all the way. Fielder's running around, stopped there. Yeah, like you say, there's not really been a road yet, and that'll be the test. That'll be the acid test of can the mentality of getting in the batsman's head, all the big shouts, the big appeals. If you keep that up, you're obviously going to get wickets, when maybe last year, when they weren't as vocal, they're not going to get those opportunities.
I thought Cameron Green was preparing for another one of those cavalry charges for a third run there, but he decided not to.
Singh comes in around the wicket. Bracey plays that nicely. Another good attempted stop by me. He just goes under him. That's unlucky from him.
Zach Crawley, is his availability, what's that? Is it a sort of a match by match thing? Or are you waiting for edicts from above at any point?
Basically, yeah. I mean, he said himself with interviews with me in pre-season that he wants to play for Kent for as long as he can. So he'll be around until the day that England go, right, we need you back now. So we've seen with Sound Cricket Essex that they've started to look at resting in inverted commas players, but we hope that he'll be around for a little while longer as Justin comes into bowl again. Well defended by Bracey.
Sorry, that's my fault because we've swapped microphones.
I was going to say,
It's a good one.
It's not often I get shutted up, but there we are.
It's all right, that's enough of you. Off you go. Oh dear. No, sorry. We'll swap back. I knew this was going to get confusing, which is why I made some awful hand signals to Dan Whiting. I mean, you know, unlike the usual ones, exactly. Yeah. But well, I sort of signalled for a swap around. But anyway.
Singh comes in for the last delivery is over. Good length there, right behind it though, Bracey. It just shows that there's this passage of play. There's not really been that intent of beating the edge. There's not really been that ball that's going to challenge the batters. But this is where you need to sort of keep being on the money for as long as you can, and hopefully then you get the rewards later on.
Yeah, indeed. And there is drinks being taken at 3 o'clock, and with, if I'm reading that right, halfway in terms of the day gone. 48 gone, 48 to go. So in theory, about an hour left until the tea break. Might be a bit less than that with Jack Leaning bowling. I think Kent are possibly just thinking a little bit about the over 8, but it's decent. It was +1 at lunch, so you know, and that's something which we do talk about a lot. But when in the first game of the season Gloucestershire were at -5 going into their second innings, and you think, gosh, that's going to take some making up. And then there was the horrifying possibility of starting the season at -2 points, which didn't happen because they rattled through their overs and got it back. But even so, it is something that's always going to need to be kept an eye on, especially as both these sides... am I going to be disrespectful to Jack Leaning here? But both these sides don't have an absolute clear-cut front-line spinner.
I think a couple of years ago you'd be right, but I think he's really worked on his bowl. He bowls off-spin in T20s quite regularly now as well.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, because we've mentioned it earlier, that he seems to take wickets here against Gloucestershire quite regularly in the Blast.
Yeah, he has improved on his bowling quite a lot. I think he wants to become that sort of second spinner. When we don't have an outright spinner in the side, he can be the one that will take the ball. But you mentioned over 8+1. It still says it on the board. I don't know if unofficially there's a scorer's note somewhere.
Yeah, that will have been at lunch. But but still, it can't be too bad.
They've still brought Nathan Gilchrist back on, so I don't think they're worried.
Yeah, as you say, Gilchrist replacing Leaning. There's Green on strike. Still more movement. Green steps away towards square leg. And we're all ready. 2 slips in place. A deep third, 2 fielders back on the onside. Gilchrist in. Oh, that's a loose shot from Green. It was short and wide, and he tried to pull that, I think, even though it was way outside off stump.
That would have gone right over my head.
Yes, it probably would have
Cameron Green is a massive man, so it was shoulder height for him. It was there to be cut, ironically. But there we go. This is why I'm not a player.
He threw the kitchen sink out. As you say, it would have been quite hard for him to have got out doing that, but a slightly odd decision for him to have pulled that with those 2 fielders back as well. Gilchrist bowls. He's bowled a very wide one, and Fuller this time. There's no run. I've noticed Green's done that quite a lot. It must be a little... It's almost like a tick he's got. Shakes out his right hand as though he's just been struck on the glove, but I don't know if that's something that he does all the time. It's these things that you notice when you just see somebody play a lot on TV. Of course, you watch him play for Australia, watch him play in the IPL, for example, but you don't notice these things when you've got the TV coverage because they're always showing something else that you don't want to see. Short ball, and Green has to duck underneath it, and so it's a wide.
So what you're trying to say there, Ed, is that end-to-end cameras are the best. You don't need any other cameras. That's what I've got from that. That's why the Kent stream's the best stream on the circuit.
Magnificent. Well, you know, That's why you need the BBC radio commentary synced to it, so that everybody knows exactly where the ball's gone. Perfect partnership. 177 for 4. As Gilchrist turns and runs in again. They're now to bowl, and another one that is not drawing green into the sort of indiscretion that we saw earlier on in the over. And Gilchrist, who struck early, getting rid of Messrs. Bancroft and Charlesworth, looking to get back in the wickets column. I mean, it was a prize scalp of Bancroft up front, because he so often does just set the tone for Gloucestershire. I don't think it was any coincidence, despite his massive innings, as this is a strangled appeal for LBW. Might have been some inside edge. It squeezes out towards square leg. They want 2 here, and that's very well run, because they saw that possibility as soon as the ball looped off into a pretty vacant leg side. And actually the ball probably didn't even go 30 yards from the bat, but they've pinched 2, and indeed it is runs inside edge onto pad. 179 for 4. But yeah, obviously it helps when your new captain comes in and scores 163 on his debut in terms of the overall batting performance. But it did show maybe some of what Gloucestershire didn't have in that first game. And they are very lucky to have Bancroft and available for all formats as well, because he showed what a fine T20 player he is last season, as well as Gilchrist bowls, and that's a beauty. Green coming down the pitch as he does, but also getting dragged a little bit across his crease there by Gilchrist, playing at a ball that perhaps he didn't have to.
It's that good old corridor of uncertainty, isn't it?
Yeah. And also possibly the effects of Gilchrist bowling 3 really quite wide ones as well. I mean, it might not have been intentional, the first one, but I'm sure it was intentional after that. Sometimes you can use a slightly looser, wider one to actually buy a wicket. Gilchrist bowls, and oh dear, that's pretty close to the gloves of Green as he let it go, but he didn't really shoulder arms, and so it was left, but not massively convincingly so. Let's do a quick change. I can pass the microphone straight to Dan Whiting.
Liam Knight there, the Kent media manager. Thank you, Liam. Another decent crowd in here as well today. I reckon probably 1,200 again, 1,300, something like that. There's Gloucestershire here, 179 for 4, and rebuilding this nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they will want certainly somebody to go big, though. They would still feel that they've possibly left something out there if somebody can't really go on. No ball there, first no ball of the innings after we recently had the first wide with Jas Singh bowling and just overstepping first ball. No run, I should say. It's Bracey defence, 181 for 4.
Yeah, Gillingham v Cheltenham is not the only battle today between these two counties.
It's funny how that happens. I think last year there was Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire in the cricket, Gloucester v Northampton in the rugby. As this is worked into the onside by Bracey, he'll take a single to the left-hand side of mid-wicket, 182 for 4. And I can't remember, it might have been Northampton Town against Forest Green, something like that. I'm sure across 3 sports at the same time there was a battle in cricket, rugby and football, which was quite fun.
Forest Green, the wonderful Bob Hunt side. Yeah, much missed.
Indeed, much missed Bob Hunt.
Didn't he?
My predecessor, as it were.
Yeah, didn't Bob Hunt? Didn't he put a few quid on Forest Green to win 5-1 somewhere away? I think it was at Doncaster.
In comes Singh and bowls, and there is a beautiful drive from Green that will get absolutely nothing at all. It made a wonderful noise off the bat, but he's hit it straight to the subfielder, Chris Benjamin, at extra cover.
And in the 90th minute, Forest Green were 5-1 up and went and scored a 6th. He couldn't speak. Well, it was just silence.
Yes. And over to Bob Hunt for the update. No, no, no. Oh, nobody could do radio quite like Bob. In comes Just Sing Bowls. Ooh, inside, well, if you're being generous, you say inside quarter of the bat from green, but Kent will say inside edge down to fine leg. But he picks up another run, moves on to 60. Gloucestershire to 183 for 4. Yeah, no, he was just the most immense fun, Bob, to be on air with.
Yeah.
On many occasions.
But
I
he
was on air with him in a T20 back in the days when he had everybody did their own separate commentaries.
Yeah.
Attempting to try and keep Bob on the straight and narrow as the 20-year-old. This is down the leg side, and Bracey flicks at it and misses it.
Absolutely. Mad as a March hare, but wonderful, wonderful commentator. And sadly no longer with us. Billy the Fish has been in touch, loving listening to Gloss Cricket at Kent Ed Cricket in the middle stump on good form. Not sure about their ability to predict football outcomes.
Oh gosh, well, I certainly never make any...
the League One standings.
I don't make any bones about the fact that I'm not the person to go to when it comes to football. Just the one slip now, Sing into Bracey, who defends into the onside. Again, there is no run.
Andrew Harrison's been in touch. He enjoyed the squirrel chat. He's got a problem with an invasive species of Taiwanese squirrel here in Hamamatsu.
Gosh.
Sure we wanted to know that.
Wow.
Thanks, Andrew.
Gosh,
Wow.
so how do they get there then? On a boat, on a plane? Or just how does that happen? It's quite a long distance, I just imagine, between the two places. Just Sing bowls forward, Bracey, and a well-organised defensive shot will produce no run as it's fielded by the bowler. So it's 183 for 4. We've had 50 overs of this Gloucestershire innings, so batting at a pretty decent tempo, 3.7 runs and over. And they've done a good job, particularly Green, in terms of consistently rotating that strike. He's scored more runs not in boundaries than he has in boundaries.
Chris Hansford's got in on the Australian fauna.
Right. Remind me, he was our correspondent from Melbourne.
That's right, yeah. Gilchrist to Green. It's a good battle between these two. If the squirrel conversation goes into hibernation, how about sand gropers?
Oh, God.
Did you know that's the Aussie nickname for those in the West? They have some funny nicknames. I think the Queenslanders call New South Walians sand toads. So, no, cane toads, I think it's cane toads. Okay. But the sand groper is a really nasty looking bug which burrows underground. So thanks for that, Chris. As Gilchrist comes in and that shaves the outside off stump of Cameron Green, but misses it by a fraction.
How on earth did that miss? That looked as if it was just nipping back beautifully to take off stump. Didn't bounce masses either, which certainly doesn't help when you're coming down from the height that Green does. I mean, he sort of stoops in his stance a little bit more than some, but even so, it's a long way down.
Gilchrist. This is a really good battle. Really good battle. Green just pushes that one down the pitch. Graham Hill's been in touch, the Gloucestershire fan, and he said he's listening from Spain, Chiva, which is half an hour inland from Valencia, watching us on YouTube. Came in towards the end of the conversation about squirrels last night, watching a programme about Alaska. They had a flying squirrel that glides from tree to tree. Canterbury is my favourite ground beyond Cheltenham and Worcester. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Graham. Good to hear from you, pal. As that's just pushed into the offside by Cameron Green. Keep your emails coming. I think we might have exhausted the squirrel stuff now, but if you want to email us about anything else apart from squirrels, BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com.
You know what you're going to get now, don't you?
Squirrel-tastic, chaps and ladies. So yeah, drop us an email. Green's on 60, Bracey's on 30. Gilchrist 2 for 30 through 9.4. He's bowled really well here. He deserves one. This is a good contest, this, between him and Green. As Green lets that go into the gloves of Finch. You listen to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn. And I'm sure Ian Randall's listening in from the West Country as well. Does the Gloucestershire PA stuff. Very warm welcome to you, Ian.
We're doing individual shout-outs for our listeners now.
Well, of course we are.
Service.
Yeah, we'll shout people out. We'll give you a shout-out. Gilchrist to Green, who gets on the front foot again and pushes forward. Just having a chat with Marchand de Lange. And there's a maiden there, 2 for 33 off 10. And Zaman Akhtar downstairs. Charner's always good value, isn't he? He's a lovely man.
Mm. Well, his interviews are a thing of beauty.
I bet.
Actually, they are. It's magnificent. I think he's a magnificent team man. Is Marchand de Lange, and exactly the sort of person that, if things do just go a bit quiet out there, and as we've mentioned a few times before, Gloucestershire probably are one of the quieter sides out there in the country. You need a burst of Marchand de Lange's mitts together that'll raise the noise level. In goes Singh, bowls cut by Bracey into the ground and fielded at backward point. I can't get it past the field this time. One of his favourite shots.
Gillingham have gone 1-0 up at Cheltenham. Liam Knight's just dropped us a line. Kent 1, Glos 0.
Well, that's the score here as well. Kent having taken the first bowling point. So 3 wickets. Gloucestershire still a small matter of 77 runs away from achieving their first batting point. Singh bowls. Bracey drives sweetly between cover and backward point. That'll be 4 runs. Very nicely played by Bracey, and you say these things in full knowledge of the fact that he'll get accused of putting the curse on someone, but when Bracey's driving through cover, that's when you think things are really in working order. When that drive's going between cover and backward point rather than square. Not that he can't play that shot, but when he's feeling confident enough to drive through the covers, that's often an acid test for Bracey. He's on to 34. Singh bowls to him, and this is prodded into the offside. Another one that just popped up a little bit bounce-wise, but Bracey played it well.
Some news of the twos this week. Matt Parkinson, he got 8 wickets in the second innings of Kent's game. Unfortunately, he hasn't been seen yet this season. He's been 12thers on all 3 occasions, but he looks in fine fettle. And Tommy Borman, the youngster at Gloucestershire, who's supposed to be a gun player, isn't he? He's supposed to be a really good player.
188 not out, was it not?
Run a ball. Yeah.
I mean, that was a ridiculous game. Full ball, Bracey drives. It's a crowd catch to cover. Somebody played along at least.
Crawley.
Throwing it up in the air. Somebody went, away, but
yeah.
Knowing full well what had happened. You're not going to get that here. But yeah, I think totally, I totted it up, and I think across the 4 innings, it was something like 986 for 9 between the 2 sides on a pitch which was actually even greener than this one.
Okay.
At Cardiff, so...
Never judge a book by its cover.
By the sounds of it, very short boundaries as well. Singh bowls, Bracey drives and picks out mid-off, but that is to take absolutely nothing away from Tommy Borman's effort to chase down a sort of an agreed target in the end. Both Gloucestershire and Glamorgan's seconds agreeing something. It wasn't an official second 11 championship match, but just a second 11 friendly, because there just aren't so many second 11 fixtures this year. Now,
he's from Dumbleton Cricket Club, isn't he, which is on the Worcestershire border, where it borders Gloucestershire.
On the right side of the border, I'm sure.
I think the cricket ground is, but the village isn't.
Singh bowls, and Bracey pushes this one up the pitch.
I think the village of Dumbleton is actually in Worcestershire, but the cricket ground is in Gloucestershire, or vice versa, I can't remember. But it's produced some wonderful cricketers, hasn't it? I mean, it's Danny Gibson.
Yep.
Of England. She's through. She's a Dumbly.
Katie Jones as well, who'll be donning the Somerset shirt this season. Wicket-keeper bat for
we don't like that,
England under-19s. She's a really, really promising player and certainly somebody that's worth keeping an eye out for. It's a slightly odd dynamic, of course, in that the South West's Tier 1 team for now is Somerset, but of course, as we've been discussing, Tier 2 sides that have ambitions of becoming Tier 1 sides.
Here's a man once off Somerset, Nathan Gilchrist, bowling to Cameron Green. Dumbleton got to the National Village Cup final, didn't they, a few years ago?
Yeah, year before last, I think it was. And won it, yeah.
Yeah. So, obviously, strong cricket in that neck of the woods.
Yeah, well, it's somewhere which I have meant to make a pilgrimage to for quite some time, but haven't quite got to yet.
Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end. Green plays that nicely, but picks out Daniel Bell Drummond, who's probably, I think, the best fielder in this Kent side.
I think last year they fantastically stepped in at late notice for one of Gloucestershire's women's county games as well. There was a fixture, I forget where it was taking place, somewhere in the Bristol area, and they were searching around.
Rockhampton they used quite a lot, I think.
Yeah, it was definitely some, might even have been Bedminster, but I'm not sure.
Gilchrist, bouncer. Just one over the shoulder, no wide.
But they'd had so much rain in the Bristol area, but Dumbleton being quite a long way from Bristol, hadn't had quite so much, but were able to step in. So yeah, they've always had a great commitment to women and girls cricket there. I think Fran Wilson's done some coaching there as well.
I think she's from Thornbury Cricket Club, isn't she, Fran? Gilchrist, can Kent Winkle one more out? Nearly does so, as that goes past the outside edge of Cameron Green's bat. This is a good contest, isn't it, Ed?
Yeah, it's exciting to watch, isn't it? And okay, we've only had one wicket this afternoon, but as we keep reiterating, there's enough there for the bowlers that they will believe at any moment they could break what is just starting to become a slightly troubling partnership for Kent. Perhaps not quite there yet, you know, the old 2 wickets onto the score sort of thing.
Good bouncer. Green takes evasive action. That was a good one. Had him hopping back.
Yeah, well
didn't
directed.
quite put him on his derriere, but it was a good bouncer.
Oh, no, this isn't Derek Randall, or indeed Ian Randall. I don't think he'd have been on his backside. I think he, like me, would have been running off somewhere towards square leg.
It'd have been the other side of the Freeman flats over there. He'd have been on the old Dover Road. Gilchrist, good leave. That's another maiden there from Gilchrist. 11 overs, 2 for 33, with 5 maidens in there. He's been the pick of the Kent bowlers today, and he's having a real old ding-dong here with Cameron Green. It's great to watch. Good, hard, attritional cricket.
And it's great from Gilchrist's perspective as well, because this is an opportunity to pick up an absolutely prize scalp. It's not quite like when Steve Smith was playing for Sussex before the Ashes in that short stint, and he thought, well, any bowler who is able to grab the wicket of Steve Smith is going to make a name for themselves. Lo and behold, Josh Tongue gets him out, gets selected for England, and bowled superbly, especially in that game at Lord's. But still, it's one of the signings that, you know, I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on this game, on this innings. We've had some correspondence from Australia as well, and you know, he's a cricketer that Australia are really understandably hot on and want him to be a cornerstone of their side going forward. I mean, they stuck him at 4 for a while when they had that rejig at the top of the order with Steve Smith opening the batting, stuck Green up the order at 4, so that's how much they think of him. And it'll be interesting to see where he slots back in now, with Bo Webster, who Gloucestershire had last year as an overseas player as well, making a really eye-catching debut at the SCG this winter. Jas Singh, new over bowls. Oh, I half-hearted shot there from Bracey. It does stay down on him, but
Yeah,
I don't know what he was looking to do with that.
Good take by Finch there as well.
On the bounce, yeah.
Yeah. Bo Webster's even taller than Cameron McGreevy.
He is, although Webster more wiry.
Yeah.
But Gloucestershire do not sign any players under 6'3". So if you are under 6'3", then I'm afraid you're just going to have to look else. No.
Apart from Graham from Beery.
Well, that's just a new era of Gloucestershire cricket now. Yeah. Wide slip as Singh bowls wide and Bracey cuts it away on the bounce down to deep third. That was another shot that I don't know if Bracey was
in control.
Whether he was thinking, actually, hang on, I'm not going to pick up a boundary for this, so let's just hit it, controlled fashion out to the sweeper that there was on the cover boundary. But he ended up again caught in two minds and nearly caught in the outfield.
Yeah, I think his heart would have been in his mouth there as the ball was in the air for a long time down to third. It did drop about 10 yards short. But
I've seen a few like that now. About 3 or 4 that have done that. So one more to the total, 188 for 4. Singh in and bowls to Green, turns it into the onside. And there will be no run as Crawley comes in energetically from mid-wicket.
Matt Cole will be happy though. There's a third. He's one of those. He hates not having a third.
Oh yes.
Third in place.
Yes, Ed Bevan.
Is he another one?
For Glamorgan, another one who can't stand there being nobody back there. You'd see a fair few runs early on in his innings for Green in that area. 3 men back on the boundary now as Singh bowls. Green drives. Won't pick up a run. It's fielded at mid-off. Throw loops over the head of Cameron Green. You've got to get some height on the throw to do that. Again, there is no run.
Chris Hansford sent me something horrible here. He said, imagine, he sent me a picture of a sand groper.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. He said, imagine being brought up in a traditional English country garden with worms and ladybirds to finding this when clearing your backyard in Australia.
Singh bowls Green. Oh my word, as he thumped that. It never left the ground, but that has been absolutely walloped between extra cover and mid-off. That is an outrageous shot. 192 for 4.
Yeah, don't mess around, Cameron, eh? Don't mess around. That was bullied to the boundary, wasn't it? Absolutely screamed past Daniel Bell Drummond at extra cover.
Noise of that is still ringing in my ears.
Yep.
My word. I mean, that is as firm a strike of bat to ball as you'll ever see. 192 for 4. Green to 64. Singh runs in past the umpire and bowls, and Green drives again. Doesn't time it anywhere near as well, so little moral victory to Jas Singh off the last ball there as it's fielded at extra cover in the dive, so saving a run. 192 for 4, still 10 overs remaining before the tea break. But to be honest, it's such a lovely day. I really don't care whether we're here until 7:30. I hope we're not here until 7:30 for just later plans reasons, of course.
Yes.
But it is just an absolutely gorgeous day for watching cricket and watching a really great contest out there, which we've had so far.
It is really good. It's entertaining watching Kent this year. It really is. Adam Hollyoak's new chapter here. It's not dull, put it that way. Dean Abra has been in touch, and during the Middlesex game last weekend, people were emailing us from all these tropical islands. So he's also emailed us from a tropical island.
Is it?
I don't know. It's the Isle of Sheppey.
Lundy or somewhere.
The Isle of Sheppey on the Thames Estuary.
I thought it might be closer to home from what you were saying.
He describes it as the Barbados of the Thames Estuary. He said, come on, Kent and the Jills. Thanks for your email, Dean. Keep them coming to bbckentcricket@gmail.com. The Isle of Thanet, the Isle of Sheppey. It's a holiday maker's paradise around here. That's just down the leg side there. First time Gilchrist has bowled to Bracey in this spell, I think. I think he's been completely at Cameron Green, hasn't he?
Certainly hasn't been much, that's for sure. Yeah. So I suppose you can give him one to sort his line.
Yeah, yeah. Bracey on 35.
Is that Cashy Valley warming up at mid-off?
Is Gilchrist. That's just angled across the left-handed Gloucestershire wicket-keeper.
Grant Stewart 6.5 overs. That's all he's had, and now there will also be the problem of the fact that he's been off the field for the best part of approaching 3 hours now, so he won't be able to bowl even if he were to come back onto the field for that length of time.
Gilchrist. Oh, that's got to be close. Hits Bracey on the pads. That's just shy at the stumps there from Jack leaning as well, but Green gets back. It's all happening. 192 for 4. But that was perilously close there for the man known to all and sundry in the West as Brace. You know, I love it when I arrive in Bristol and everyone's shouting Brace, Brace. That is, unless I'm arriving by Ryanair. Other airlines are available. That's short and pulled, and that's going to run fine down for 4. Bracey a little bit late on that, but moves on to 39. 4 short of 200 now, Gloucestershire. And this is a good effort, I think.
He's bowled some sharp bumpers in this spell as Nathan Gilchrist, and as you say, it rushed him a bit. It was just, I mean, if you had a leg gully in, that would have been a great delivery, but because there wasn't one, it just allowed Bracey a bit more margin to just try and help it round the corner. Okay, you don't think he got what he wanted on it, but still 4 runs.
If there's a leg gully in, though, would Bracey take that on?
Well, no, I'm just saying theoretically that line.
That's just played back to Gilchrist. Yeah, because there's always the danger of gloving one if there's a leg gully in.
Yeah.
But we've seen it from Daniel Bell-Drummond this season, where his bowlers, and Gilchrist especially, has sort of attacked the rib cage of the left-handed batters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, again, you know, there's been fairly consistent lift off the surface from that back of a length. So, and as we've discussed, Kent have tended to go for quite tall, hit-the-pitch type bowlers in recent times.
I'm wondering what Marchand de Lange will be like on this. That's
Wow.
way down the leg side, and that's a good stop there from Finch. He's gone across a long way and saved his side. Definite 4 byes, which would have been harsh on him. I thought it was pretty close to being a
I was going
wide.
to say, yeah, it's almost one of those where maybe the umpire was going to be lenient on the wicketkeeper. If it's, I mean, goodness me, you can't hit that. That should have been a wide anyway. Extraordinary. I don't know how long umpire Baldwin thinks James Bracey's arms are.
196 for 4 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, on a sunny Good Friday here in the Garden of England. Cameron Green on 64, James Bracey on 39.
It's one of those good quiz questions. Speaking of places in Australia, if I remember this rightly, Victoria, New Jersey and Kent have in common.
Are they the Garden?
Oh yeah, I think New Jersey and Victoria are both the Garden states, if I remember right. I'm sure some of our Australian correspondents will correct me if I'm wrong, but there's definitely a quiz question in there that I remember being asked before. New Jersey, the Garden state, not the sort of 4-lane highway state, which I think sort of is these days.
Yeah.
New York ever expanding. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling. Kashif Ali is back into the attack. 11 overs for 44, which I think is slightly cruel on Kashif Ali. He's beaten the bat on many an occasion and got plenty out of this surface, but yet just a couple of overs. There was that one over I think that he bowled that Hammond plundered him for 3 boundaries, which that's all it really takes to ruin your figures a bit. But he's bowling now to Green on 64, and he starts off with a filthy wide delivery, which Green crashes away off the back foot, but he's only picked up a single for it because there's protection out on the offside boundary. 197 for 4. Green probably wants that one back because, okay, there's a fielder out in the deep, but that was quite a friendly delivery from Cache Valley to start his spell.
Well, we've given Kent women a plug. I think it's only fair that Gloucestershire women get a plug because they're playing. Well, I know you have, haven't you? You've been plugging it all day, Ed. But they play Derbyshire tomorrow at the Seat Unique. 50 over match. Members gain entry with their cards. Adults £7, juniors £2. And again, that's wonderful value.
Cache Valley round the wicket bowls, and Bracey tries to work this one into the onside. He's played it straight down into the ground. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Gloucestershire do with their side, because they've got a lot of options as far as taking the pace off, but they also have quite a battery of seam bowlers. So how do they approach their new home at Bristol? Do they decide to go very much pace off, or are they going to put out their quickest attack and just say, see where it gets you? Kashif bowls for defence from Bracey, goes back up the surface. Of course, Liv Daniels named as captain, so I'm sure that'll be a really proud moment for her, and I'm so sorry not to be there, because I think as somebody that has, I'd like to think, tried to champion the importance of county cricket in the women's game, even when we had the regional set up as a bridge between the two, if you like, because the danger was players were slipping through the cracks still before it. As Kashif bowls, this is prodded into the offside, there's no run.
And Melissa Story, has she made the side?
Melissa is still injured.
Is she?
So she's still
Okay.
she's close to coming back, though. I think I had a net the other day, but
BBC commentator,
right.
lawyer. There's an article about her in the Cricketer, wasn't there, this month with Nick Friend?
Well, it really does highlight what is still the case in Tier 2. The fact that, and Liam mentioned it as well, that these players are juggling so many different things. Cache Valley bowls, for defence goes up to mid-off.
Sounds a bit like us, Ed, as commentators.
Well, I don't think I can claim to have quite that much skill to be able to manage more than just a couple of things in my life. So, no, I am in absolute awe of all of the players in Tier 2, because there's a lot that has actually been asked of them. And when you've got people saying, and it's absolutely right that they should be saying these things, that they want to do Tier 2 like it's Tier 1.
Yeah,
but it's
I
not.
agree.
But it's not Tier 1 because the players aren't professional. Kashif bowls and Bracey pushes on the front foot. There's no run out into the offside. End of a tidy comeback over from Kashif Valley after that loosener to Cameron Green. Gloucestershire at 197 for 4. But in terms of how much time they're having to put in training-wise, people are having to adjust work schedules to try and meet the demands of training.
yeah.
Never mind if you're in a position where you've got multiple jobs anyway. And for some people they'll be students and they'll have summer holidays, and it will work probably better for them because they can really concentrate on their cricket in the summer. But cricket is a year-round thing, even though we play in the summer.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's well, we've got Melissa Story's pod sister as Gilchrist comes into Cameron Green. We've got just ambling through for the most languid of singles. We've got her pod sister, haven't we, on third voice tomorrow, Nikki Chowdhury.
Yeah, Nikki on day 2. Rita Green will join us on day 3, so we'll have some reinforcements.
Yeah. You won't be bored by Ed and I for
talking about squirrels for an entire day.
Indeed. Or any other nasty beasts from Australia.
We're talking about
we haven't even mentioned
the
Merv
wildlife
Hughes.
here. We're not
We
talking
haven't
about
even mentioned
people
Merv Hughes yet, have we?
Yeah.
198 for 4 here. Sun-drenched Canterbury as Gilchrist probes away. Bracey equal to it. Good partnership this. 90 these two have put on.
Sorry, Dan. One more thing I would say, though, and it's a general plea for all county cricket fans out there, is that if you were aggrieved, as I'm sure a lot of Gloucestershire and Kent fans were, that they weren't awarded Tier 1 status. Get yourself down and support Tier 2. Show that the demand is there for it, because you know it's an important thing.
Left alone by Bracey.
You know, I mean, say if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. I'm not trying to force people into that, but if you were somebody that was upset about not having the professional side, one of the best ways I think to show that your team, whoever that may be, should have one, is by showing that you can, you know, turn up and increase the crowd size.
Yeah. Gilchrist, Nackington Road in, good bounce to Bracey. Just one over the shoulder is signalled by Chris Watts. Chris Hanford's been in touch. Serious question. Are any of the England players getting an opportunity to acclimatise to the Australian conditions for the Ashes later in the year? I'm not aware of Western Australia welcoming any overseas players into the 4-day side. Is this a case of English being too fair by letting the Aussies play over here? Well, Chris, I'll come on to it after this ball. Another bouncer, good one. Bracey ducks it. The problem is there's only 6 states in Australia, whereas there are 18 counties over here. So there's a lot less. A lot of English players go there and play grade
That's
cricket.
one of the points, isn't it? The fact that, okay, it may not be state cricket, but it's high quality grade cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. But however, I'll tell you what's going to happen. The England cricket team will arrive about 2 days before. They'll get absolutely pumped in the first test as Bracey works this one backward, a square on the offside. And that goes away for a single. They'll get absolutely pumped in the first test. They'll go off and play golf, get absolutely pumped in the second test, and I'm not expecting...
But still, every ball of the Ashes will be available live on the BBC Test Match Special.
You can listen to England getting an absolute pounding here on the BBC.
Well, it would not be a 4-year cycle without it, would it?
No.
But no, in all seriousness, I am never one to say that we shouldn't be allowing top-class players into our domestic system.
Yeah.
Our being England's, obviously. But I just think, and I used this example when Steve Smith was playing for Sussex as well, so I'll use it again now because I think it's kind of speaks for itself, really. After this ball, as Kashif Ali starts a new over round the wicket, bowling to Bracey, turned into the onside, straight to mid-wicket for no run. But Steve Smith, in the 2019 Ashes, had one of the greatest series any player has ever had, despite being plunked on the helmet.
Yeah.
He did that without playing any county cricket beforehand. No sort of lengthy stints. So what are you worried about? If Steve Smith can do that without that sort of a stint, then you know we shouldn't be stopping high-class players from playing here. As Bracey knocks this one up to mid-on, there is no run.
And I also think, you know, the rich history of wonderful overseas players from both counties, you know, from Asif Iqbal, Bernard Julian, Aravinda De Silva, Steve Waugh here at Kent, you know, some really good overseas. Gloucestershire, Zahir Abbas, 2,000 runs in a season twice for Gloucestershire. Courtney Walsh, one of the finest fast bowlers of all time. Mike Proctor. You know, you want to see those guys in the flesh, don't you?
Kashif bowls, outside edge from Bracey. Wouldn't have carried even if there'd been a gully in place, but squirts down in that area and brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire. So a generous round of applause from the Kent members. Looks slightly begrudging round of applause to our left-hand side, but
yeah, they're all right. They appreciate good cricket. They're all right here.
I love it. I love the crowd at Kent. 200 for 4. Actually, one of my first times here during the sort of semi-COVID year 2021, when we started having spectators back, but it wasn't a full house, so it was a little bit quieter here than normal. Kashif bowls to Green, tries to whip this one into the leg side, thuds into pad, goodness me. Barking mad in the commentary box and barking out there. So
that's just me, Ed.
Yeah. 201 for 4. My word, that is a loud bark. I've completely forgotten what I was saying. Now, there we go. 2021 game here at Kent. And Kent won the match, actually, after Gloucestershire had taken some early wickets. But it was one of those. Joe Denley got a ripping delivery, I think, might have been from David Payne. Off stump out of the ground. He's bowled him! Dead silence. My voice was the only thing ringing around the ground. Kashif Ali bowls. This is pushed to backward point for no run. And you're thinking, I hope nobody heard me.
We had Joe Denley on commentary last week. He's got a broken arm at the moment, sustained in the nets. There's a plate put in it, but he had a little hit last week. Came on to commentary from just up the road in Whitstable.
Well, as in he was commentating here, not up the road in Whitstable.
He was commentating here.
I was going to say,
in that very chair you're sitting on.
Technological prowess is greater than I thought, Dan. That was almost a third slip. The slip's just getting wider as Bracey with a tight leave, but a good one. Kashif Ali's not feeling as though this is his day so far, I think, as he stares at the palm of his hands. 201 for 4. 66 green, 41 to Bracey.
Yeah, we spoke about Asif Iqbal. Both these counties got a heritage of good Pakistanis, haven't they?
Of course, they went head to head pretty much. Some of the people that you were mentioning.
Yeah, Gloucestershire had
77 final.
Gloucestershire had Zahir Abbas, the only
Mohammed.
Asian cricketer to score 100 hundreds. Virat Kohli never did it. Sachin Tendulkar
Well, hang
never
on,
did it.
Virat Kohli's still going.
He's still going, yeah.
He's probably got quite a long way to go, but still.
Yeah, but Zahir Abbas, 108 first-class centuries, the only Asian cricketer to score 100 hundreds. And Sadiq Mohammed as well. Jack Leaning's going to come in from the Nackington Road end as Green whips that one with a touch of bottom hand through mid-wicket, but Zach Crawley goes diving away. Crawley throws himself around the field for Kent. He's no sort of prima donna. And again, throws himself but can't cut this one off. Green moves on to 67. It's all got a little bit pedestrian out here. Kent need a wicket, don't they?
Well, this is sort of the thing, and as much as you say we want massive energy in the field, we want to we want to keep it up when there's a partnership really developing, and they may take a wicket from anywhere still, but it's a lot harder to do that when you've got two set batters out there, and you really feel like you're having to create something out of nothing.
Leaning into the left-handed Bracey. Yeah, I think it's very easy to create theatre, and Daniel Bell Drummond hinted at this with my interview with him at Northampton. It's easy to create theatre when there was wickets tumbling. It's when it goes flat like this. Leaning, tossed up. That's gone for byes, I think. It's going to be 4 of them, whatever it is. It's 4 byes. That's big turn there.
That's
pitch middle and
excite anybody bowling spin here.
Yeah, it's pitch middle and gone past the off stump and evaded the outside of Bracey's bat and the gloves of Harry Finch. And for day one, that's extravagant turn, isn't it, Ed?
Interesting. I mean, sometimes you'll see nowadays, especially, you'll even see turn go out of pitches. I'll give a couple of instances I've seen that recently, but if it doesn't, then wow, spin could be a serious factor later on in this one.
Short as Bracey cuts. He's going to get 2 here. He's got it into a pocket as Chris Benjamin on as sub-fielder patrols the boundary and hurls it in, and that's the 100 partnership between these two. Bracey's got 43 of them. Green's got 39. It comes up just shy of 2 hours when 163 balls. 208 for 4. Tossed up. Flighted nicely by Leaning. Yeah, you're listening to Dan Whiting here on BBC Radio Kent and Ed Seaborn for BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, live on the BBC app and live on the Kent YouTube channel and also on your smart speaker. And how can you hear us on your smart speaker, Ed?
Oh. You ask it to tell BBC Sounds, that sort of slightly odd grammatical.
Do you say please?
There. Well, I don't know actually if you can say please, but you do have to say tell BBC Sounds.
Command it.
Ask BBC Sounds.
Yeah.
To play Kent versus Gloucestershire, day 1.
Yeah.
And I don't know if somebody who's done this via smart speaker could actually let us know on the address that Dan will mention in a moment. Cashy Valley bowls, wide delivery, Green drives out through the covers. Rather majestic looking shot, but he actually hit it off the bottom of his bat and is now examining it. Just a single take and 209 for 4. If anybody could try saying Kent v Gloss, day 1, with needing the day 1 bit, but if you could say Gloss rather than Gloucestershire and let us know if that works, I'd be quite interested to hear.
Yeah. Drop us a line to bbckentcricket@gmail.com.
Because some people who are expert in this field, I think, are trying to get these abbreviations to work as well. Kashif bowls and Bracey works this one to mid-on. There's no run.
If it brings up an advert for paint, when you mention gloss, it's not our fault, all right?
Let's just gloss over that, shall we?
Yes.
209 for 4.
I think we'd better. I'll get my coat.
Yes, but anyway, it's something that I've not heard Gloucestershire-wise. I gather that Notts works, but Worcester doesn't for Worcestershire.
What about walks?
Well, I don't know, you could try that as well. Kashif bowls, this is chopped away to backward point by Bracey. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, which has uprooted the middle stump.
To wonder, absolutely decapitates the stumps, doesn't he?
Grave. Well, it was quite dramatic considering that Cameron Green was completely resting on his bat at the non-striker's end. But there we go. Again, they're trying to make something happen out there. Clearly, show the Gloucestershire batters that they're out there. Wouldn't look quite so good if it had deflected off to the boundary for 4 overthrows, but anyway, it didn't because he hit the middle of them. Kashif Valley bowls, shout for leg before wicket here. That looked very similar to the one that was given off Ollie Price. And I was just waiting for the similar treatment to be given. I thought that was going down the leg side. But to me, that looked, and just first look again, we only get one look, but that looked like exactly like Ollie Price's in mirror image.
Yeah, I also saw Chris Watts' arm go a little bit as well. I thought his hand was on the holster. Chris Hansford agrees with us about our attitudes towards overseas players here in England as well. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for your input.
Anyway, not out, no run. Next delivery coming in from Kashif. Forward goes Bracey. Wait, no is the call as it goes out into the covers. And again, a wise decision not to go for that single because it has just been a little bit at times of, well, they've never looked particularly close to running each other out, but at times there's just been a bit of hesitation once a run's been started, and then usually they've just sorted it out. Kashif Ali in, turned leg side by Bracey to the left-hand side of mid-wicket. There's no fielder out on the boundary, and again, there's a little bit of hesitation from Green as he turned round, but it's a pretty straightforward 2. Gloucestershire up to 211 for 4 as Bracey is on to 45, and this has been a real, literal partnership. There's not been one batter dominating strike. They've both scored at pretty much exactly the same rate. There's only 3% difference in the strike rates. They found boundaries, but they've also rotated the strike well, right-hand, left-hand combination as well. And it looks as though they have warmed to their task this afternoon. Still 4 overs to go before tea.
Here's Jack leaning short and crunched through the offside by Cameron Green. Moves into the 70s with very pleasant shot. Just backs away, gives himself a little bit of room. And Ed, we've got a special guest on after tea.
Have we?
Yeah. We've got the wonderful, the magical Keith Dudgeon coming up.
Fantastic.
Yeah, what a lovely bloke he is as well.
Thank you for that. That's really kind.
Green just using his feet to lean in there, pushing the ball back to him. Keith, unfortunately, has had his stint with Kent short, but I think Keith's fallen in love with the place here at Canterbury, and I think the Kent people fell in love with him after his 8 wickets, which won the game at Northampton.
He must be pretty close
First up.
to topping the all-time average list.
He's got to be, yeah. But he's a lovely guy, and if he wears his slippers up here, he'll be even better. Remember, don't judge the Dudge. 216 for 4. Oh, is he caught behind? No, Finch has dropped it. Has Finch dropped it?
No, he's taken off the bails,
Oh,
and then I think the ball maybe went flying out of his hand after he'd done that. But there were appeals for both caught behind and stumping. But
Yeah, leaning fancied that.
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there were the slip, keeper, and bowler liked it, but the other fielders around didn't seem to so much.
What if his bat hit the ground? Bracey drives pleasantly. Can't beat the infield though. Stop there at cover.
Sadly, we will never know.
No, we'll never know. We'll never know.
Never know.
Do you reckon Cameron Green would have walked? Australians? They only tend to walk when their car runs out of petrol, don't they? That's left alone there by Bracey. James Marshall, hi Dan and Ed. Great listening to the Dream Team commentate on Gloucestershire's visit to Kent. After seeing the turn that Leaning has just got, I'm glad we're not facing Matt Parkinson. That lad can turn it at angles Pythagoras would be proud of. Kind regards, James. Love it. Thanks for your email, James. Wonderful stuff. Matt Pythagoras Parkinson.
Great. Yes, well, I do miss watching Matt Parkinson as well. Obviously a massive fan of leg spin bowling, as anybody who's not been put to sleep by my commentary before will know. Kashi Valley running away from us and bowling down the leg side. It's caught pad, and then it's fumbled by Finch behind the stumps. He was whipping his glove off there, but I'm not sure exactly what that came off. It looked as if it was going to be a fairly straightforward piece of fielding down the leg side, and it's ended up being, in fact, a run. So, going on to 74.
That game at Cheltenham last year, the T20 game, where it rained and the players came off and then went back on again, and Kent won on DLS. I remember the Gloucestershire members, as you said earlier, Ed, were giving the Kent players the bird, and Parkinson, not in these words.
Kashi bowls, Bracey drives, looking for the covers, and it goes to a straight mid-on.
Seemed to think that the precipitation was coming down rather hard, and
Right.
they
Yes.
shouldn't be out there.
Yes. Well, it
As they say in Bolton, in other words.
yeah, it was a slightly odd affair, that one, but there we go. Kent, who were bottom of the table, ended up winning the game. Kashi Valley in, and Bracey runs this one off the back foot, out through cover, takes off for a straightforward single. Bracey onto 46, 218 for 4. It's a little bit of breeze out there, but not much. It's, you know, this actually could be midsummer. I know we've had some warm weather to start the season, but well, I should say sunny weather to start the season, but so often it's been accompanied by this pretty chilly wind. But I don't know, out there I reckon it's really quite pleasant. 218 for 4. Kashi Valley into Green, who turns it through the leg side. There's probably going to be a couple of runs here, even though it's to the slightly shorter side. And indeed, that's what will be taken. Green up to 76, 220 for 4. Been a while since we've had a look at what's happening elsewhere. There's more rain about, actually. It's currently raining at Derby, where Derbyshire are 210 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Wayne Madsen 89, Brooke Guest unbeaten on 81. It's tea at Old Trafford, where I'm assuming it's raining as well, as Lancashire 61 for 3. In comes Kashi Valley. No, he doesn't. Aborts his run up. Glamorgan 165 for 7 against Middlesex at Lords. Sam North East out for 27 this time, so the Lord's love affair's gone. Zainul Hassan made 65, but wickets shared around for the Middlesex attack, 2 apiece for Roland Jones, Patterson and Higgins. In Division 1, it's raining also at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 34 for 2 against Notts. Kashi Valley bowls. This is crashed away by Green through cover point for 1. Rolls out to the fielder in the deep, 221 for 4. Also raining at Hove, where Sussex going great guns at 222 for 2. Not going to do the voice. Tom Haynes is unbeaten on 87. And Daniel Hughes out for 62. So the defending champs are having a pretty rough start to the season.
Yeah. We had this last week where Middlesex got 222 in their first innings, and then were 22 for 2 in their second.
And Gloucestershire were bowled out for 222 in their first innings of the season at Derbyshire. Still raining at the Utilita Bowl, where Somerset are 94 for 6. Essex 179 for 9 at Chelmsford.
Ouch.
With former Kent seamer Jacob Duffy 4 for 39. He got some wickets here in that game.
New
back
Zealander.
in 2022, yeah, and another tall hit the pitch type bowler. Kashi Valley in, and Bracey turns this one out to mid wicket.
I'll have to do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a minute.
221 for 4. Just be time for me to say also Yorkshire 209 for 6. Brendan Doggett has 4 for 47 for Durham.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Well, Gillingham's trip to Cheltenham isn't the only Kent versus Gloucestershire battle on offer this afternoon, as these two counties are going away at each other here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And it's Gloucestershire who are in the ascendancy. A partnership of 100 here between James Bracey and Cameron Green is breaking Kent's hearts as the wicket has flattened out. They had Gloucestershire in a spot of bother at 41 for 3, and then at 108 for 4, but now at 222 for 4, the visitors are rebuilding, and the wicket looks like it's flattened out here at sun-drenched Canterbury. 223 for 4. There we go. There's the update done, and we're 9 balls away from the tea interval. As that's played out to long on there by Green, just one shy of 80 now. Been a good debut this. Chris Hansford wife has tried the smart speaker, Ed, and it came up with Kent's the Elephant, the fruit song.
Perhaps it was the Australian accent, if your wife is Australian, because that could have confused her, I think.
Vincent Mazoya said it's a dream team indeed to have us both. He started following Gloss 2 years ago with my commentary and then your commentary. And on another note, until this morning, he'd completely forgot the existence of Easter Monday. As Leaning comes in, 2 short covers in for Bracey. That's a thick inside edge past the leg stump, which dribbles away for a single. It's also a public holiday in France, but he finds himself with an extra day off and no idea what to do with it. I may even jump on a train or ferry and end up at the ground in Canterbury for a day.
Why
Who
not?
knows?
Why
Vincent,
not?
come and say hello. Come and say bonjour. And we would love to chat with you as Ed Seaborn's cringing away in the commentary box. Zuta Law as Leaning completes the over. 1 left till tee. Gloss 225 for 4.
My word. What a performance.
Is it like working with Bob Hunt again?
It is actually, yes. It's funny you should say that. Oh dear. No, well, I'm sure Kent would be delighted to welcome you, Vincent, as we would be. It's always great to hear of new cricket fans being found from elsewhere, and we're obviously delighted to be able to bring the coverage to so many people around the world, because we like to think that it's that sort of thing that makes the BBC's county cricket deal all worth it.
Exactly.
Cashy Valley to continue. He's bowling over the wicket to James Bracey. It's a very close gully now as Kashif bowls and Bracey forward, playing a textbook defensive shot out into the covers. There is no run. So Kent clearly also feel that this pitch is slowing a bit and flattening a bit, because they've really now resorted more to trying to get catches in front of the wicket. There's that short mid-wicket, short extra cover. And just also the fact that Bracey's gone for a couple of cover drives, and for the first time those drives have ended up a couple of times out on the onside, just giving an indication that, especially as the ball's getting a bit older, it's not getting quite so easy just to stroke the ball to the boundary, as Bracey almost finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. There is no run. This is the last over before tea.
This reminds me more of a Canterbury surface of old than what we saw in the Middlesex game or first thing this morning.
That's why, and I said it on record, as it were, in the media centre before we started, I am always dubious any time I turn up at a ground and somebody tells me, oh, this is going to be a really fast-moving one, this one. yeah, you can see wickets tumbling left, right and centre. Cashy Valley bowls, a full ball, forward goes Bracey, and just nudges this one to the fielder at mid-off.
Ed feels I've lied to him.
Well, I don't. I think you did the best job with the information you were presented with.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, experience over covering Gloucestershire has taught me that most of the time people tell me that it doesn't end up that way. Could still do, you never know. But, we are seeing from what Kent are doing in the field that they feel things are slowing down a bit. Cashy Valley bowls, and forward is Bracey holding the pose of a defensive shot he was clearly quite pleased with as it goes up to mid-off.
Look good. Nice high elbow, head down over the ball.
All the things that the old-fashioned coaches tell you that nobody says now. Now it's get out of the line of the ball and help it over fine leg with a ramp. Yeah. That's the best way to put the bowler off.
In mitigation to James, you can also do that.
They can, yes, this is true. Does like a flicky ramp.
Or even a reverse ramp. Yeah.
On 48. 2 balls left to tea. Cashy Valley bowls, and the first of those is negotiated with a minimum of fuss by Bracey. Back to the bowler, and it should also be said Kent have not been helped, if you've not been with us all day, by the fact that Grant Stewart has only been able to bowl 6.5 overs, which means Cashy Valley's already got through 16 overs in the first 2 sessions, which is a fair whack, considering that I'm sure he'll be wanting to bowl at least one spell in the evening session as well. Nathan Gilchrist and Jas Singh, the wicket takers, 2 apiece for them. But Grant Stewart, he bowled really tightly in that first spell, and I'm sure would have had a say in proceedings. Last ball before tea is let go outside the off stump, miles outside the off stump, despite the groans in the field. And that ends an excellent session for Gloucestershire. They've only lost the 1 wicket. Miles Hammond adding just the 1 run
to his lunchtime score of 47. He was cleaned up by Jas Singh. And then the rest of the way, it's been Cameron Green and James Bracey. They've not offered up a chance yet. There's been a few instances of ball beating bat, but for the most part, it's been fairly serene progress for Green and Bracey. They haven't really gone on the attack, but when bad balls have come, they've put it away, and they've found ways just to keep the board ticking over nicely from a Gloucestershire point of view. And they go in to tea unbroken in terms of their partnership on 117. Green 79, Bracey 48. 225 for 4, could still swing either way in the evening though.
Yeah, it certainly could. Kent bowling figures so far: Nathan Gilchrist 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 39. Grant Stewart 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14 before limping out the action, as Ed just mentioned. Kashif Ali, he's been very unlucky for the second week in a row: 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 54. Jas Singh 2 for 52 off 11.3. Everson none for 24 off 9. And Leaning has got some purchase at times off this pitch. He's none for 23 off 8 with just a solitary maiden. Anyway, go grab yourself a cup of tea. Ed and I are going to do the same, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Welcome back to the evening session here at Canterbury as Gloucestershire about to resume on 225 for 4. A real rebuild job here from Cameron Green, the Australian Test star, making his debut for the visitors, along with James Bracey, a local lad. So an important and a local lad doing the business for Gloucestershire. Kent have toiled a little bit. This wicket has got a little bit slow. You listen to me, Dan Whiting, and I'm joined by Ed Seaborn. Afternoon, Ed.
Afternoon, Dan, and an exciting evening session in prospect. If Gloucestershire can have an evening close to the afternoon that they had, then they will be in a position perhaps even to boss this game after the first day. Equally, if they lose 4 or 5, then Kent will be right back in it, because this doesn't look like, from what we've seen this afternoon anyway, the sort of pattern of game that at whatever it was, 41 for 3, I was expecting to see, because I think we were both expecting to see wickets continue to fall, but this pitch seems to have just become a little bit more benign in a way that the previous one doesn't seem to have been. But we'll see. If Kent can break this partnership, despite the fact Gloucestershire has still got batting to come, Kent will believe, especially with that second new ball round the corner, that they could make further inroads.
Yeah, 16 overs that's due, 32 left in the day. A little bit of cloud cover as well has just rolled over the ground. I don't know if that's going to aid and abet the swing bowlers at all.
It's a different feel, isn't it? When the cloud comes over, it just suddenly feels that little bit closer.
Yeah. Anyway, Jack Leaning is going to take us away. We've got a special guest coming in as well. He's not yet, but we'll have him on at some point in the evening session as Leaning comes in. Green again uses his feet and plays that one out to Tawenda Mayeye, patrolling the long on boundary at the Nackington Road end of the ground. 226 for 4. Green moves to 80. With that, Bracey's too shy of a 50. But Gloucestershire will be very pleased with that afternoon session as 129 runs were scored for 1 wicket. Leaning around the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who goes cutting and misses.
It was a very late decision to play that shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Leaning's giving it enough air that Bracey has time to think about what he's going to do, and almost had too much time.
Tossed up. Very tossed up. Very flighted. And Bracey drills it out to deep cover boundary. I think that is still Benjamin out there. Yeah, I used to enjoy the days when Yorkshire used to have Balance and Leaning in the same size. And we put this out there. That's down the leg side from Leaning, and it's a wide.
Yeah, well, he's bowling round the wicket.
Yeah,
so
it's a new direct. Well, a couple of years ago,
a few
wasn't
years
it?
now,
yeah.
haven't we?
Zafar Gahar used to. It was much to Zafar's chagrin, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was much to mine as well. I think
Yeah.
pretty much every game I was going on a rant about it. You know, it used to be, and it still is, everywhere other than, I think, the county championship, that it's up to the umpire to decide if it's negative bowling or not, and then wide it.
Yeah. Here's Leaning to Green, who plays that out to long off. Just strolls through for a single. 230 for 4-0, 229 for 4. Green on 81. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? How they come to these decisions.
Especially when the rough is what you need to bowl into so often in England.
And there's James Bracey's 50, 102 balls. He's been out there for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and he's been integral to Gloucestershire rebuilding this innings. Really nice 50 from the Winterbourne lad. And what a good cricketer James Bracey is.
First 50 of the season, fell just a couple of runs shy in the first innings at Derby.
So it's 102 balls. Green again gets using his feet, plays that up to long on. That completes the first over after tea. Chris Hansford's been in touch. And he said it was his wife Susie from Birmingham. Right there, Susie.
All right, so it's the Birmingham accent then that's
Right,
confusing
Susie.
the smart speaker.
Yeah, use your smart speaker, Susie. And she discovered the game was on YouTube, and both love watching county cricket back in the UK, so it's a real treat for us. Since moving to Perth, we've got a Wacker membership, so of course we're very much looking forward to the Ashes West Test. And they've also booked a trip to Melbourne for the Boxing Day Test. So long live the longer form of cricket. Heaven is ringed with a white picket fence. What a beautiful email.
Wow.
What a... Oh,
poetic.
Chris, lovely. You've conjured up an image of just handsomeness.
We
Thank
haven't
you.
got any picket fence around here, actually, have we? There's a tiny bit at Bristol, just that one bit that often doesn't get covered round by the corner of the flats. But
Yeah.
I don't think we've got any picket fence that I can see, unless there's some down below us. Anyway, it is always an idyllic setting here in Canterbury with that, as you mentioned, the old lime tree that's the new lime tree over.
Yeah, there's another one being planted,
corner.
this time over the other side of the boundary.
It's the baby of the
Yeah.
old one, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
But-
an imposter.
Oh, no. Everything needs a renewal every now and then. I think T20 cricket with a tree in the outfield could be quite entertaining. Joey Everson is going to bowl, and he's in now to Cameron Green, who opens the face and guides this one to backward point. There is no run.
You watch some old clips of Kent in the... Well, up until, I think the lime tree went in about 99 or something like that. I think it finally met its end. And the flats weren't there. It was all marquees on this side of the ground where the Freeman houses are now, the Freeman flats.
Everson bowls, standing tall to drive that one through. The covers is green, and he's just happy to pick off singles at this point. On to 83. He's decided to counter Jack leaning by just little skip down the pitch, turn the ball to long on, and you could just see, and it's where the little victory is in the mind of a batter. You could just see the annoyance in Leaning's body language after the last time that happened, and that's when you think, yeah, I've started to get on top of things here.
There's nothing worse for a spinner than being milked, is there?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You would rather, any spinner would almost rather
smash
some
you out of the
exactly.
ground. Yeah.
Everson over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. It's off the gloves of Finch, but he's done well enough to prevent further buys.
I
Tosses
think
it
he
away in
might have got
annoyed
something
fashion.
on that. I'm wondering if
Really?
he's got something on that. The way Finch threw that away, and Everson's body language as well. I'm wondering if Bracey got a little tickle on that.
Really? Okay.
I mean, it would have been a great catch.
I just thought it was annoyance because he's had a few fired down there now as Finch. There's a couple off the fingertips, but you may well be right. Everson over the wicket bowls, Bracey with a of half drive through the covers. Doesn't really go through with the shot with full-blooded anger. He goes out to cover for no run. But yeah, you're happy when somebody's settled in as a spinner and is settled into defence, and also at least you feel as though you're really in the game. When somebody has the temerity just to keep, quietly knocking you for a single, and everything seems very gentle as this is pushed back up the pitch. Next delivery to the bowler for no run. It just gets you, doesn't it?
Rain at Hove. Interesting.
Yeah, well, I hope that doesn't mean that it's making its way along the south and then southeastern coasts, because it started at Southampton, didn't it? And then rain at Hove as well, as Bracey drives through cover point, and this might go to the boundary. There's going to have to be some work done out in the deep, and it's not been done. It's 4 runs. The fielder seemed to dive, and then almost as though he were diving into a sandbank or something. He just seemed to flop down into the ground and didn't really get any sideways movement on the dive, because I thought he was going to get there. He made good ground round and then just couldn't quite bring the ball in as he stopped dead in the dive. 236 for 4. Bracey has his 7th 4 and moves on to 54.
So, Sussex 222 for 2 in their game against Surrey. at Hove. Match delayed by rain there at the moment. Our friends in the north, Yorkshire 228 for 6 against Durham up at Chester Street. Essex all out for 179. Worcestershire 12 without loss. Somerset Hampshire at Southampton has been called off for the day already. Somerset 94 for 6. Warwickshire, they're still going there officially, although I don't think they've had any play since about 11:30 this morning. They're 34 for 2 off just 9 overs being bowled at Edgbaston. Again, Green uses his feet, milks, leaning.
It's a bit like watching Cameron Bancroft in 50-over cricket, you know.
Yeah.
Nearly every ball, wherever it's bowled, unless it's way outside the off stump, off the hip it goes for 1.
Yeah. He's just like 4, gets down the other end, doesn't he, with a single. Short, wide, Bracey cuts. He's going to get a couple here. It's good placement. Gets it just to the left of Kashif Ali at backward point and goes out to the deep cover boundary. Lancashire, there's stumps at Manchester as well, so there's a lot of rain around. 61 for 3 they finished the day on. Glamorgan 174 for 9 at Lords. Bracey reaching for that one somewhat. 239 for 4 here at Canterbury. And Derbyshire against Northamptonshire. That's raining as well. 210 for 4. Are we the game on 5 for Sports Extra? Probably not. Should be. Bracey, square drive. Goes out to cover.
You're just doing Kevin Howell's job for him now, are you?
Yeah.
Should come to us now.
I should imagine Yorkshire Durham will probably usurp us, or maybe Essex Worcestershire, or something in Division 1. But this
I think they're up at Chesley Street for the feature game this week, so I suspect that's what's going.
Plus Kevin lives up north as well. Leaning. That's Green is just accumulating somewhat here.
Well, they put the
edging
fielder in
his way to a 50, to 100 here.
Put that fielder in at short straight mid on to try and at least get him to work into a different gap, and then it was just, well, okay, we'll just hit it there then.
Yeah, it's leaning to Bracey, who gets forward, defends. That completes the over. 241 for 4. Green's on 85. Bracey is on 57. And this partnership now is 133 and starting to become a thorn in Kent's side.
Yeah, there was a point about 60 runs ago even now, and I think I said this is starting to get a little bit worrying for Kent, not there yet but getting close to. Well, I think it is concerning, especially as there's still 13 overs to go before the new ball, and you know that one of your new ball bowlers in Grant Stewart can't take that new ball. So Joey Everson will continue. There's a fielder out at deep square, at fine leg, at deep point. As Everson bowls and Green drives and just about beats mid-on. He's come a long way down there, but the fielder at mid-on fumbles. I think Bracey might have got back. Green had gone down further at the striker's end. To start with, I thought that ball was going to actually hit the stumps. He's played one straight drive that was so straight, I don't know how it missed the stumps. But that one also, I thought that was going to clatter into the stumps, and possibly that helped Bracey in that he hadn't backed up fully because of that. So when there was that hesitation, he wasn't that far down. Everson bowls to Green, who opens the face and glides this one through point. They'll take 1. He wants 2 here, and he's going to take it as well. It just turns and goes, Cameron Green, so often without really any particular fanfare. But if he's running to the danger end, he just puts his head down and goes. He's on to 87, 243 for 4. I'm sure he's not superstitious.
His placement has just been, you know, that's a sign of a test player, isn't it, what we've seen?
Everson in, and Green plays into the onside for no run. It's just been, I mean, he hit a couple of straight drives, hit an on drive, he hit the off drive that missed the stumps by a coat of varnish that's as perfect a straight drive as you could ever get. Then he had one utterly murderous cover drive that I'm still hearing the noise of ringing in my ears now. But for the most part, it has just been quite businesslike, the way he's compiled this innings. Everson bowls to him, it's straying on the leg stump, he on drives, it's fumbled up at mid-on, and that will cost, I think, 2 runs, as the fielder has to get up and pursue it. He's getting some applause from his mate at mid-off. I think it's his fellow fast bowler, Kashi Valley, who's applauding Jas Singh. But I don't think too many of the other fielders were applauding. Whether that's a -2 or a +2, I suppose, depends whether you're a fast bowler or not. Green to 89, 245 for 4. Gloucestershire closing in on their first batting point. As the keeper up to the stumps, quite a fine slip now as Everson bowls to Green, who's forward and playing this one up the pitch. And there's no run. Green waves a mighty hand at the dressing room, and I think he wants a drink.
Liam Knight, who we had on earlier, the Kent media manager, has said that the new lime tree is from a cutting of the old one, so technically it's a clone.
Oh, I suppose it's, yes, it's not the child, is it? It's technically is still the...
It's not an imposter, as I call it anyway.
Well, you're the one who got yourself in hot water over that. Short and wide and clattered away through backward point by Green for 4. He's just not going to get away with bowling short and wide, or even short and straight, really, with Green. Just freeze those arms. He's got the leverage to send it away. And Green into the 90s. It's 249 for 4. And I've just mentioned that word for the first time, because I noticed when Cameron Green was signed by Gloucestershire, one of the commenters immediately started pointing out the fact that we would be using the word leverage all the time on the commentary. So there you go. If you're listening, whoever you were, random commenter on social media, it's got until Cameron Green's into the 90s for me to mention that word. 249 for 4.
Leaning to Bracey. Ooh, bowl just drifting that one into Bracey's middle and off. Daniel Bell Drummond just having a little jog to have a chat with his experienced campaigner. Leaning, Kent think tank going on here.
Always intrigues me that as well, when the point umpire switches to square leg after one ball.
Driven, Bracey thinks about it. Green yells no. Oh, that's well bowled. That's an arm ball, I think, there from Leaning.
He's had a bit of joy bowling wide of the off stump to Bracey, and I think Bracey, what he really wants to do is just leather a cut shot, but he's cognizant of the slip and the backward point.
Yeah. Here he is Leaning. Bracey defends. It's cat and mouse here. Gloucestershire one shy of a batting point.
Because Gloucestershire have clearly decided they don't want to hit him out of the attack, actually. They're just going to try and milk him.
Bracey drives, and there is a batting bonus point for Gloucestershire. 250 for 4 comes up in the 69th over. 290 minutes is taken, and Cameron Green, James Bracey, Miles Hammond underpinning this total. The floodlights have been extended, and I'm wondering if they're about to come on. It's just tickled around the corner. Tawanda Mieye is in pursuit. No, it's not. It's Kashi Valley out there. And 2 more to Cameron Green's total. That completes the over. Jack Leaning now 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37. And perfect symmetry. Joey Everson is 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37.
And the run rate is 3.7. So the floodlights, the floodlights went up rather seamlessly there. You were saying earlier that it would sound all creaky and groany like me this morning after my 10-mile walk yesterday.
Yeah, I think someone's put a bit of WD-40 in floodlight number 3 over by the Cowdrey stand over there.
Anyway, we've got a... what's this? Cameron Green is having a stretch here. Chris Powell, the physio, has come out. Maybe it's just a bit of cramp. You see, it is that hot and humid in the UK.
These Australians can't handle the heat.
Anyway, I think hopefully that's all it is. There's a drink that's come out for him, and he's lying with his back flat on the floor, and that rather embarrassing position that the physios have to get themselves into to stretch out the required muscles. Grab hold of that toe and give it a squeeze. And the umpires are paying very close attention to this, I've got to say. They're intently looking down at Cameron Green, who's 5 runs short of a century, but at the moment is looking like a man who is not particularly in a mood to spring straight back up and continue. They're being very careful with this, and you can imagine why, because if it is just cramp, which it looks as if it is, they'll just want to make absolutely certain that there's nothing else wrong with him, because of the fact that Gloucestershire really are looking after him, as they would with any player, of course, but especially in this situation. He's in his first game back for, what is it, 7 months, somewhere like that, and they just want to be absolutely sure that everything is absolutely fine. So Chris Powell and Zaman Akhtar, who is running the drinks out as well, jogging back off. Cameron Green's back on his feet, just stretching out that left leg a bit. And we're ready to resume. 252 for 4. Joey Everson round the wicket to James Bracey, who dabs into the ground. Well, there's a little bit of hesitation about that single, which it was fairly comfortable, but I think Bracey probably felt, well, actually, does he want this run? But in the end, it was simple as you like. 253 for 4. So it gets Green back on strike, and with still 10 overs left until the new ball, Everson and Leaning probably have a bit of a task on their hands in this next period, as this has come off the inner half of the bat from Green. It squirts down to fine leg. He'll take a single. He was looking towards mid-wicket there to start with, but squirted away. This is just a little mini opening for Kent, and they'll also be thinking, I guess, as most sides do when a batter just gets to 100, often they're at their most vulnerable since the early stages of their innings, start again, all that. So it's an important period for Kent. This Everson bowls a short ball pulled away by Bracey. I think he split the gap between deep square and fine leg. He has to perfection. And it's a good shot from James Bracey, don't get me wrong, excellent placement, which brings up the 150-run partnership between these two. But again, Everson, he's going to require a pretty drastic error of judgment from Bracey if he's going to get him out that way. And just able to roll the wrists on it and send it into the gap. Hit firmly, 258 for 4. And, well, Kent starting to look a little bit like a side that just needs something to happen for them. And that was nearly it, as Everson just floats one outside the off stump, and Bracey looking to just push this one out into the offside really rather than drive it, and ended up sort of dangling the bat at it, and it passes his edge. It's the first ball we've seen really do something off the surface or even through the air for a little while. It was well bowled.
I wonder if the overheads have got anything to do with that, because it has got a little bit gloomy here, hasn't it?
Everson runs in, bowls to Bracey, a straighter delivery. Bracey, who's that? Bracey is forward defending the ball up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. Yeah, I still think that second new ball, how much that does will be the real test of what we might be seeing in terms of this pitch as it goes on. Because if the second new ball comes along and does something, then
I'm completely with you, Ed. Completely with you on that.
And you hear that term new ball wicket as well. Full ball is respected by Bracey. Everson tosses the ball away, not quite in disappointment, but at least he knows that he's gone past the edge in that over. What little consolation that is to a bowler. 258 for 4.
Yep, Green 4 shy of 100.
And it's Jack Leaning who is going to bowl into his 12th over of work now, so as the floodlights actually are just starting to come into effect.
Leaning to Green, who pushes that back to the bowler.
So here's Leaning around the wicket into Green, skips down the pitch, doesn't quite beat the short straight mid-on. And for once, Cameron Green thwarted in his efforts to try and get it down to long on. Leaning bowls around the wicket. Green is forward and defending the ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. These floodlights seem to come on almost one by one rather than together. Interesting. Or not? Absolutely not. Not interesting. In comes Leaning. Bowls down the leg side. Green flicks it away. He'll take one to deep square and move on to 97. It's 259 for 4. Bracey on 63. A couple of balls left in this over. It's really quite gloomy now, so if this is what it's like at 5 to 5. Leaning into Bracey, who's forward and running the ball out towards cover, and there is no run. Over 8 for what it's worth on the board, says level, so Kent doing pretty well in that regard, and they'll zip through some overs here to make sure that that's not too much of a concern, which is almost a novelty these days as Bracey goes back and just defends into the offside. And the score 259 for 4 as things just move along at a steady pace. It gets towards this sort of time of day around about 5 o'clock that things just start to ebb a little bit if you're not careful as the fielding side, and a few spectators also just start to make their way home as well as the crowd thins out a little bit. They possibly are feeling that the light might just win a bit later on anyway. And Joey Everson, as we said, it's not a hurry to their marks this over, making sure they get this absolutely right to Green, who's on 97, and Everson runs in and bowls to him, and it's a forward defensive shot out into the offside, and there is no run. I think if this goes on for a couple of overs, we might just get our special guest who's given up his time to come up into the box anyway, and I'm sure that Mr. Whiting will do a magnificent job of calling various things should they happen, not putting any mockers on anyone. In goes Everson and bowls, and Green is forward. He wants a single up to mid-off. He's sort of hobbling up to the non-striker's end, but he still covers it in about 4 strides. And he's definitely feeling the effects of this as Green, as he ticks up to 98. Gloucestershire to 260 for 4. It starts to get a little bit painful when you're watching somebody who's in this sort of state. I mean, it's not quite that famous one of Mark Richardson, out in India. If you've seen that video where he just completely cramps up mid-ball. Wide ball. Oh, Bracey's had a good go at that one and missed it. And just in the last couple of overs, Everson's found something here. To a certain extent, Leaning was doing the same, bowling short and wide as well. Well, I say short and wide. Wide outside the off stump, targeting Bracey on the cut and the extra cover drive. Everson's just forced Bracey into a couple of loose shots now as well. Everson in, and this time it is a forward defensive shot that goes out into the offside. It's always the way this, when somebody's close to 100 and you switch to a commentator. Always takes about 30 minutes. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, we've got our special guest. Kent fans will probably want to be hearing from,
yes,
I reckon.
I think we may just do a switch if he doesn't get in the next over as Everson bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. And that is a ball that has shaped in, pitched on middle and off, and just left James Bracey on the outside edge.
That was the sort of delivery our special guest would bowl.
Well, that is definitely one to catch the attention of Gloucestershire's batters and bowlers for a different reason. There's this ball in its 72nd over, all of a sudden doing that. Last ball of the over, down the pitch comes Bracey and drives. It's fielded by Everson off his own bowling. It is 260 for 4. We'll give it one more. Jack leaning over, and then
Go on, we'll give it one more.
We'll switch. But you know what's going to happen here, don't you?
Yeah, we'll get one off the first ball.
Exactly,
Brace
and
and
then Bracey will
block
block
out for
5
balls.
deliveries.
Yeah.
Never mind. Clock strikes 5 even. As
Yeah,
still got 24 overs to bowl.
24
So
overs left in the day.
It's going to be a push, I think, to get these in, and the floodlights are certainly beaming bright already. Green on 98. Leaning in round the wicket to him. It's down the leg side. It's come off pad, and there's real hesitation now. Green's got to get to the non-striker's end, and he will do. And it's going to be a leg by. So the score up to 261 for 4. That's exactly not what Cameron Green needed. I think I'm going to hand over.
Yeah, well, Green just on 98. As that comes around the wicket, I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Kent, but I'm delighted for Kent fans to announce that a very special welcome here to Keith Dudgeon. How are you, Keith?
Yeah, really well, thanks. Thanks so much for having me.
We'll come on to it after I've done the update. As Leaning comes in around the wicket, Bracey cuts back with a point. That's going to run away for 4 runs down towards the cafe. 265 for 4. Yes, certainly has, Matt. Gloucestershire now 265 for 4. Cameron Green, the Australian Test player, he's on the cusp of a century. He's on 98 at the moment. He's aided and abetted by James Bracey, who's on 67. But Gloucestershire have got themselves into the ascendancy here. With 23 overs left in the day, they're 265 for 4. And Kent are struggling a little bit on a wicket that's flattened out. That's dropped there by Daniel Bell-Drummond. So, Keith, welcome aboard. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thanks. Thank you so much for having me.
I think the whole community here in Canterbury were absolutely gutted to hear the news that came out of the club this week. You picked up an injury in training on the eve of the Middlesex game, as Leaning comes in around the wicket, and that's just pushed back to the bowler. That completes the over, 267 for 4. And you're just as gutted as well, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. I think, regardless of however I started, just coming into the squad how it was and being a part of the team, that immediately you can see the results and how things are. Regardless how I started, it was devastating. Yeah.
What's it like to play under? Because this is a new chapter for Kent County Cricket Club. You were part of that with that, 8 wickets in the win at Northamptonshire. And you got me 2 days off. We called them dudgy days. What's it like to play under Adam Hollyoake?
I've, from the very first moment that I saw him.
Everson in to Cameron Green, who works that one into the onside. He's just going to get a single, goes on to 99.
So, from the first day walking into the team, I saw exactly how Adam worked, and I knew I'd get along with him. Straight shooter, he doesn't really pull punches, and that's sort of how I enjoy my cricket. So to only get 1 game under him, but spending the last 2 weeks here with the squad, nothing's changed. He's super consistent in how he goes about it.
As Everson comes in from the pavilion end to James Bracey, who just covers up, pushes that into the offside, no run. And there seems to be, the Kent side seem to be playing with a smile on their face.
Yeah, I think straight away the first thing that I noticed was there's an energy around here that I think Daniel and Adam have made a very big point on pushing with a couple of the senior players. To a point where it doesn't need to be forced. I think the guys have made a real point about caring for each other and just playing with that smile.
Everson into Bracey, who has a little fiddle at that. Has he got an edge? No, he hasn't. Everyone seemed quite confident there from behind the wicket in the covers, and Joey Everson, but the man who matters, umpire Chris Watts, keeps his finger in his pocket. Don't you just hate that, Keith, when an umpire does that?
Depends, I think, on whether the umpire was a batsman or a bowler in his day, to how frustrated I get. If he was a bowler, I think I'd be a little bit more lenient on him.
So, Keith, Northamptonshire, that second innings, 7 for 36.
Yeah.
What a wonderful spell of bowling as Everson comes in to Bracey. That's off the hip. Has that just gone on? Has he got a little feather on that? It's leg buys, actually. Goes away for 4 of them. Takes Gloucestershire on to 272 for 4 now. Going back to that Northamptonshire second innings. You look like you were just having massive fun out there.
Yeah, 100%. I think, the way I said when I first got here, when I did my interview, I'm that kind of cricketer. I'm someone who enjoys themselves and plays with a smile on my face. And I think that was just sort of wrote it off.
As Bracey just tickles that one off his legs, goes out to deep square leg. 1 ball left in the over. Cameron Green on 99. Yeah, I think what's really frustrating, you must be the most frustrated guy out there.
Yeah. I'm
frustrated because I could see how much potential you had to be a hero down here at Canterbury, and I'm sure the Kent people would have taken to you, and I think you'd have definitely enjoyed having a bowl on that wicket against Middlesex last week. Here's Everson into Cameron Green. Bouncer. Green has nothing to do with it. Is it a wide? Yes, it is a wide. Do you get this in South Africa as well, with the ball going over the... Do you think umpires are just as tough in South Africa as they are in the UK, on the wide over the head?
This one sort of frustrates me a little bit sometimes, within reason. I think obviously if it's a blatant wide, but with the batsman there walking down, the guy's almost 7 foot, so you give the bowler a bit of a break.
Green pushes out to mid-on. Is he going to take a single? Yes, he gets through. There's his 100. Cameron Green on debut. 171 balls, 9 fours. And what a fantastic bit of recruitment by Gloucestershire, getting in the Western Australian. And that's a really good knock. Came to the crease with his side 41 for 3. And he reached his 100 with them on 275 for 4. And welcome to listeners from BBC Radio 5 Live as well. Great to hear from you guys. It's Dan Whiting here with Keith Dudgeon, the Kent seamer, who unfortunately this week has been diagnosed with a knee injury, and he's going to be returning back to South Africa on Monday.
Monday evening, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Is it warmer in South Africa now than it is in the UK?
Well, the most frustrating part is that my wife and I have just moved to Cape Town, and the winters there are very similar to the winters here, so I believe I'm going home to some miserable weather.
Oh, Keith, stay in England. Stay in England.
I would love to. I would absolutely love to.
When you came to Canterbury, you felt that you'd been here for years already.
Yeah.
What's the feel of the city and the club in general?
Well, like I said, as soon as I walked in, there was this just massive welcoming from...
Cameron Green looks like he may be walking off here. What's going on here? He's got the Gloucestershire physio Chris Powell with him and Zaman Akhtar. And he's retiring hurt on 100. So Grant Stewart limped out the game earlier for Kent, and it looks like Cameron Green, the Australian Test player, is going to limp out of the game for Gloucestershire as he gets a warm round of applause from a knowledgeable cricket crowd down here at Canterbury. But that's a really good innings from Cameron Green, isn't it, Keith?
100%. I think, no matter what county or what club it is, when you see a player of that class come down, and he really showed it today, I think, the crowd definitely got their money's worth today when they see a star like that perform and bat how he did.
So Green retires hurt with the score on 275 for 4 on exactly 100. Keith, there's a couple of South Africans in the Gloucestershire side. Well, I think they've been over here sort of so long now that I think they might even be UK qualified. Let's start with Martian DeLunger.
Yeah.
Great bowler.
Unbelievable bowler. A really good friend of mine and a great person. I've known Marchand from my very first men's senior pro game. He played against me, so many years ago now, but he's a great player, and just to sit and have a conversation with him again this afternoon and roll back the years. I think he got quite grumpy with me because it highlighted how old he's getting. But it was awesome just to catch up and speak to him again.
How quick is he when you face him? Have you faced him with a bat in your hand?
In South Africa, that was funny enough. He actually got me out on my debut game, and we say he bowled 100 and fast. It felt like the speed of light. I was 18 years old and I had no business facing him.
And Graham van Buren?
So Graham van Buren, a little bit less, but a couple of games back in the day in the semi-professional system when he was still at Northerns, and before he moved on here full time. But also, I remember one game we played Northerns, he scored 100, a big 100. So he's always been a quality player, but not as much personal time with him. Yeah,
he's a good player, and he's just relinquished the Gloucestershire captaincy as Van Buren faces his first ball and gets a little bit of a leading edge. He's a really good cutter of the ball, Graham van Buren. Yeah, he's that typical Highveld player, really strong off the back foot, and really latches on to any width. He's one of those guys who sort of creates there he goes.
As he does there.
And cuts that away for 1 to get off the mark. Again, that's not that short, but he just rocks onto the back foot and cuts it away.
100%.
Now, Keith, up at Northamptonshire, I took a photo of you in a pair of slippers.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
I do.
What's happened to them?
They're still very much a part of my daily my daily wear. I just had to see the physio today and do some exercises, so I don't think he would have appreciated me being in a cozy pair of slippers.
You told me that if you could put spikes in those slippers, you would.
I definitely would.
As Bracey gets on the front foot, plays a forward defensive. Are you going to donate them to the museum here at Canterbury?
I could, but it would be like I'm leaving a piece of me behind.
Yeah,
those things are like I said, they're the most comfortable shoes I own.
Driven nicely by Bracey to Tawenda Miyeye. Did you watch the innings? Both the innings of Ben Compton and Tawenda Miyeye last week against Middlesex.
It was incredible, absolute. Just the contrast in how they go about their work. T being probably one of the most talented batsmen I've seen in a very long time, and Ben, who's your old school nuggety opening batsman who he works for every run. It was incredible to watch.
Leaning around the wicket. Van Buren pushes that one back to the bowler. 277 for 4. Bracey's on 71. Van Buren with a solitary run to his name. Here's the light is just closing in a little bit. The floodlights are quite bright here. Leaning around the wicket. Down the leg side. Van Buren just tickles that one off his legs. Runs the first one quickly. They're looking for 2, but Kashif Ali quickly in off that boundary. Keeps them down to a single. Yeah, it's but when's your season start back in South Africa?
We'll be in and around the early October mark. So the medical staff back home and whoever it needs to be, or the powers that may be, will be working hard to get me back on the park for that.
And it'll be for Boland, you playing?
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
So it'll be Boland, sorry. In South Africa we call it Boland. We'll.
Sorry, my Afrikaans needs a
that's
bit of work,
okay.
doesn't
That's
it? Needs
okay.
a little bit of work.
I should be on it. Yeah, so we'll be back with Boland in October, and then hopefully back with the Pole Royals for the SA20 end of December.
Okay. And when do you think, I'll come on to it after this ball from Joey Everson to Van Buren, who gets onto the back foot, pushes that into the onside. When do you think you'll be back fit?
You know, it's a bit of a guessing game at the moment, so we're seeing some specialists as soon as I'm back in South Africa. Bit of a mixed opinions at the moment between the specialists of how long it'll take. But it'll all be after I see him and they make that full diagnosis. But hopefully I'll be back in time for the South African season.
Everson into Van Buren. And if you were offered the opportunity to come back to Kent, what would you say?
I would take it with both hands. You know, I said this club is the one that sort of took a punt on me and gave me my first chance, which I can't be more grateful for. The bunch of guys, the captain, you know, all the way to the CEO and the ground staff, everyone's so welcoming. Everyone talks to you with respect. They treat you with respect. If that opportunity comes, I think it would be a no-brainer for me. I would throw both hands at that.
Well, I think that's fantastic news as Van Buren just plays a defensive shot back to the ball. I think Kent fans will be loving hearing that because, you know, you made yourself an instant hero. Yeah, I think you'll always be welcome back at Canterbury. And I reckon you've probably got one of the best averages of any Kent bowler of all time.
So they say quit while you're ahead. No, I'm joking. The Kent fans have been superb on social media and just in person at the ground. Everyone has been fantastic. They've been so supportive and encouraging. Every single person in the town has been wonderful. So I've had no complaints. The only complaint I have is that I wouldn't be able to spend a bit more time here and see them a bit longer.
Well, you're averaging. What did you go for? 33 and 36, 8 wickets, 69. What's that? 8.5?
About 8, yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad going.
I'll take that. Nice start.
Van Buren just pushes that to Daniel Bell Drummond at extra cover. And 26 and 14, 40 runs, averaging 20. I think anyone who averages less with the ball than with the bat is, doing okay, aren't they, as an all-rounder? So,
yeah. No, it was disappointing to get out both innings as the way I did. Obviously facing spin, and I play a lot of spin back home, and I pride myself against spin, and getting out both times to the left-arm spinner was quite frustrating. It just sort of is how it goes.
That's left alone there by Van Buren, who goes into the gloves of Harry Finch. What's Daniel like to play under as a skipper?
No, the first word that comes to mind is just calm. He's extremely consistent with everyone, from the head coach down to the youngest player. He's super calm, extremely thought through. He doesn't just talk for the sake of it, which I really appreciate. When he has something to say, it's meaningful, and you know that he's actually thought about it. He's not just throwing words around. So, in my opinion, one of the better captains I've played for.
Unlike us commentators, yeah.
He leads the people who can talk to, they get paid for that, so he lets them do that.
That's tossed up there by Lenny. Jazz Singh's come on a lot as well. He's gone away to Australia, worked on his game over the winter, and he's come back with a load of wickets in the first 2 games and 2 more today as well. I'll come on to that after this ball from leaning as Bracey defends. What's the secret behind that?
Obviously, in the short time that I've been here, the 3 or 4 weeks, the one thing that's apparent is how that boy he's growing every single time I see him. He's just improving, that's on his own accord. I don't know what he's doing too much, but he's hungry to learn. He asks the right questions. He doesn't just ask tick box questions, which is super encouraging. He's willing to listen and try and apply to the best of his abilities, and I'm not surprised he's getting the rewards.
Yeah, Adam Hollyoak just outside the box. I don't know if he requires your company, Keith, but I won't keep you too much longer.
No,
but can I just say that it's been not only a pleasure having you in the commentary box, but it's been a pleasure getting to know you during the brief time you've been at Kent.
No, thank you so much.
And I think that if you do come back here, the Kent public will see the real Keith Dudgeon, and they'll love what they see.
I hope so. So yeah, whatever the case is or whatnot, that Kent will always hold a special place in my heart for what it's done for me in this short time, and hopefully get to do it longer.
So that goes away for 4. One last question.
Yes.
Where did you get the nickname the Rhino from?
Quick story on that was the day I walked in to the ground and the boys were training just before their last day of the warm-up game against Loughborough. The coach walked up to me and introduced me, and he goes, "All right, mate, I thought you'd be skinnier." So at first I wasn't sure if he was maybe saying I'm a bit overweight, but he thought I was a bit bigger, and he's like, "You look like a bloody rhino." So and that's where it stuck.
Leaning around the wicket to Bracey, defends. That's the end of the over. 282 for 4. Graham Van Buren 2, James Bracey 75. Well, Keith, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the very best, and please do stay in touch.
I definitely will.
And you've been an absolute superstar.
Yeah,
and
thanks.
you know, I hope that we see you next season.
I hope so too. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, that's
All right.
Keith Dudgeon, ladies and gentlemen. And what a fine bowler he looked on his debut at Northampton. His career here at Kent sadly cut short by injury. And lovely man, lovely character as well, and just what the English game needs, just what Kent County Cricket Club needs as well, as Joey Everson comes in and Van Buren crunches that square of the wicket through point for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Gloucestershire up to 286 now. As we said earlier, with Gillingham playing Cheltenham here, it's not the only sporting battle between these two counties, but Gloucestershire about to go 2-1 up as they're about to get a second batting point. As Ed Seaborn is going to pop back to the commentary box. He's just got to do a couple of things, and I'm sure he'll be with us shortly. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Ed Seaborn. That was Keith Dudgeon a moment ago, the Kent overseas South African seamer whose career was cut short with a knee injury after just one game here, but a game where he took 7 for 34. And what a fine individual he is as well, and he's carried himself with great dignity here. Welcome to viewers on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. And Gloucestershire here, 286 for 4. The news is they were in a spot bother at 41 for 3 this morning, as that's a thick outside edge, goes through the slip. It's going to be 4 runs, but a moral victory there for Joey Everson. So they were in a spot bother at 41 for 3, and then 108 for 4 just after lunch when Miles Hammond was bowled by Jazz Singh. The game could have gone either way, but a partnership of 167 between Cameron Green with 100 on debut and James Bracey, before Green retired hurt on exactly 100 a few moments ago, and that brought Graham Van Buren into the crease. And welcome back, Ed.
Thank you. That was dramatic. The cricket, I mean, rather than the Dudgeon interview. I mean, that was also very dramatic, I promise you. But
He's a great bloke, isn't he? He's a good man.
well, I mean, you have to say, you did wonder whether Green might have to go off at some point, given that, you know, again, we still hope that it is just cramp, but scoring 100 on your debut for a new team and then going off with cramp is quite something.
That's just squirted out onto the offside by Van Buren. Wasn't that was a little
reaching
bit
100
uppish.
and yes, it was. Sorry,
Yeah.
reaching 100 and ending up flat on your backside is not really quite how I suspect Cameron Green would have
dreamt of his
dreamt
baby
of
going.
his
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway, he has become the 10th player to score 100 for Gloucestershire in their first class innings, and he joins the likes of Australians Andrew Simons, Marcus Harris and Ed Cowan.
Everson to Van Buren, who whips that one away down to fine leg and picks up a single. He's on 11. Bracey 75, Gloucestershire 291 for 4 here. Ed Cowan.
Yes.
The Australian
left-hander.
Yeah.
So Craig Spearman, Chris Taylor also. It's actually amazing how many of these are quite recent. So that's 7 of the 10. Well, in fact, 8 of the 10 since 1991. But other names, David Shepherd and Dennis Moore, they were both against Oxford Uni. So
The Reverend
in
David
terms of
Shepherd?
Championship.
Yeah.
The Reverend David Shepherd.
Yeah.
Well, he was quite revered, wasn't he, I suppose? But, yeah. Richard Scott in 1991 was the first to do it in a county championship match. As Leaning is into Van Buren, he turns it into the leg side. He'll take a single. He's split the gap between 2 fielders, but he doesn't fancy a second run. So 292 for 4.
Terry's been in touch on the email, says great knock Berwick. Hope he can continue later. It's a new nickname for Cameron Green, because he's Cam Green, he's Cam Berwick Green.
Slip, short extra cover, cover backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. As Leaning bowls to Bracey, and that's let go. So that's certainly a feather in Cameron Green's cap, and also, I suppose, well, Bancroft had already had a stint, so it doesn't really count. But Cameron Bancroft, too many Camerons knocking about as this has worked into the onside for no run. Bancroft will almost certainly be the first Gloucestershire captain to score 100 in his first class innings as captain, but perhaps there will be others.
Didn't the great
Unfortunately, I
doctor?
don't have a list for that one.
What about the great doctor? He must have done it.
Well, I'd imagine if he didn't, we couldn't tell anybody that he hadn't.
Lots of rain around the country. Yorkshire still going, 295 for 8.
Close of play at several places. Called it off at Edgbaston now as Leaning floats one wide outside off stump. There's no shot this time from Bracey. It's all happening at Chelmsford though, where 14 wickets have fallen so far in the day. Essex bowled out for 179 and Worcestershire 35 for 4. 2 slips in place now, Leaning into Bracey, who taps and goes to backward point. Some tired legs there at backward point.
Yeah, Cashy Valley there. He's got through a few overs today. Grant Stewart limping out the action for Kent early on today, bowled 6.5 overs, and he went off the pitch. He hasn't been seen on the turf since.
293 for 4, Leaning bowls. Van Buren late cut towards deep backward point. This is a blind spot for me as the balcony next door just obscures things, but the fielder has got there. And Van Buren is back for 2, so 295 for 4. I mean, not a bad situation at all for Graham Van Buren to be coming in. I suspect at 108 for 4, perhaps didn't envisage, even in the circumstances that he's come out in, perhaps didn't envisage coming out in such a strong position, but that's the mark of the job that's been done by Messrs Green and Bracey. And of course Cameron Green can come back out and bat anyway, so whilst the number 7 bat in Van Buren is out there, Gloucestershire are still only 4 down, and fingers crossed from a Gloucestershire point of view, I'm sure Kent fans wouldn't wish an injury on Cameron Green,
no.
that we will see Green come back out there.
Tawenda Miyeye is going to have a bowl
The
here
80th
from
over.
the pavilion end. There's one to the new ball. Ooh, that's an interesting action, quite slingy, as Bracey tickles one off his legs and moves on to 77. Gloucestershire 4 shy of the 300 barrier. They'll be pleased with their day's work, won't they, Ed Seaborn?
I've seen Daniel Bell-Drummond take. In fact, I'm pretty sure Bell-Drummond got a wicket in the last fixture these two sides played here. Doesn't fancy rolling his arm over.
Miyeye over the wicket to the right-handed Van Buren. Hint of turn there, as Van Buren just plays this into the offside and picks up an easy single.
So skiddy seamers, if I remember rightly, from Bell-Drummond.
That's just defended by Bracey. Well, neither picked up a wicket last year. Joe Denley had a bowl last year. With his bit of leg spin, doesn't he, bowl? And that's just tickled round the corner by Bracey, just accumulating pleasantly from a West Country perspective.
25 first-class wickets for Bell-Drummond at 29.8.
That's respectable.
It's more than respectable. Yeah.
Yeah. Defended by Van Buren. Pushed back to the bowler.
In fact, the scoreboard operator seems to think it's still Joey Everson bowling. Slight difference.
Tossed up and
Shot.
driven handsomely by Graham Van Buren. That's 4 runs. That's a shot of high quality there. Just times it beautifully through wide mid-off, just to the right of extra cover. That brings up the Gloucestershire 300, bang on 80 overs. They've been out there for 332 minutes, and Gloucestershire are now accumulating batting points at a fair old rate of knots.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see whether there's a situation where they would go for the maximum bonus points. I imagine that they'll just be quite happy to continue batting and get the 400 and not worry too much about the 450, but we'll see.
Well, they've got to go, what, 5 and over.
Yeah.
30 overs to get them. And 148 needed. I think they might, well, probably try and get up to 400 and then have a look.
I think exactly. They'll give it a little bit longer to have a look, because the most important thing from their point of view is firstly to see what this new ball does, especially under lights, under cloudy skies, and also you don't want to just start losing wickets towards the end of the day as well.
No.
So you really want to make sure, if you're Gloucestershire, that you're in the strongest possible position overnight to come back out tomorrow and press home an advantage. 302 for 4, as this is inside edged first ball out to deep backward square by Bracey. He'll take a single onto 79. 303 for 4. I must admit I was too busy looking at other things. I missed the new ball being waved, but it's certainly been taken because the scoreboard helpfully shows that sort of information. Where would we be without electronic scoreboards? I've always said every scoreboard should be electronic. No, I didn't say that, but anyway. 303 for 4 is the score. Ooh, update time.
Well, it's been a day of high drama here at Canterbury. Cameron Green, the Australian Test player on debut, got to 100 and immediately retired hurt with cramp, and he went off the pitch. But Gloucestershire really turning the screw on Kent here. They're currently 303 for 4. James Bracey is on 79. Graham Van Buren has just joined him. He's on 19 from just 22 balls, and Kent are toiling somewhat on a placid pitch. Gloucestershire 303 for 4.
We haven't missed any runs being scored, just a couple of deliveries safely negotiated by Graham Van Buren, who is on strike. As Gilchrist bowls, that struck him on the pad, that looks close, gone, LBW. Viren stands there for a moment, but I've got to say, from this vantage point, it looked like he was in some strife when that ball hit the pad, and Nathan Gilchrist, who thumped the ball into the pads of both openers and got him LBW, has his third wicket of the day, all LBW, and the new ball does the trick immediately for Kent as Van Buren is trapped leg before for 19, 303 for 5.
Yeah, he's bowled well, Gilchrist. He's been the pick of the bowlers. 3 for 40 he is now in his 14th over. And he's just plugged away, hasn't he? The old principles of line and length. And his battle, I thought, just after lunch with Cameron Green, I thought was really good cricket watching, wasn't it? Really good. It was a real good contest, I thought.
Yeah, definitely. So it's, it's not just his new ball spells that have been quality from Nathan Gilchrist today. Is walking out to the middle, Tom Price, with his cable knit sweater on, so he's clearly expecting the temperature to drop further. But Tom Price, who's got into the 20s a couple of times in his last 2 innings and been adjudged LBW on both occasions, I'm sure we'll be hoping that a ball doesn't go anywhere near his pad in this innings. But he's certainly somebody that is very useful to have coming in this configuration of the Gloucestershire batting lineup down at number 8.
Yeah,
but facing the new ball, it's going to be a test for him against Nathan Gilchrist first up.
He's a cricketer I could watch for ages, Tom Price. I think whether he's got a ball in his hand or a bat in his hand, he creates theatre, doesn't he? He creates drama, and I think he's a wonderful cricketer.
Right-hander, so still the right-hand, left-hand for Gloucestershire. 3 slips go down. Gilchrist into Price, who gets bat on ball.
That got big on him.
But I don't know whether that's one that's just, it's just caught him so high up on the bat that there's some nasty vibrations from him, because he recoiled with his right hand off the bat as it hit him. If it hadn't been for that, I thought maybe it struck him on the glove, but it made such a horrid noise off the bat that I think that's what happened.
That sounds like the opposite of that Beach Boys hit. Good vibrations, nasty vibrations.
In goes Gilchrist, bowls down the leg side, but Price had gone across a little bit as his brother just wanders down right below the commentary box as the over is completed. But Gilchrist strikes first over with the new ball. If Kent are to stage a late day fight back, they've started it the right way. 303 for 5.
Yep, so the news here from Canterbury. Cameron Green, 100 on debut for the visitors, and then limps off the field. So, day of drama here at Canterbury. Not one for the faint-hearted, is it, Ed?
Well, we've certainly had our fair share of excitement, for sure, with that dramatic start. 41 for 3, Miles Hammond playing some really pleasing shots and then having his off-stump ripped out of the ground by Jas Singh. Even when Green and Bracey were moving things along at a steady pace, there was always something exciting, especially with that narrative, in the distance of the debut 100.
Kashi Valley from the pavilion end. Bracey just pushes that one out into the offside. Lovely to hear from Keith Dudgeon. I'm sure Kent fans will love what he was saying earlier, that if he was offered the opportunity to come back here to Canterbury, he would take it with both hands. And I think if a fit Keith Dudgeon would light the place up, probably just as much as these floodlights are here now at Canterbury. As Kashi Valley bounds in. Away swing. Bracey pushes that out to Jas Singh at mid-off, and they come through for a single.
Not doing too badly, actually, in terms of the light now. I think it's actually marginally better than it was half an hour ago.
Yeah, I agree with you, yeah. Yeah, the floodlights don't seem so bright, nor do the lights in the Cowdrey Pavilion. That's the one to keep an eye on over on the far side of the ground. And there's lights inside there in the executive boxes. Last week when they went off against Middlesex, they were glowing. And they're just a glimmer, aren't they? There. Here's Kashi Valley coming in past umpire Chris Watts. Oh, that's a big booming drive from Price, which doesn't go anywhere. I think a thick inside edge onto his pad.
He certainly didn't get sold short with the attempt at the drive, but yeah, it was one of those which could so easily have just whacked onto the inside of his knee or something like that, or just missed the pad, although judging by his reaction it didn't, but so often those seem to just miss the padding.
Tom Price was the first cricketer to get a hat-trick and 100 on the same day, wasn't he?
He was.
First in this country, I believe.
The first full stop.
First full stop.
Sorry.
That's just played into the onside, no run.
But yes, others have done it in the same match
but on the same day.
And, in the same sort of, same innings, I guess. One innings followed by the other, but it's always been one day apart.
But we were talking about his ability to cause drama, Tom Price. That happened on that day at Worcester.
From 45 for 7 as well.
He's the repairman as Ali comes into him. Just tails back into the right-hander and he plays it out to mid-on.
But again, it sort of shows you why it probably hasn't happened before in a way, because it took that monumental top-order collapse on, it has to be said, an early season new road pitch, and you know what those can be like with the amount of rain that you get there.
Unless you get someone who opens the batting and opens the bowling, say someone, for instance, like Lewis Rees, say at Derbyshire.
Yes, although this year he's not opening the batting, they've moved him down the order.
Have they? We always used to call those people skipper's mate who did that. Here's Kashif Ali to Price, who whips that one off his legs, and that goes away towards the grassy knoll for 4 runs. Price off the mark with a handsome shot. 308 for 5. Bracey's on 80. Price on 4. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. No, we're not on there anymore.
We're not on there anymore.
We're off.
No.
All right, you're listening to us on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Sports app, and live on the Kent stream, and also on your smart speaker.
That's a really, well, it's an easy shot to overlook, that one that Tom Price has just played. It's a poor ball outside leg stump, but so easy just to flick it for a single down to fine leg, and Tom Price made sure he really cashed in on it, getting the 4, just allowing a little more of the bat to meet the ball and send it through square leg. Gilchrist continues and bowls down the leg side. Bracey has a think about a T20 style heave onto that grass bank, but I think he's probably better off just doing what he did and withdrawing from it. Not quite warming up for the blast yet.
I think you're right, Ed. I think it has got lighter. I think Turner would have been a fan of these skies.
In comes Gilchrist and bowls, and this is played back to the bowler by James Bracey. So we got 13 overs remaining. Bracey on 80 would be a feather in his cap, because he's really complimented Green well, but now he's the one that's got to lead Gloucestershire towards the close here. Gilchrist bowls to him. This is driven pleasantly, but stopped at cover. Fielder has to rather grapple with the ball there to keep it under control, even though there's no used pitches there. Still not the easiest in that position.
He deserves 100, Bracey.
I'm sure he'd agree, but he's still got 20 more runs to score. Gilchrist bowls left, well left by Bracey, and he's suddenly, having spent your whole innings really batting against an old-ish ball, came in the 32nd over, so sort of midlife crisis type age. He's really almost now got to just go back to the stage where he used to be a championship opener when he first came onto the scene. Gareth Roderick was keeping wicket. Bracey Played quite a few games as opener. As he turns this one towards square leg and takes a single, 309 for 5. But now you've got to get into new ball mode a bit, especially with Nathan Gilchrist bowling well, and that leave, as that one was floated wide outside off stump, I think is probably as good a sign as if he'd crashed it to the boundary in a way, because Bracey does provide the key now. If he goes, then despite the fact that the board says that they're 5 down, Gloucestershire, if they start, will he come back out again this evening if they start losing wickets? Gilchrist bowls. This is clipped by Tom Price off his pads, but he'll be stopped out at mid-wicket. And he's no run, 309 for 5. I reckon he must be one of only 3 games in the championship today that haven't seen an interruption, although now only 2 because it's bad light up at Chestley Street, but they are back underway at Hove, where Sussex are 227 for 2, so there must be a lovely little 5 or 6 over session, or so. It's probably a few more overs than that, but probably not the ideal situation
it's
for
the
Sussex to go back out and bat.
It's the microclimate here on the Costa del Canterbury. Nathan Gilchrist, no surprise that he's picked up the LBWs. He bowls wicket to wicket, and he bowls right-handers regularly, angling it in and then just moving it away to hit the top of off stump, which is where, you know, what quick bowlers want to be. Kashif Ali just aborts his run. He's also, after a pair against Yorkshire in 2022, had 6 successive ducks with the bat.
Wow, that's not Nahid Rana, but it's close to.
What was his record?
19.
Wow. Bracey just gets up on his toes, defends that, pushes it back.
But were those dismissed for naught? Or
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So that's the thing. So the Nahid Rana one counts times he was not out as well. He didn't score for 19 consecutive first-class innings.
Yeah, no, this is 6 successive ducks, which get 5. It's known in club circles as the Olympic rings. And 4 is known as a certain car manufacturer who had the slogan Vorsprung durch Technique. Kashi Valley bowling around the wicket to the Gloucestershire wicket keeper James Bracey. Gets big on him, hits Bracey on the hand there and wrings his hand, takes the glove off, looks at his fingers.
So that was actually a joint record in first-class cricket, those 6 consecutive. I had a feeling I looked this up before and nobody had 7. So Nathan Gilchrist, there's quite a few people, so he's in decent company. Nobody's ever had 7
Kevin Jarvis
ducks in a row.
Kevin Jarvis here at Kent must be in there. That's a lovely shot by Bracey, but they've got the deep cover sweeping that boundary up by the grassy knoll.
Charlie Shrek.
Yeah,
had 6
Cornishman.
consecutive ducks, the Nottinghamshire and I think briefly Leicestershire
Yes.
seam bowler. In terms of county cricketers on that list.
Yeah, he played up at my ground at Southgate for a season. He was a Cornish lad. He had big curly hair there and shaved it all off. Kashif in past umpire Chris Watts. Tails it into Price, who plays a handsome on drive, but only picks out Jazz Singh at mid-on.
Plenty of swing there for Kashif Ali. I mean, you'd imagine that it should be good swing bowling conditions. So
Yeah.
it's certainly going to be a test, you think, for Gloucestershire, these remaining overs, especially now that Kent can start to, I can't see the finish line, but they're closer to it, especially in terms of the day.
Price just getting forward, taking one hand off the bat, riding the bounce. I think it's a crucial innings here for Tom Price because he needs to protect the tail, because the physios can get to work on Cameron Green. He can come back tomorrow, but say it's a quick bang, bang, bang. You know,
Yeah,
will
exactly.
Cameron Green be able to come back tonight? Who knows?
So for all intents and purposes, Gloucestershire are almost certainly 6 down at this point, but they will go back to being 5 down tomorrow morning, maybe.
Yeah. Kashif. Again, getting that little bit of extra zip off the pitch, causing Price to take one hand off the bat. Probably not used to seeing bounce, having batted at Bristol for his entire career.
Well, it is. Yeah, I mean, you know, in all seriousness, we've mentioned it a few times. It's an adjustment, especially against this hard new ball. He's going to have something in his favour in terms of he's going to be able to use that, especially across this speedy outfield. But at the same time, you know, it is going to be very different from.
Yeah, no, I'm not being
last
derogatory
match,
to
yeah.
Bristol at all. You've got to learn to play on all sorts of wickets, and you know, England will find that when they go out to Australia, and suddenly they'll have to deal with extra bounce.
I think Gilchrist continues, bowling to Bracey. This is flicked off the hip down to fine leg, and that will be 4 runs. As a fielder, more of a long leg, really. No chance of getting that one. Bracey gets the perfect amount of bat on it, 314 for 5 onto 86. And that's also something that I think, I mention it a fair bit, but in terms of putting those deliveries away on his thigh, on his hip, Bracey's really gone to another level in the last year and a bit. It's one of the reasons why he's gone to scoring that 1,000 as last year, that is, as he just comes forward this time and defends into a sizable gap created by having the deep point out. And that's 315 for 5.
And the deep point is Corey Flintoff, son of Andrew, who signed a rookie deal here at Kent.
Magnificent. Well, we obviously are very excited to have these names, especially from my absolute youth. You know, 2005 Ashes is basically what yes, exactly what I grew up on. So now I'm seeing sons of those players. That's not good. Gilchrist bowls a short ball, and Tom Price has taken his eye off that one.
That doesn't miss his head by much.
No, he sort of flinched, sort of ducked, and I think, I don't know, maybe he's almost lucky that he doesn't know how close possibly that was.
I think Bracey just going down, doing a bit of gardening, having a little word, the experienced batter.
He nearly ducked into it, actually.
Yeah.
He didn't look like he saw that one well, and as the sun just comes out, it certainly wasn't a light issue. Gilchrist bowls, Price is steady, defending into the offside, so
Cool.
it wasn't in his mind, that previous ball.
Corey Flintoff had a very good pre-season and was signed on the eve of the season on a rookie contract. Older brother of Rocky, who's at Lancashire. And Corey looks a decent bowler. Rocky does both, doesn't he? Corey does both as well.
Gilchrist to Price and beats him with a ball that just leaves him outside the off stump on a really nice line and length. But yeah, I think, well, they asked an awful lot of Rocky Flintoff last year. Lancashire batting in the middle order in the top division, and now they've got this really slightly odd configuration of their batting lineup, where they signed Michael Jones to partner Keaton Jennings, but then they've got Marcus Harris as an overseas player and Luke Wells as well. Price turns this one into the onside, fielded at mid-on, and another Gilchrist over is ticked off. 3 for 46 for Gilchrist from his 16 overs. Real standout, 315 for 5. We've got Harris at 4 and Wells batting at 6, but he is bowling leg breaks a bit more than he has been at some points in his career, but it's got to be odd. I know that Harris, when he was with Gloucestershire, for example, he said he didn't care where he batted, and I think he said in an interview before he joined Lancashire that he was actually quite happy with the challenge of batting at 4, something he'd not really done, and he batted at 3 and opened for Gloucestershire as well, so he clearly doesn't mind too much, but it does still have to be a slightly odd feeling having so many people batting out of position from what they've been used to for the majority of their quite lengthy first-class careers.
Yeah, George Lavelle, he came down from Lancashire and did quite well for Gloucestershire, didn't
Yeah, I
he?
think
In
he
a
had a
pre-season. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether we'll see any more of Lavelle for Gloucestershire's seconds, but he didn't play in that second 11 game the other day, for example.
Cashy Valley, Bracey tickles that one fine. He's going to get 4 runs and moves into the 90s. So that runs away down to the Nackington Road end.
And again, it's just that, you know,
wrong line.
Yeah, but you know, it looks like an easy shot, but the James Bracey of 2022, 2023 was getting struck on the thigh quite a bit with those sorts of deliveries, but I think it's something. I mean, he does work incredibly hard. He's worked so hard on his keeping the last couple of years. That's come on amazingly well.
Left alone. Jack Russell's done a lot of work with him, hasn't he? And I think Jack Russell said that he's got an incredibly hard job to do. I know he came in at number 6, but he's been at 3 quite a lot in the order, hasn't he, James Bracey, over recent years. And it's an incredibly hard job to do, to keep and bat in the top order like that.
Yeah, well, there was a time when I think it was Dale Benkenstein, actually, who sort of said that you can't take on both these roles, it's too much.
Bracey, that one stays a little low, but Bracey's watchful.
But the other person who deserves an enormous amount of credit for the work that he's done with Bracey's keeping is John Tegg, who was, I think, kept on as well under the new regime as well to continue his work with Bracey. He has done a magnificent job with that relationship, and the results are pretty obvious. Nearly 60 dismissals last year, owner of several keeping records now for the county.
Wide, and Bracey crunches that. Backward a point, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Bracey. Great placement. And Cashy Valley just dropping, sorry, it's just Sing on actually, just dropping short. And Bracey taking full advantage and carving that one away up to the bank, or the grassy knoll as it's known here. Bracey's on 95. Sing. And that's full. Drives pleasantly, does Bracey, but picks out Zach Crawley at extra cover. 3:23 for 5 now on what has been Gloucestershire's day.
Yep, it has. And from, well, not exactly inauspicious, because I think there were good reasons why they lost those early wickets, but 15 for 2, 41 for 3, even 108 for 4. Wouldn't necessarily have had your money on this situation.
In comes Sing. Bracey just a little bit too close to his shapes to cut, but a little bit too close to his body, and ends up changing his shot, and the ball dribbles out on the offside. So Bracey's on 95, Tom Price on 4. We've got 10 overs left in the day. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and on a host of other sites as well.
Yeah, so back off now for bad light at Hove, so just play at Chelmsford and Lords, where they're back out. Middlesex bowled Glamorgan out for 199, with 3 wickets for Roland Jones, 2 each for Patterson, Higgins and Zafar Gohar. Gilchrist bowls, and Price pokes at that one, and I assume that must have fallen short of Finch anyway, even if he'd nicked it. But
did that stay a little low?
Yeah, we've seen it a few times, haven't we? Just if it's been that bit fuller, sometimes it has just skidded a bit. There was one in particular to Cameron Green, one of the few times he looked in any sort of strife, that just about missed the off stump. Gilchrist into Price, and again he's really committed to playing or leaving there. He's putting his bat at a quite shallow angle, so if it does hit it, he's hoping that it's going to drop short of the slips, but sort of caught in between there, Price.
Robbie Joseph, the bowling coach here at Kent. He's ex-Gloucestershire.
Yeah, yes. He's Gloucestershire's bowling coach under Dale Benkenstein. As this is pushed towards backward point. Oh, that's not particularly good, and Nathan Gilchrist is right to look angrily at backward point, because it's Tom Price that he wants to be bowling at, and a fumble to a ball that was not hit particularly hard. It was just defended, rolling pretty gently to backward point, and the fielder's lost concentration, and it's gone past him for a single. 324 for 5.
Compton's normally a good fielder as well.
Surprising to see that from him. Been a few little fumbles today from Kent, as Gilchrist bowls and Bracey comes forward and defends. And again, you know, the problem is you say this and you feel like you're sort of rubbing salt in. It's not meant that way. But you look at, for example, Compton, who's standing with a double teapot on at cover. You look at second slip, who's hands behind back and getting in position now. But as Gilchrist bowls to Bracey, it's a short ball pulled away by Bracey for 4 through square leg. There hasn't been much joy bowling short today, and certainly not with a lack of a deep square leg. Bracey on to 99. Gloucestershire to 328 for 5. And again, I mean, you look up at Crawley at mid-off now, hands go to face, and they just look, Kent, like a side that have given this a lot today, but they know that Gloucestershire are on top here, and it's very hard to still act like you're on top when the scoreboard reads 328 for 5. Bracey on 99, and goes Gilchrist and bowls. This is clipped away through mid-wicket. That'll be the 100 for James Bracey. He'll come back for 2 and punches the air, does the Gloucestershire keeper batter. 1,000 runs last year, and he has his first 100 of 2025. And that's a really accomplished innings from James Bracey. Must be somebody special out over at square leg as he raises his bat and his helmet particularly to them. An embrace from Tom Price, and James Bracey is up and running for this season. 400s last year, including 2 double hundreds, and he's on to 101 and a ton at Canterbury for James Bracey, the second centurion of the day, as Gloucestershire are up to 330 for 5 at the end of that over. And he's really stamped his authority as James Bracey, especially since Green departed. Retired hurt on exactly 100. Jas Singh starts a new over, now bowling to Tom Price, leading edge. And that goes out to backward point, and there is no run.
Fantastic knock by Bracey. Really good innings. Came in and the game was in the balance, and he's taken this game away from Kent. Him and Cameron Green together just turned the screw, and 2 good experienced cricketers.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, you're coming out with Hammond having gone just after lunch as well. If Gloucestershire had lost another one there, I think your money would have been on Gloucestershire really being in a battle even to make 250. 3 slips in place, Jas Singh into Price, who drives and doesn't get too much on that. Bowler ends up fielding. So 14 fours in Bracey's 100. And it's come from 172 deliveries, so just the one more than Cameron Green, which again goes to the point of the fact that they just complemented each other so nicely, batting at exactly the same tempo. They were in sync with each other. Singh bowls down the leg side, and Price can't flick it away. Ends up in the gloves of Finch behind the stumps.
Just gone 6 o'clock. There's still 8.3 overs left in the day. Ed Seaborn's on double time.
Well, put it this way, they're having a rather shorter day by the looks of things in the IPL. I only mention this just because of the score line. Royal Challengers Bengaluru 42 for 6 in the 9th over. Looks like a fairly short day. Singh bowls. This is driven through square leg. Yes, it was, and it's going to be 2 runs. There's no way of saying it any other way. It was driven through square leg, and they'll pick up 2 runs.
I think you're probably being slightly kind to Tom Price there.
Well,
I think it might have been a thick inside edge.
The word attempted could have been added before that. It was an attempted drive that ended up at square leg.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 runs, and it actually nearly went to the boundary. So he's obviously got a good bat in his hand. Singh bowls wide outside off, and Price almost sort of he didn't throw the bat down, but it was the action of a man that said, "Well,
I don't fancy that.
What are you doing with that one?"
Yeah, I don't fancy that one.
Yeah. Well, I suppose almost now, even though they're 5 down, I was still thinking, oh well, about Night Watchman, but actually it doesn't matter now because they're sort of for 6 at the moment. So next man in might be Matt Taylor. Singh bowls and Price clips this one firmly, but there's a fielder out at deep square. They'd moved almost everybody back on the boundary, desperate to bowl at Tom Price, so they'll get their wish as Gloucestershire move on to triple Nelson for 5. And Price will keep the strike on 8.
I think if Price can keep his wicket intact, we might see some fireworks from him in the morning.
It'll be interesting to see how he plays it. There's the possibility of a Marchant de Lange cameo,
yeah.
or well, yes, sort of curtain call, possibly for the end of the innings. But I don't know whether Gloucestershire are the sort of side who would use the Nighthawk. It would be quite some move from this position.
Here's Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end to Price down the leg side. Finch can't take that one cleanly.
Well, he's certainly been kept busy as Finch today. I mean, I don't know, maybe it wasn't quite as far down as I thought. I suppose possibly the only thing in umpire Baldwin's mind is the fact that Price was moving over to the offside. Certainly from the position he ended up in, he certainly couldn't have hit it.
Gilchrist to Price, who pushes that back to the bowler.
Needed the broomstick or something. W.G. Grace once delighted the Cheltenham crowd with on a day which was, I think it was one of the first Cheltenham festivals. Gloucestershire had rolled over Surrey a day early, so W.G. batted with the broomstick on the final day, as you do.
Left alone by Price. Phil O'Rourke's been in touch. Fabulous partnership by Cam Green and James Bracey, and a great 100 by Green. Great 100 by Bracey as well, Phil. This lad is going to be good. So let's know what you think of the day's play quickly before we wrap up for the day, because we've just got 7 and a bit over. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Kent fans, what's gone wrong today? Gloucestershire fans, how pleased are you with your day as Gilchrist comes in? Slightly slower ball, and Price is trapped, LBW. And Gilchrist gets his 4th LBW of the innings, and that's 5 in total. And that was a good slower ball there. I'm not sure Tom Price picked it. I wonder if it was just angling down the leg side. Maybe both Price brothers have had
that
ones.
looks absolutely dead to me.
Does
that
it?
One.
Okay.
Just from this angle, anyway.
Slower ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think
slower ball.
I think it's just bamboozled him as much as anything else.
Oh yeah, he is dead.
Straight.
He's dead. Triple Nelson striking for the hosts, 333 for 6, with Cameron Green having retired her as well. So in effect, are they 7 down?
Well, now things get very interesting, because with 7 overs to go, if Kent can grab 3 more wickets as Matt Taylor walks out to the middle, then very possibly they could have wrapped this innings up, and if they can do it perfectly within the last couple of overs, they won't have to bat at all themselves either. I'm not saying that you're expecting Gloucestershire's tail to fall down like the pack of cards, but it does open up the possibility with a new ball, with Gilchrist now really with his tail up looking for a 5-wicket haul. There's
all LBW?
Yeah, it could be, yeah. There's a real chance here for Kent just to really take something from this day and say, we pulled it back.
I think if they can get one, possibly two more, I mean, I think it's still Gloucestershire's day, but I think Kent might have something in it, as that almost sneaks through the defences of Matt Taylor, man known as Bomber to all and sundry in the West Country.
Past 1,000 first-class runs this season. You know, you can deal in thousands in a season as a top-order player, but I still think reaching your first 1,000 in first-class cricket is something to be celebrated when you are a bowler who bats.
He's one of the unsung heroes of the county game, I think, Matt Taylor's. That's down the leg side, and Gilchrist will be disappointed in that. 333 for 6, Bracey 101. There's a wicket maiden there. Gilchrist now 4 for 53 off 18, gets a warm round of applause. But I think Matt Taylor's one of the most underrated cricketers on the circuit. Just goes under the radar, doesn't he? And yeah, I think he's a wonderful bowler.
Yeah, and you also have to give him enormous credit for the way that he's, in the past couple of years, really reinvented himself as a T20 bowler, because for a while, Taylor was in and out of the side under Michael Klinger and still in the back end of the Richard Dawson era. Singh continues bowling to Bracey, back of a length, and steered down to a deep third position, 102 for Bracey as he takes the single. And actually, at this point, even though Matt Taylor isn't the night watchman, if you're thinking about surviving for tomorrow, I think probably both sides would be quite happy just to agree for James Bracey to have the single off the first ball of the over, because Kent want to bowl at Matt Taylor, and Gloucestershire really want James Bracey still there tomorrow with the chance to do some more damage. 334 for 6. Singh in and bowls to Taylor, who turns into the onside, no run.
It's amazing in the blast last year, the best bowlers in it were all left arm overs, weren't they? I saw obviously Matt Taylor and David Payne for Gloucestershire were integral to them winning the trophy. I thought Spencer Johnson at Surrey was a really good overseas signing. Tim L. Mills at Sussex had a good campaign. And it's amazing how the left armers did so well on it.
Singh to Taylor, drives, hand off the bat in the end up to mid-on, there's no run. Well, certainly when you looked at sides in the IPL strategy-wise, there were a couple of years back when, I think it was Rajasthan in particular, seemed to be trying to pick up every left-arm seamer for their side. And, you know, every side would want a left armer. Kent have had Fred Clarkson when he's been fit. He was a big part of their blast-winning campaign a few years back. Singh in, and Taylor pushes forward into the offside. There is no run. You need that variety, but also, I think last year especially, because the white balls were swinging more, I think that certainly would have helped those left armers, because especially left arm early on to right-handers with a swinging new ball in T20 cricket, especially where your technique's slightly adapted, it's really hard to combat that. Singh into Taylor, it's down the leg side, so there's a free delivery negotiated really as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, and the field will spread for the last ball of the over.
Saying that, I think, you know, Payne and Matt Taylor were fantastic right through the campaign, but I think Josh Shaw needs a lot of credit, because in the quarter-final, semi-final, final, he really came into his own, didn't he?
Yeah, and particularly in that quarter-final where he just pressed home the advantage, 2 wickets in 2 balls. the latter stages as forward goes Taylor. Turns into the onside. They're thinking about 2 runs here, and Bracey wants to go for it. There'll be a shy at the stumps at Taylor's end. He takes a slightly odd route. I mean, he was trying to avoid the ball, but ended up, I think, getting hit by it.
Getting hit in the rear.
Yeah, the derriere. There's 2 runs for Taylor to get him off the mark, though. It's 336 for 6. Yeah, I mean, I think he was genuinely trying to show that he wasn't getting in between the throw and the keeper, you know, so that he wasn't going to be, you know, there was no question whatsoever about obstructing the field. But yes, he ended up obstructing the field, albeit there was no chance of him being run out because the throw was offline.
And Matt Taylor was man of the match in the final as well, wasn't he?
Yep.
It was a lovely moment. I know you were hard at work, Ed,
Mm-hmm.
as Bracey just pushes that up to Zach Crawley at quite a deep mid-off, and they amble through for a single. Yeah, you were hard at work. I was covering Surrey for BBC London at the time, and they got knocked out quite early, and I ended up watching the final with Kevin and Angeline Taylor, whose one son was man of the match in the final whilst the other one lifted the trophy, and it was just a lovely moment for them as well. That's tickled fine by Matt Taylor. That's going to be 4 runs. Runs away towards the Not Underwood Pavilion, or not Underwood and Not stand, and goes away for 4 runs.
Well, that's the thing with Gloucestershire, and I know some people might feel this is a cliche almost, or not really relevant, but because of how many brothers they've got, just as much as anything else, they are a family club.
Yeah. Short, Taylor, that's gone up in the air, he's gone. 5 for Nathan Gilchrist. Good bouncer. Too quick for Matt Taylor, and he has to take evasive action and hits the glove and gives Finch a simple catch. Well bowled, Nathan Gilchrist, 5 for 58. He's plugged away all day, hasn't he?
A fantastic way to achieve the 5 for. I suppose the only disappointment was it wasn't LBW, but it was a really nasty delivery, dug in back of a length, and that is just not what you want as a lower order bat late on in the day, and especially when he's pitching it up and swinging it. You've got so much in your mind, and then all of a sudden, as the surprise, you get that ball just dug in, and that lifted and really had some life, and in the end, and he able to fend it off, and he would have hoped somehow that would have not ballooned up into somebody's hands, but it did.
Well, he bowled Tom Price a really good one about 3 overs ago.
Well, it's been versatile, hasn't he? Because he's used that slower ball Yorker for a wicket, he's used the quick bumper, and he's also targeted the pads and bowled straight with a new ball and got some nip off the surface. So he's shown the bowler that he is, Nathan Gilchrist, and he's got 5 foot, and he's only 3 away now for 100 first-class wickets. So he might just get that in the match as well, the way he's bowling.
Yeah, that's sharp.
Well, who knows? Might even get that this innings with if Cameron Green comes out.
Well,
again.
you never know. You never know. I wonder if he's padded up, because if Kent go bang bang here, Josh Shaw is the new batter, with Marshawn DeLunger still to come. If they go bang bang here, will Cameron Green come out and bat? That will be the subplot of this final 5 overs here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. 4 slip, no, it's 3 slips and a leg slip, so it wouldn't surprise me if Josh Shaw gets some short stuff here. It's Corey Flintoff coming on with a helmet.
He might be going to short leg, because square leg's moving now. Oh no, he's decided to go off because he wants the shin pads on as well, I suppose. Or maybe not go off, but he might have a slightly longer delay here.
Yeah, Ben Compton, the man under the lid.
Or just got the wrong helmet. There we go, just got the wrong one.
Corey Flintoff might have to do 100 lines. I will not bring the wrong helmet out. But Josh Shaw won't mind the short stuff. He's from Yorkshire. Leeds United fan. He'll be pleased with how his football team's doing this year, as that's just run backwards square and Shaw gets off the mark, first ball.
Yeah, nicely played. Nothing wrong with that. And Josh Shaw, as you say, he can be a Yorkie at the crease, can't he? Let's put it that way. He's not somebody that is going to take his batting lightly at all.
Fully
thumping drives he likes to execute through the covers especially, but I don't think he's going to be aiming too many of those in this situation, because I think this is mostly about survival for the close here.
That's just nurdled backwards square by Bracey. He's going to pick up 2. He's got that into a nice pocket. Oh, a little bit of a misfield there from Kashif Valley, and they think about a third. And what Gloucestershire don't need here. Gilchrist to Bracey. That's down the leg side. Last ball the over. And Singh will have a crack at Joshua Shaw.
I don't think it was intentional that Gilchrist speared that one down the leg side, but it's worked to the extent of having Shaw on strike for the next over. And, well, as I say, I mean, the dream situation for Kent here is that they take these potentially last couple of wickets in what now, say something like 3.1 overs, and then that will be the close of play. Not that I would imagine Messrs Compton and Crawley wouldn't believe that they could go out and block those couple of overs out, but I'm sure even players of their calibre would rather not have to go out there. Singh bowls to Shaw, who tucks it into the leg side, and mid-wicket stoops down to pick up. Still the usual polishing action and care of the ball, those things that so often go under the radar but can have serious effects on proceedings that we have no idea about up here.
Gilchrist and Singh, the only 2 Kent bowlers to pick up wickets today.
Singh looking for a third, bowling to Shaw. It's a full ball. Well, there we go. He does go for the drive, and that is a sweetly timed shot from Josh Shaw, and he picks up 4, and just about saved by the boundary board there. I thought it was going to go between the boundary boards, and if it did that, it's going over the concrete, underneath the entrance gate, and out of the ground.
Josh Shaw, where's that come from? That's like watching a right-handed Gower. Where's that one come from?
I mean, it's a very classical cover drive. It was full, it was close to him, so he's perfectly entitled to go for it. Next delivery from Singh. Shaw prods forward up to mid-off. Fairly similar records for Shaw and Matt Taylor in terms of averages. I'm sure Josh Shaw, if he were to go on to get a 40 or a 50, would be just having a little quiet word saying, go on, get me up a spot higher. But as I say, he's shown the ability with the bat, has Shaw, particularly when you see those drives. See whether we get some short stuff at any point. That's not short, it's on a good length. Shaw having to play that one from the crease in defence into the offside. Joey Everson might be loosening up at mid-wicket. Quite an ask, really, for Gilchrist in particular to bowl through to the end, so he might need a bit of relief for the last couple of overs. 19 overs bowled today and 6 in this new ball spell. Singh in to Shaw, who's forward defending, and Just Singh gets down in his follow through and saves the single. He could have let that by, and then Shaw might have been on strike for the next over, but the instinct always is to save runs, especially off your own bowling.
Aaron Harvey's been in touch. Good evening, loving the Good Friday commentary, hoping for a couple of quick wickets as a proud Kent man, well, I think you might have got them, Aaron. I'll come on to the rest of his email.
Field drops back apart from the 3 slips, so allowing Shaw the single. Sing in and bowls, and Shaw's happy to accept the single. Thinking about 2, I'm not sure it's going to be on there this time, though. Just wasn't quite able to get it more towards mid-wicket, but actually mid-on in a little bit closer. I think it'd been quite hard to have picked up a 2 there. Anyway, he's kept the strike. As I say, from a Gloucestershire point of view, if they are able to survive, that's not the worst thing with Bracey at the non-striker's end. 4 overs to go. Gloucestershire just 1 run away from their 3rd batting point at 3-4-9 for 7.
He plays for New Romney, who are one of the oldest clubs in the country, and they're awaiting the completion of a new pavilion being built. Wondering if you've got any suggestions for a name. The previous one was known as the Maud Pavilion, but we're looking for a new name. What do you reckon, Ed?
Okay.
Keep up the good work. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks for your email.
Well, I've always wanted a pavilion to be called HP, but other computer manufacturers are available.
That's Joey Everson into the attack, as Shaw just sort of cloths that really into the onside.
To start with, I thought that was an inside edge back towards the stumps, but it was just a trick of, well, a trick of my useless eyesight probably, that it was heading up to mid-on instead.
New Romney, that's down on the Kent-Sussex border, I think now, sort of Dymchurch that way. Shaw plays that one up to long on. Let's have a look at New Romney.
Yes, I must say that's not somewhere where I could.
Yeah, it's down
Place
at
on a
sort of
map.
St Mary in the Marsh, that sort of area.
Oh, okay.
By the Romney and Dymchurch Railway. Down by sort of Camber Sands, Hives, that neck of the woods. Port Lim. Shaw just plays that one out to mid-wicket.
Played that well, because that was the nip
Dungeness.
backer. Dungeness. Is it not
Yeah.
Dungeness?
Dungeness.
Dungeness.
I think so. Well, Dungeness.
I thought it was Dungeness.
I think it's Dungeness, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe Aaron can tell us.
Gosh, I've already been wrong today with Qubit or whatever it was. Cobbit.
Cubbit. There's short, wide and cut by Shaw. That's going to go down to 3rd, just for a single. That's a 350 up for Gloucestershire, so more batting points. So it's New Romney and Littlestone Cricket Club by the look of it. Looks a nice little ground. Little sort of military area down there. I'll tell you who'll know is Rita Green, who's coming on Sunday as our 3rd voice, as Bracey just plays that into the offside. She's originally from that neck of the woods down there.
Right, okay.
I think Hythe or somewhere like that originally. But their old pavilion looks very nice. Yeah.
Nice spot.
Yeah. Some lovely grounds here in Kent. Bracey drives pleasantly. They go through for a single and Crawley misfields. Don't often see a misfield from him. Good pressure put on him there by Bracey, causing that.
Yeah, I don't think he would have had a chance at the run out, but 3 is a pretty decent outcome, albeit 3 overs to go again. Well,
Yeah.
Bracey will be in the firing line, but the last few overs, it's almost felt, and I think Kent have gone a bit too far this way. I think they've stopped trying to get Bracey out, and that has been a little bit to their detriment, because there is, you know, there should be pressure on Bracey at the end of the day. He's the set batter, he's the centurion, but it hasn't really felt that way. They've been quite happy just to allow Bracey to tick over and go at the other end. And yes, they picked up wickets, but you still feel if you get Bracey, then that's a completely different story for the end of the day. with still possibly the prospect of having Bracey and Green resume their partnership tomorrow if the green light is given by the physio team. 3 overs to go. Just Singh to bowl the first of them. The field drops way back as usual for Bracey, who's just happy to work into the leg side. They're thinking about a second again here, but no chance. Josh Shaw with the call, as with James Bracey, in agreement of nope. 354 for 7. 109 now for James Bracey. We might be the last men standing. With
I've just had a look. Middlesex,
they're still going at
Glamorgan.
Lords.
Yeah, Middlesex, Glamorgan's still going. Middlesex 57 without loss to Glamorgan's 199. I think it's going to be a season of struggle over the Severn Bridge for Glamorgan.
Singh in, back of a length, and Shaw stands tall to defend into the offside. Yeah, the bowling looked a little bit thin at Bristol with Shoaib Bashir early season. I think almost, they signed him on loan, but they might have wanted the extra seamer actually, particularly for that last game. Asitha Fernando didn't have a great day. I still think he's a really classy bowler, but he's bowling quite a few no balls up front. Short ball. Oh, Shaw's top edged this one, I think, and it's gone towards short third. It's right off the toe end.
How has he got that there?
That's the only way it's gone there, because for a moment I thought, have I completely missed that and it's hit him on the helmet, because that could have been how it deflected there. But no, I think he has gone for the pull and it's gone right off the Q-tip.
More chalk, Joshua.
There we go. 355 for 7. What a remarkable shot from Josh Shaw. Anyway, it goes down as just a little mark of 1 in the book. 355 for 7. Singh bowls outside Bracey's off stump, and he'll watch that one go by. So, again, shows Bracey still switched on at the end of the day, because he's been in the mode of pretty much picking up singles wherever he wants, but that's another ball that could just get you in trouble. Kent is still keeping the 2 slips in, even though they had everybody allowing the single before that delivery, but with 2 balls left in the over, everybody comes in apart from deep third and fine leg. Singh bowls, and again Bracey lets it go. Good carry through to Finch behind the stumps, and I think seeing that again, I would imagine Gloucestershire will be very pleased with their day's work. I know that it hasn't looked, especially with the older ball, it hasn't looked like a surface that's just purely in favour of one or the other, but as a consequence, total of 355 for 7 on day 1, especially having been put in as well, makes it feel that a little bit better. But can they get through to the close without further losses? Bracey will negotiate this next delivery off the front foot in defence into the offside, and 2 overs to go in this opening day. And thank goodness the lights played ball as well, because they were going to get all 96 overs in this exciting opening day. There's been plenty to talk about, and from both sides plenty to even shout about.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist with 5 wickets has been the hero for Kent. I've got some info on him. He's also an Afro House DJ under the name Gilla.
Who's that, sorry?
Nathan Gilchrist. There you go. There you go. What else do I know about him?
Are you sure that's real? Somebody's not
sure
just winding you up.
I'm sure it's real. His favourite food is Greek. He is also into fashion design. Anyway, here's Joey Everson, last over of the day from the Nackington Road end, as that's just played back by Josh Shaw. Favourite colour? You won't guess it.
It's not blue, is it?
It's burgundy.
Well, I just thought Monty Python, you see, so whenever somebody asks what's anybody's favourite colour, it's always got to be blue.
False edged, and is that going to run away for 4 runs? Yes, it does. 4 to Josh Shaw, moves him into double figures, but a moral victory there for Joey Everson. Hasn't had much luck today, Joey Everson.
No, he hasn't, but you could argue to a effective number 10 in the penultimate over of the day, do you really need a cover and a mid-wicket, both of them? And that would have been snapped up at third slip.
Yeah. There's that one. Nearly sneaks through Josh Shaw's defences there. Everson bowling the one that goes back in, having given him one away. But the Kent bowlers, looks like just Jazz Singh with 2 for 73 off 16.3. And DJ Giller with 5 for. That just goes away slightly and left alone by Josh Shaw.
And if 2 more balls are successfully seen off, then Gloucestershire will have the guaranteed prospect of coming back tomorrow with the bat if Green is batting or not.
That one's gone away as well.
Well,
that dribbles down to third where Jazz Singh's patrolling.
Would have been close as to whether it would have carried or not, but you would have thought possibly that after seeing the first one go down there that there might have been an extra slip put in. Another one goes wide of the cordon.
Here's Everson, last ball of the day from the Nackington Road end as Bracey just pushes it out to the Kent skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Carl Seeds loving the commentary. Just to let you know, as a Lancs fan, Wells had some success lower down the order last season.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. Yeah.
However, a lot of us expected Harris to open when we signed him. Also about George Lavelle, he was playing for Derbyshire seconds today against Lancashire. So there you go. He had a good game. Thanks for your message, Carl.
Yeah, and yes, exactly right. When Wells moved down the order, Lancashire had a sort of a Gloucestershire-esque end to last season, where all of a sudden everything perked up, but after they were condemned, it was eerily similar. In comes Jazz Singh, last over of the day, bowling to Shaw, who just has that one go past outside his lack of a shot. So Marchant de Lange can take off his pads, as this is the last over of the day. So Gloucestershire will be 7 or 8 down at the close. 360 runs on the board. They do have 3 slips for Jazz Singh. Singh in, bowls, down leg, and Shaw doesn't get too close to that. Yeah, he's been good behind the stumps today, I think. He's
been excellent all season. Been really good.
He's had some difficult takes. He's had a couple wrap off his fingertips. He's conceded 12 byes, but I don't think any of them really, you could say, were down to him at all. I think he's done a good job back there, but at times he's been given some really tough work to do back there. It could have been a lot more. Singh runs in, past the umpire, bowls back of a length. Shaw steers this one down to deep third, and that's really good decision making from Gloucestershire. Shaw holds up a hand to Bracey and says, no, this is my job. And that also shows you the type of character Josh Shaw is as well. He will take on this responsibility of seeing out the last 3 balls, making sure that the Centurion Bracey on 109 is there tomorrow morning. Singh turns. Shadows from the floodlights now as he runs in and bowls, and trying to tempt Shaw into a drive with the ball outside the off stump, but angled back in from wider of the crease, but no shot from Shaw.
Gloucestershire having Shaw and Taylor in their lower orders, a bit like Police 5 back in the day. And it's the Yorkshireman here who's keeping them peeled.
Sorry, that's one's whistled right over my head.
Older viewers might get that one.
Gully comes in now as well. need for the fielder on the deep third boundary, but that's down the leg side, and that's easy pickings for Shaw, and he'll pick up a boundary. There's a long leg, but no chance of getting that, and that was maybe, dare I say it, a bit of a tired delivery at the back end of the day. Either that or just going for a bit too much and trying to spear it in towards the stumps of Shaw, but too much. And down leg side and clipped for 4, 364 for 7, and we've reached the last ball of this opening day that has turned into Gloucestershire's day. One more ball to see off. Singh runs in, bowls to Shaw. Shaw whips this one away down to fine leg. That was a pretty extravagant shot for the last ball of the day, but Shaw will keep the strike as that is a single, and the day concludes with Gloucestershire at 365 for 7. Shaw will finish on 18 not out from 24 balls. That's one way to see off the day, but it's really gone back and forth, this one. Gloucestershire lost Bancroft in the 5th over, Charlesworth in the 7th, Nathan Gilchrist removing both openers. Ollie Price out for 18 LBW to Jas Singh, 41 for 3. But then the fight back started from a Gloucestershire perspective. Hammond's 48, and then the two mainstays. Cameron Green becoming the 10th Gloucestershire batter to score 100 in his first-class innings for the county. With cramp into the 90s, went for a quick single on 99 and just about got there, but then had to retire hurt, as James Bracey, who ends 109 not out, gets the applause from the spectators who've remained, and sportingly from the Kent players, Zach Crawley especially. It's Bracey who remains there to come back tomorrow. We'll see whether Green does, but the back end of the day belonging to Nathan Gilchrist, who also gets the applause of his teammates. 5 for 61. He's been the standout, and he's shown real quality and versatility in getting that 5 for. So 365 for 7, end of the day, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly am. Jas Singh also. I thought Kent have stuck to their task quite well. I think they've been under pressure. The very good innings there from Bracey, also from Cameron Green. But Kent stuck to their task pretty well on what now looks like quite a good surface. So it's been Gloucestershire's day, but Kent also will have come out today with something. Anyway, thank you for all your company today. Thank you for your emails. Thanks to our special guests as well, to Liam Knight and to Keith Dudgeon. I'm going to go and speak to Nathan Gilchrist. I think Ed Seaborn might be speaking to Cameron Green somehow.
Well, I'm wondering, because
he might be getting some physio work.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, somebody will have to do it.
Yes. Anyway, from Ed Seaborn and I, may you have a very good Friday.